Chapter 1877, Chapter 1877, Chapter 1877, Intense Confrontation. Chapter 1877, Chapter 1877 Intense Confrontation, Extreme God Statue Fist. An elephant's cry resounded through the sky. Dragon Star Saint power was boiling. He punched out and a huge Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. It roared at the sky and rushed forward. Extreme Star Fist. Desolately punched out as well. A star appeared on his fist as if he was pushing the star towards the tornado. The two's fist force was filled with boundless power. They used their power to break through all techniques in the heavens. The giant elephant and the star collided with the two tornadoes, causing a deafening boom. In the end, the two tornadoes were blocked and dissipated in the sky. Feng Wuxian's face turned gloomy after two of his moves were blocked. He was in the absolute saint realm. It would be embarrassing if he could not take down two great saints so easily. Storm Blade of Destruction. Die. Feng Wuxian shouted. Countless blades appeared around him. They were extremely sharp and had destructive power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Destructive storm blades shot towards Long Qian and Desolate. Long Qian and Desolate tried their best to resist, but their cultivation was too weak. They were in a precarious situation. Then leave these people to us. The paragons of the wind race had their eyes on Phoenix Palace. The other members of the Divine Elephant sect stepped toward them. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others followed and launched a terrifying attack. Send out the news, gather our men, and then defend with all our strength. One of the Phoenix Palace's paragons shouted, and everyone sent out the news through voice transmission jade talismans one after another. Then they went into a defensive stance. Some of them were still cultivating in some places in the Sacred Institute. They were few in number and could only defend. A few youths from the Desolate race took a step forward and stood at the front of the crowd. They swung their huge battle axes and maces, sending a few elites flying. They're so strong. How many of them have upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies? These people are burly and different from ordinary people. What are their origins? Mo Lang exchanged a blow with a Desolate race youth, and his body was sent flying. His body was numb and there was a sharp pain in his arm as if his bones had almost been shattered. It might be one of the ancient race, the Desolate race. A genius of the wind race said. As an ancient race they naturally knew of the Desolate race. Ancient race. Mo Lang and the others took a deep breath. The ancient race had been passed down since ancient times. They had terrifying secret techniques and their foundations were unfathomable. No ancient race could be underestimated. Leave these few Desolate race members to us. You guys deal with the rest. The wind race's paragon said. A terrifying wind surrounded his body as he charged towards the Desolate race youth. Mo Lang and the others attacked the others. Although killing wasn't allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, it was fine as long as they weren't crippled or killed. They were going to beat the stubborn people of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect half to death and then throw them out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant sect, Thunder God sect and other sects had fewer people. They were at a complete disadvantage with some already injured. As for Long Qian and Desolate Li, they were not in a good state either. They were also at a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. If not for the fact that both of them cultivated extreme laws and their spiritual bodies were also known for their strength, which meant that their defenses were also extremely strong, they would have already been defeated. But even so, it couldn't hold on for too long. Seeing that they were in a precarious situation, a figure flew over from the distance. Before he even arrived, a cold and hot aura burst out. The two curved blades rotated at an extreme speed, forming a terrible destructive force that pressed toward Feng Wuxian. Qiu Yue had arrived. The law of yin and yang. Feng Wuxian's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and a destructive storm blade slashed towards Qiu Yue. It collided with Qiu Yue's two curved blades and sparks flew. Kill. Kill. Long Qian and Desolate Li took this opportunity to attack. They broke through dozens of storm blades, and their fists flew toward Feng Wuxian like rainbows. If you want to counterattack, you're still far from it. Feng Wuxian shouted coldly. He opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind that shattered Long Qian's and Desolate's fists. Qiu Yue, Long Qian and Huang Li joined forces to fight Feng Wuxian. The king physique of three great saints in the exceptional realm is really amazing. However, even if the three of them join forces, they might not be able to fight Feng Wuchen. That's right. If there was one more person, I'm afraid we could fight. One wonder if Huang Ling has broken through to the great saint perfection. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. And at that moment, there were figures flying over from the distance. They were people from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the desolate race who were cultivating elsewhere. They had received the voice transmission and rushed over. Take 2 hammer strikes from your grandfather. Huang Di waved his 2 giant hammers and rushed over from the distance. The 2 giant hammers were like a whirlwind as they smashed toward the second Golden Crow Prince. The shocking pressure from the hammer made the second prince of the Golden Crow turn pale with fright. Summoning the divine sunfire, he resisted with all his might. And NBSP, but when the hammer fell, the Golden Crow second prince screamed as his wings exploded. His body was sent flying and he was severely injured. Although the second prince of the Golden Crow was also in the great circle of the Supreme Saint realm, his spiritual body was only a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. He was no match for the desolate land and was severely injured in one move. With the desolate race, Phoenix Palace, and the other sect elites rushing back, they finally stabilized the situation. However, they were still at a disadvantage. After all, the other party had the paragons of the wind race. In addition, there were the paragons of the Skywolf Tower, Wan family, Golden Crow clan, and so on. There were at least a dozen sects from the ancient Moon Holy Land who had joined the wind race. With so many paragons gathered together, there were simply too many people. The desolate race, Phoenix Palace, and other sects could only defend and could not launch a counterattack. And as time passed, more and more people were injured. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. A flaming phoenix flew over at top speed and enveloped the Sky Wolf Tower, the Golden Crow race, and a large number of heaven's favorites. It's the unperishable flame. Someone exclaimed. Bang! Bang! The flaming phoenix screeched and the law of the undying fire was activated. One by one, the young geniuses were sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Some of the weaker ones were directly injured and no longer had the strength to fight. It's Huang Ling, damn it, she has also broken through to the great saint perfection. Mo Lang roared. In the next moment, an undying flame shot towards Mo Lang, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Huang Ling had broken through to the great saint perfection. She was almost invincible among those of the same level. Even though the wind race had a few heaven's favorites with upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies, they were no match for her. They were suppressed by the phoenix spirit and were injured by the phoenix spirit, greatly reducing their combat strength. With the addition of Huang Ling, they immediately stabilized the situation and gained the upper hand. Feng Ling, go and help Long Qin and the others. We can hold them off here. Mu Qingxue called out. Huang Ling had injured a few of the enemy's strongest elites, and the enemy's combat strength was greatly reduced. As for them, they had the cooperation of the desolate race's experts, so they had no problem protecting themselves. All right, be careful. Let's go. Huang Ling said. The phoenix formed by the unperishable flame let out a cry and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. Chapter 1878. Chapter 1878. The Battle of the Five Kings. Chapter 1878. The Battle of the Five Kings. Huang Ling had the undying celestial phoenix body and she controlled the law of the undying fire. Her life force was extremely strong. She almost turned into the undying fire and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. She was not afraid of the wind of destruction and blocked it. Qiu Yue, Long Qin, and Desolate Li seized the opportunity to attack. In an instant, Feng Wuchen was forced back a few thousand meters. Don't think that you'll be useful just because you have more people. Feng Wuchen bellowed as his entire body turned transparent, as if he was about to transform into a gust of wind. The wind between heaven and earth was getting stronger and stronger. Tornadoes formed around Feng Wuchen and there were also storm blades. The destructive attack swept toward Long Qin and the others. I'll block it, you guys attack. Undying cage. Die. Huang Ling shouted. Endless flames spread out and turned into a huge flame cage, blocking the destructive storm. Long Qin and Huang Li stepped forward and appeared beside Feng Ling to protect her. At the same time they attacked Feng Wuchen. As for Qiu Yue, she stood behind Feng Ling and the others. She did not care about her own defense and attacked with all her might. Qiu Yue attacked with all her might. Her attacks were terrifying. With the help of the laws of yin and yang, her two curved blades were extremely destructive. She kept attacking Feng Wuchen. The heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The others had to stay far away from their battlefield. The Battle of the Five Kings. 4 great Saint King physiques were fighting against a king physique of initial absolute saint. This was a rare sight. At this moment, more and more people were watching the battle from afar. Even many powerful heavens favorites who had been in seclusion appeared. Among them there was a group of people in snow-white robes. They were very eye-catching, especially one of the most beautiful women. She was so beautiful that people kept looking at her. If Lu Ming was here, he would be shocked because the woman was Xianxia. It's the ancient saint clan. Who is that woman? It's so beautiful. One heard that he's a terrifying genius from the ancient saint clan. He's extremely powerful. Many people looked at Xianxia and his group and discussed among themselves. But very quickly, everyone's attention was focused on the battle ahead. 4 great Saint King physiques in the Great Circle are really amazing. If they all break through to the absolute saint realm, I'm afraid they will stir up a storm in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. This is strange. King physique has always been arrogant and solitary. Why are these 4 king physique gathered together to fight Feng Wuchen? It seems to be because of a person called Lu Ming. Lu Ming. You guys have been in seclusion all this time, so you don't know this. This Lu Ming just joined the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy not long ago, and he's a son of chaos. What? The son of chaos? Some people exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that another son of chaos would appear in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It was no wonder that so many king physiques were gathered together. If it was because of the son of chaos, then it was not surprising. Lu Ming. Xianxia murmured as a strange light flickered in her eyes. At this moment, Long Qin and the other 3 had teamed up to fight Feng Wuchen and finally turned the tables. However, Feng Wuchen was an absolute saint after all. His cultivation was much higher than theirs, so it was almost impossible for them to win. However, with the 4 of them working together, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to win. The battle was very intense, but it was difficult to determine the winner. Hehe, it's really intense. At this time, a cold and grave laughter sounded out, and 2 young men came over together. It's them, Luo Pokong Kong Lang. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the 2 of them. How did these 2 end up together? Many of them had grave expressions. This was because Luo Pokong and Kong Lang both had king physiques, and it was said that both of them had entered the absolute saint realm not long ago. 2 absolute saint king bodies came together. It's that bitch. Luo Pokong's eyes looked directly at Qiu Yue and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back in the ancient Yang sacred land, he was defeated by Lu Ming because of Qiu Yue and lost all his face. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Kong Lang laughed. My brother Luo Xiangxiang has taken a fancy to that woman, but she is against the Daoist heaven sect every day. One don't know where she went a while ago. I didn't expect to see her here. I'll take her and send her to my brother. Luo Pokong took a step forward after he finished speaking. There was a penetrating law circulating around his body. His body seemed to be able to penetrate the void. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant he appeared not far from Qiu Yue. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers were like 5 long spears, piercing toward Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue's expression changed. She did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. Luo Pokong. Qiu Yue shouted and could only use all her strength. She retrieved her 2 curved blades and attacked Luo Pokong. But now that Luo Pokong had broken through to the absolute saint realm, his combat strength had soared. He grabbed with his fingers and Qiu Yue's 2 scimitars were sent flying. Qiu, leave these people and go to my brother Luo Xiangxiang. Luo Pokong said coldly. Don't even think about it. One will choose anyone but Luo Xiangxiang. Let him give up. Qiu Yue said coldly. Her master had also told her that Luo Xiangxiang had taken away a part of her memory in order to get her. She only felt disgust for Luo Xiangxiang. You don't know how to appreciate my brother's kindness. It's your good fortune that my brother has taken a fancy to you. Luo Pokong's face darkened. He kept pointing his finger, and the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and headed toward Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue quickly retreated and used all her strength to resist, but she was still completely at a disadvantage. Oh no, Lady Qiu Yue is in danger. I'll go help her. Desolate Li's expression changed. Lu Ming was an external elder of the desolate race. He had done the desolate race a great favor and held a high status. As for Qiu Yue and Lu Ming, they had a good relationship and had gone to the desolate race together. Therefore Huang Li could not let anything happen to Qiu Yue. His body flashed and he rushed towards Luo Pokong, his fists punching out continuously. "You're overestimating yourself." A long spear appeared in Luo Pokong's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear radiance shot out, destroying Huang Li's fist force and forcing him to retreat. On the other side, Qiu Yue seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong's cultivation base was too strong. With a sweep of his spear he broke Qiu Yue's attack. Desolate Li seized the opportunity and rushed to Qiu Yue's side. He joined forces with Qiu Yue and fought Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong also had a king body and his cultivation was in the Absolute Saint realm. Although he had just broken through to the Absolute Saint realm not long ago, and his battle strength was slightly weaker than Feng Wuqian's, the difference was not big. Even if Desolate Li and Qiu Yue joined forces, they were no match for him. On the other side, Feng Ling and Long Chen were also at a disadvantage. Because of Luo Pokong's interference, the situation in this battle had taken a huge turn. Feng Ling, Long Chen and the others are in trouble this time. They're no match for two king bodies in the Absolute Saint realm. That's right. I'm afraid he'll be heavily injured and thrown out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He'll lose all his face. Some people sighed. With Luo Pokong's interference, Huang Ling and the others no longer had a chance. Moreover, Kong Lang, who came with Luo Pokong, would he interfere? Chapter 1879. Chapter 1879. Fighting Luo Pokong again. Chapter 1879. Fighting Luo Pokong again in the Divine Ability, Purgatory Valley. Lu Ming had finally broken through the shackles after a period of cultivation. He had broken through Aro, the Great Saint Perfection, and his aura had skyrocketed. Around him, pieces of raw gemstones exploded and turned into rolling original qi, which surged into Lu Ming's body and turned into saint energy. There were 2 saint hearts in Lu Ming's body. Now that he had reached the perfected Supreme Saint realm, his saint power was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's aura was restrained. I've gained a lot from this cultivation. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation and reached the Great Sage Perfection. I've also mastered 80% of the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. It's time to go out. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Last time he had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. If the Wind Race came out of seclusion, he didn't know if they would take revenge. Although killing was forbidden in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, as long as one didn't step onto the life and death battle stage, they would be fine. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming strode towards the exit of the Purgatory Valley. He was very fast and there were no obstacles. In a short while, Lu Ming had left the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. Seems like Bubbles is still cultivating. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then his expression changed. The moment he came out, he seemed to have received a message from a jade talisman. Lu Ming took out the jade voice transmission talisman and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed abruptly. It was the news from the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling and the others were in danger. In fact, some of the paragons of the Divine Elephant sect in the Phoenix Palace had been sending him messages continuously. Previously he had been in the Purgatory Valley and could not send messages in at all. However, they did not give up and continued to send messages. Now that Lu Ming had come out of seclusion, they naturally received the news. The Wind Race and Luo Pokong. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then he circulated his saint energy and his figure was like a ray of light, cutting through the void. At this moment, be it Qiu Yue, Desolate Power, Huang Ling or Long Chen, all of them were in danger. The 4 of them were no match for Feng Wuqian and Luo Pokong even when they joined forces. Whoosh, whoosh. The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand burst out. It turned into rays of spear radiance and pierced towards the vital points of Qiu Yue and Desolate Power. Each of the spear's radiances contained the power of the law of penetration. They could penetrate everything, even other laws. At this moment, 2 parts of Desolate Li's body had already been pierced by the spear radiance. The front and back of his body were completely penetrated and blood was flowing out. If not for the special constitution of the Desolate race, making them extremely strong and resilient, they would not have been able to continue fighting. However, he still stood in front of Qiu Yue. The 2 of them used all their strength to fight Luo Pokong. Desolate power barely dodged one of Arachi's spear radiances, or else he would have been pierced through. At this moment Feng Ling and Long Chen were not in a much better state. Even with Feng Ling's terrifying vitality, her face was pale. "Where's Lu Ming? Where's he hiding? Let him come out and fight me." Luo Pokong shouted coldly. He had lost face when he was defeated by Lu Ming last time. Now that he had broken through to the Saint Realm, he must humiliate Lu Ming. "If Lu Ming makes a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Desolately grinned. "Lu Ming defeated this person previously," Qiu Yue said. "Ah, so that's how it is. It turns out that you're Lu Ming's defeated opponent. You still have the face to come here?" Desolately laughed. "Shut up. If Lu Ming dares to show up, I'll make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. It's a pity that he's like a tortoise hiding in its shell now. He doesn't dare to show himself." Luo Pokong sneered. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly a cold voice came from the distance. Then a beam of light flew over from the distance at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at this place. This rainbow light did not stop at all. It rushed directly towards Luo Pokong. Huge prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another and pressed down on Luo Pokong. "Lu Ming!" Luo Pokong let out an angry roar and thrust his long spear at the illusionary steel. The illusionary steel exploded and Luo Pokong's body trembled and he took a few steps back. Buzz. The light faded and Lu Ming's figure appeared. "It's Lu Ming." The hearts of Huang Ling and the others moved, and they revealed happy expressions. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect and the Desolate Race were also delighted. They did not know why, but as long as they saw Lu Ming they would feel at ease. It was as if Lu Ming had the ability to turn the tide. "Lu Ming, long time no see. I wonder if you can turn the tide in this situation?" In the distance, Xian Yinjuan muttered among the ancient Saint clan members, "This person is the son of chaos?" Those who had never seen Lu Ming before could not help but whisper, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Would the son of chaos appearance change the outcome of the war? "Qiu Yue, Huangli, go and help Huang Ling and Arji rest. Leave this person to me," Lu Ming said. "All right." Without any hesitation Qiu Yue and Desolate charged at Feng Wuchen. With the help of Qiu Yue and Desolate, the situation was finally stabilized. "Ah, Lu Ming, you've come at the right time. Today I'll trample you under my feet and let you suffer all kinds of humiliation." Luo Pokong looked at Lu Ming, his eyes glimmering with cold killing intent. Now that he had become an absolute saint, his combat strength had increased dramatically. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. He was forced to take a few steps back by Lu Ming earlier because he was in a hurry and did not unleash much of his strength. "Loser, since you've already been defeated once, you'll never be my opponent in the future," Lu Ming said coldly, full of confidence and the belief that he would not lose. "This time you're the one who's defeated. Kill." Luo Pokong's long spear trembled and hundreds of spear lights appeared, stabbing toward Lu Ming. "Smale tricks. Break." Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched continuously. Tall prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, suppressing everything. Bang, bang, bang. The spear radiance exploded and was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and broke through the sniping of the spear radiance, blasting it toward Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's face darkened. His long spear buzzed and pierced toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Clang! A huge prison-suppressing steel appeared and clashed with the long spear. Thump! The phantom image of the prison-suppressing steel exploded and the long spear trembled continuously. Lu Ming and Luo Pokong's bodies trembled at the same time and they retreated a few steps. The hearts of many of the spectators in the distance trembled. "He's so strong, I can resist an absolute Saint King body alone," someone asked in shock. Lu Ming's cultivation base was revealed as soon as he made his move. He was a perfected great saint. For example, Feng Ling and the others only managed to resist Feng Wuchen after the four king bodies joined forces. However, Lu Ming alone could fight with Luo Pokong. As expected of the Son of Chaos, his combat strength is truly terrifying. Someone sighed. Luo Pokong's face also darkened and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Kill. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lu Ming. The power of the penetrating law was shocking. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and continued to bombard with his prison-suppressing heavenly art. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves and neither of them had a clear winner. Chapter 1880 Chapter 1880 Chapter 1880 Kings Gather. Chapter 1880 Chapter 1880 Kings Gather. This is all he can do after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke with a mocking tone. Die, destructive strike. Luo Pokong shouted loudly and burst out with his magical technique, displaying his strongest attack. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and the chaotic finger of tribulation burst forth, clashing with the opponent's long spear. Buzz. The long spear shook violently as if it was under extreme pressure. Luo Pokong's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. Luo Pokong's divine art was about 85% mature, and it was a king path law, so its power was already very shocking. On the other hand, Lu Ming's magical power technique was at 80% maturity, but it was a law of chaos. Its power was equivalent to 90% of the law of kings, which was still superior to Luo Pokong's. Your strongest attack is only SSO suppress. Lu Ming's finger pointed out continuously. The energy between heaven and earth gathered towards his finger in a frenzy. A few huge fingers formed in succession and pointed at Luo Pokong. Extreme penetration. Luo Pokong shouted loudly. His body seemed to bow and then shoot out, erupting with astonishing power. With the support of the saint energy of the absolute saint stage, his long spear's penetrative power became even more shocking as he clashed with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. After a few explosions, Luo Pokong's figure retreated again. Luo Pokong retreated while Lu Ming advanced. The fingers of his right hand were constantly pointing out to cast the chaotic finger of tribulation. On his left hand the law of formation was operating. Endless runes spread out and formed a sealing force that covered Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong retreated continuously, not daring to let the sealing power stick to him. Luo Pokong is no match, he's at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's abilities are so terrifying. The other heaven's favorites were all shocked. Previously it was already very shocking that Lu Ming could resist Luo Pokong. Now Lu Ming was actually suppressing Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong, didn't you want to trample me under your feet today? Why are you retreating? Lu Ming spoke sarcastically, but his attacks did not stop. Instead they became even more violent. And NBSP he used the primal chaos tribulation finger in his right hand to constantly point out the primal chaos laws. The law of the array Dao in his left hand was suffused with endless runes, forming a sealing power that was about to seal Luo Pokong. Although Luo Pokong's penetrative power was strong, he was suppressed by the finger of tribulation of primal chaos. He could only retreat continuously and was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming. Luo Pokong hated Lu Ming to the core. Previously, in the only sacred flail in the ancient Sun Sanctuary, he was no match for Lu Ming's great sage accomplished cultivation with his great sage perfected cultivation. He was defeated by Lu Ming in public and was humiliated. Now that he had entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and broken through to the absolute saint realm, he was ambitious and wanted to compete with the heroes of the world. He even wanted to completely trample Lu Ming under his feet. However, after meeting Lu Ming, he was still no match for him and was suppressed. He felt a lump in his chest and it was extremely uncomfortable. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming's right finger pointed at the void continuously. Then in the sky, an incomparably huge finger formed, as if a god had come from an eternal unknown place. A finger stretched out and pressed down on Luo Pokong. The scene was extremely shocking. Luo Pokong thrust his spear with all his might. A shocking spear light soared into the sky, trying to pierce through this finger. However, the result was that the spear light exploded and Luo Pokong was blasted down from the sky, falling to the ground. Boom. Luo Pokong landed on the ground. The ground exploded and a huge pit was created. Although he managed to stabilize his body, his face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. You will never be my opponent. When you are defeated by me, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming stepped forward and looked down at Luo Pokong from above. Luo Pokong's face turned from pale to ashen. His eyes were full of anger and killing intent. You only have the upper hand for a moment. Yet you dare to say that Brother Luo is not worthy of being your opponent. How arrogant. Brother Luo, let me give you a hand. Not far away, Kong Lang coldly spoke. He then stepped forward and endless waves appeared around him. Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong to deal with Lu Ming. Alright, let's join forces and severely injure this brat. After that, we will bring him out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and cripple him. Want him to live like a dog for the rest of his life. Luo Pokong said. His voice was extremely cold and filled with endless killing intent. He had been defeated by Lu Ming time and time again, and there was an inner demon in his heart. The air wave treaded on the waves and headed toward Lu Ming. As expected, Kong Lang is going to make his move. Many people were moved. Kong Lang and Luo Pokong had come together. As expected, their relationship was not shallow. At this moment, although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for Luo Pokong and Kong Lang's joint forces. It seemed that Lu Ming's side would eventually lose this battle. Many people sighed. Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak. If one of them had reached the absolute saint realm, they would not have been in such a passive position. Two king physiques of the absolute saint realm joining forces to fight a great saint. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. It was very pleasant to the ears and would not be forgotten after hearing it once. Who is it? Kong Lang shouted as he looked around. In the distance, a graceful figure stepped through the air. It's Luo Tianyi. Someone cried out in alarm as he recognized the person. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tianyi was here. Luo Tianyi slowly walked over to Kong Lang and said, If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you. Luo Tianyi, you're only ranked 36th on the Saint King ranking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. It won't be too late to fight Lu Ming after I defeat you. Kong Lang snorted coldly and stepped toward Luo Tianyi. Under his feet, a huge wave rose to the sky as if it was going to annihilate everything. At this moment, Luo Tianyi's eyes turned dark as if they had turned into two abysses. Kong Lang's body suddenly stopped. The waves under his feet churned and his body started to tremble. Illusion break. Kong Lang roared and waved his hands. In an instant, huge waves surged up and destroyed the world as if to break Luo Tianyi's illusion. However, when all the waves rushed toward Luo Tianyi, they automatically separated as if they were deliberately avoiding Luo Tianyi. A moment later, Kong Lang's body trembled, and his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Luo Tianyi's eyes returned to normal and she said indifferently, You're not my match. Kong Lang was shocked. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already injured. He could not break Luo Tianyi's sky illusion law at all. Luo Tianyi gave him an unfathomable feeling. Luo Tianyi is so powerful. The current Saint King ranking is not that accurate. Can't be taken seriously. Luo Tianyi is too low-key. Although she's ranked 36th on the Saint King list, her strength is probably enough to rank in the top 20. Many people were shocked by Luo Tianyi's strength. In the battle just now, Luo Tianyi had made Kong Lang spit blood without even moving his hand. Such strength was simply strange and unpredictable. Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Desolate power breaks through to absolute saint. Chapter 1881. Chapter 1881. Desolate power breaks through to absolute saint. Even if they had the same king body and cultivation realm, there would be strong and weak ones. The strength of a person's battle consciousness, magical ability, and usage of laws all determine the strength of a person one's battle power. Moreover, even though they were all king path laws, there were stronger and weaker ones. Some king path laws were extremely terrifying in power, surpassing other king path laws. For example, Luo Tianyi's sky illusion law could make people fall into an endless illusion without moving. There was also Luo Cangqiong's law of deprivation, which was said to be able to deprive everything and was even more overbearing. Luo Pokong, let us go. Kong Lang shouted. He didn't dare to continue fighting and his figure flickered into the distance. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of unwillingness. Il's body moved and also headed into the distance. Lu Ming did not give chase. Although his strength was stronger than Luo Pokong's, there was a limit to it. If Luo Pokong was determined to leave with his terrifying speed of penetrating laws, he would not be able to stop him. Retreat. Seeing Luo Pokong and Kong Lang retreat, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to continue fighting. He roared and turned into a gust of wind, fleeing into the distance and disappearing without a trace. The others also abandoned their opponents and fled frantically. Damn it, at least this kid escaped quickly. Next time I'll definitely destroy him. Desolately cursed. He was very unhappy. He was an invincible existence among the younger generation of the desolate race. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in a battle with someone of the same generation. Luo Tianyi, thank you. Lu Ming walked toward Luo Tianyi and smiled. There's no need to thank me, Luo Tianyi smiled and said, I was in seclusion. I heard that there was a battle here as soon as one came out. Came to take a look. One didn't expect it to be you. It's a pity I'm too late. Not too late, just in time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming is also familiar with Luo Tianyi? So many experts have gathered. It's truly shocking. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also familiar with Luo Tianyi. With Luo Tianyi there were too many geniuses on Lu Ming's side. He already had 5 kings' bodies. In addition to his own chaotic body, the power was too shocking. And there are so many beautiful women. I'm so envious. Someone sighed and many people immediately agreed. Luo Tianyi, Qiu Yue and Feng Ling were all beautiful women who had stunned the world. Any one of them was one of the top beauties in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the 3 of them were familiar with Lu Ming. How could he not be envious? This kid is such a womanizer. I wonder how my sister is doing. With her arrogant temper, would she be able to endure it? I'm really looking forward to it. Xianxia chuckled. Many people turned to look at Xianxia. Could it be that this proud daughter of heaven from our ancient Saint clan knew Lu Ming? The battle is over. Let's go. Xianxia said and turned to leave. The geniuses of the ancient Saint clan followed behind Xianxia as if she was their leader. After that, some people also turned around and left. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, you're both injured. Let us heal first. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and the rest. All right. Huang Ling, Huang Li, Longchen, Qiu Yue and a few other injured people sat in the air, consumed elixirs and began to heal. Not long after, Huang Ling was the first to finish her healing. She had the undying celestial phoenix body, and her life force was extremely exuberant. She was said to be undying, and no matter how serious her injuries were, she could recover very quickly. After that, Longchen and Qiu Yue also ended their healing. Their injuries weren't that serious. Only the desolate power was left. He had taken the desolate power head-on, and his body had been pierced with a few holes. He was severely injured. At this moment his muscles wriggled and the holes were filled up. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Desolate Li's body. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he revealed a look of joy. After a huge battle, desolate power had actually broken through and entered the absolute saint realm. However, this was normal. Desolate power's cultivation had long reached the great saint perfection realm. He was the closest to the absolute saint realm among them. After this period of cultivation and the battle just now, it was not surprising that his potential had been stimulated and he had broken through in one go. Desolate power has broken through to the absolute saint realm. That's great. The other members of the desolate race were also overjoyed. Huang Ling, Longchen and the others also looked happy. With a breakthrough in desolate power, their strength would become even stronger in the future. It would not be so easy for Feng Wuchen to deal with them. If Desolate Li broke through to the absolute saint realm, he would still be able to fight Feng Wuchen. Some people were watching from afar and those who had not left were also shocked. Desolate Li had broken through to the absolute saint realm. An absolute saint with a king body was definitely powerful. Coupled with Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, Lu Ming and his group would become a force that could not be underestimated in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. During this period of time, many people in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are breaking through. After a period of time, I'm afraid there will be an even more exciting clash in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. That's right. In fact, there are many king physiques whose cultivation hasn't reached the saint realm yet. When these people all enter the saint realm, the collision will be even more intense. That will be a true great era. There's still the strongest group of people who have been cultivating in the Holy Ji battlefield. When they break out of seclusion, they'll probably be even stronger. You have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll become stepping stones for others in this great era. Some of the geniuses were discussing. They felt pressured, but they were also filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to burst out with brilliant sparks in this brilliant great era and be remembered by everyone. I Lu Hu Hu. In the heavens and earth, endless origin energy gathered towards the desolate power. Give him a hand. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of raw gemstones exploded, turning into rolling raw energy that surged towards the desolate power. Long Qin and the rest also took out large piles of raw gemstones and exploded them. As the vast amount of origin chi was absorbed by the desolate power, his aura became stronger and stronger. Rolling saint power shot into the sky like smoke. After a few hours, the aura of the desolate power was retracted, and he opened his eyes. Longqin, you'd better hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise I won't have any opponents. Desolate Li laughed out loud and then looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, when are you going to have a big fight with me? Tim not free. Lu Ming rejected him directly. He would not have a good life if he was entangled with this battle maniac. Desolate Li touched his head helplessly, causing many people to laugh. Let us go back. Luo Tianyi, do you want to go together? Lu Ming looked at Luo Tianyi. All right. Luo Tianyi nodded with a smile. She was extremely charming, causing the young men from the Divine Elephant Sect Phoenix Palace and the Desolate Race to stare at her. Other than Feng Ling and Long Qin, the others were all very curious. Luo Tianyi, the holy successor of the Jade Lake Divine Palace, was a peerless beauty. She actually helped Lu Ming and seemed to be very familiar with him. She even listened to him. This made many people's imagination run wild. Qiu Yue blinked her eyes. She looked at Lu Ming and then at Luo Tianyi. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon the group returned to their residence and gathered in a spacious courtyard. Chapter 1882. Chapter 1882. The Celestial Emperor's Sword. Chapter 1882. The Celestial Emperor's Sword. Everyone, do you have any news about the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus? Or, help me keep an eye out for news in this area. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming asked. Right now he was lacking the materials to make the soul recovery pill. However, this kind of spiritual item was extremely rare. It would be difficult for him to find it by himself. If he asked everyone for help, he would have a better chance. The Taisui Treasure Lotus? Some of them were at a loss. It was obvious that they had never even heard of it. The rest of the people who had heard of it also had a thoughtful expression. The Astral Treasure Lotus is extremely rare. It's said to be extremely spiritual. It will be difficult to find it in a short time, but one know a place that might have news of the Astral Treasure Lotus. Luo Tianyi thought for a moment and said, What place? Lu Ming was overjoyed. For generations, many geniuses had joined the Jade Lake Divine Palace, so it was normal for Luo Tianyi to know a lot of information that ordinary people didn't. Vientiane Tower. Luo Tianyi explained, Vientiane Tower is specialized in collecting all kinds of information. Whether it's from the north or the south, big or small, they will collect information from all over the Yuan continent. They have people all over the world. As long as you spend money, you can buy any information. There's such a place. Where can I find the Vientiane Tower? Lu Ming was overjoyed. If that was the case, he could go to Vientiane Tower and ask around. He might be able to gain something. There's a branch of Vientiane Tower in Heavenly Emperor City. 111 give you the specific address. Luo Tianyi took out a jade card and carved the map on it with her spiritual sense. She handed it to Lu Ming. Everyone chatted for a while more before leaving. The next day, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy together and headed towards Vientiane Tower. The Heavenly Emperor City was extremely vast and boundless. The Vientiane Tower was located to the north of the Heavenly Emperor City. And NBSP, the two of them continued to fly, and not long after, they discovered a place that was extremely lively. Many people had gathered around as if they were watching a good show. Shall we go down and take a look? Qiu Yue blinked her eyes and revealed a curious expression. All right, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them landed and discovered an ancient platform. The platform was surrounded by people of all ages. On the ancient platform there was a sword stuck in the ground all the way to the hilt. A middle-aged man grabbed the hilt and used all his strength to push it out, but the sword didn't move at all. This old man, what's going on? Lu Ming greeted an elder and inquired about the situation. Little brother, this must be your first time in Heavenly Emperor City. Let me tell you, this sword is the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. The old man said proudly. What? The Celestial Emperor's sword. Is that true? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The sword on the platform was actually the Celestial Emperor's sword. How could it have been left behind until now? I don't know if it's true, but it's just a legend. It said that this platform was built by the Celestial Emperor, and this sword was also inserted here by the Celestial Emperor. It's 9 feet long, but no one has been able to pull it out for countless years. The old man explained. No one can pull it out, not even martial sovereigns? Lu Ming was even more curious. Qiu Yue also looked at the old man with a curious expression. No, it has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Many martial sovereigns can't even pull it out by a foot, but those with low cultivation might be able to pull it out a little. There was once a young man who had just started cultivating who could pull it out by 5 feet. The old man explained. Throughout the ages, the record for the most uprooting was 8 feet. Among this generation of young people, there was one who managed to uproot 8 feet. He was the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, the peerless genius Xiangxiang, who had the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. And I heard that the Star River has spread the word that he will pull out this Celestial Emperor's sword sooner or later and make it his personal sword. A middle-aged man interjected. Lu Ming roughly understood what was going on. At this moment, the burly man on the platform was almost exhausted. In the end, he couldn't even pull it out by a foot. He retreated from the platform with a red face. There are people who come here every day to try. Many of them were very confident in the beginning and thought that they could pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword. But in the end, they were all disappointed. The old man shook his head. That's just wishful thinking. How can the Celestial Emperor's sword be pulled out so easily? For countless years, no matter how many heaven's favorites have been born, no one has been able to pull it out. It is said that once you pull it out, you may obtain the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor. The middle-aged man sneered. That's just a legend, it can't be taken for real. The old man shook his head. At this moment, another person stepped onto the platform and began to draw his sword. Buzz. Suddenly the sound of a sword rang out, shaking the sky. The hilt of the sword emitted a bright light. The sword was pulled out by a foot. However, 1 foot was the limit. No matter how much strength that person used, he could only pull it out by 1 foot. After a while, the man failed and retreated from the platform. The sword returned to the platform, leaving only the hilt. It's really amazing. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Even a martial emperor powerhouse could not pull out this sword. It was a miracle. Martial emperor powerhouses were extremely powerful when they were enraged, yet they could not even pull out the sword. If one wanted to pull out this sword, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. It depended on the person. This sword is mine. At this moment, a young man stepped onto the platform. This person's expression was cold and arrogant, and he was filled with great confidence. How presumptuous. This sword can't even be pulled out of the eternal Star River, and this person is saying that it's his. Many people were very confident before they went up, but they failed very quickly. I've seen many people like this. Some people were discussing with disdain. The young man snorted and stepped to the hilt of the sword. He held the sword with both hands, exhaled and pulled it up with force. Buzz. The sound of the sword shook the sky. The Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled out by a foot. Rise again. The young man shouted and his power exploded. The sound of the sword rang out again and the sword emitted rays of multicolored light. 3 feet. He actually pulled out 3 feet. Someone exclaimed. In that instant the young man had pulled out another 2 feet, making it a total of 3 feet. This person's talent is shocking, but he can only pull it out by 3 feet. 3 feet is his limit. Someone else said. Rise again, you're courting death. The young man shouted again and a terrifying power of laws erupted from his body. That is, the laws of the king path. This person has a king body. Exclamations of shock rang out. Buzz. Buzz. With 2 sword hums, the sword was pulled out another 2 feet, reaching 5 feet. Initial Absolute Saint Cultivation. This person should be a top genius of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, he had not seen this person before. The young man pulled the Celestial Emperor's sword 5 feet out and stopped there as if he had reached his limit. The young man's cultivation was pushed to the extreme, and his body was drowned in endless multicolored light. Chapter 1883. Chapter 1883. Chapter 1883. Record broken. Chapter 1883. Chapter 1883. Record broken. After a moment, the young man shouted again. Buzz. With another sword cry, the Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled out another foot, reaching 6 feet. This sword looks like a stone sword. Lu Ming studied it carefully and realized that the sword seemed to be made of stone. It was as if it was made of a strange stone. 6 feet. This person is so powerful. A normal king's body can only pull it out 5 feet, but this person can pull it out 6 feet. He's extraordinary. However, 6 feet is his limit. There have been records since ancient times that an ordinary king's body can pull it out 5 feet, and some particularly terrifying king's bodies can pull it out 6 feet. The Son of Heaven can pull it out 7 feet, and the highest record is 8 feet, but it's very rare even since ancient times. Indeed. Many people were discussing. As for the young man, after he pulled out 6 feet, he had indeed reached his limit. After a few consecutive bursts, the sword did not move at all. In the end, the young man had no choice but to give up and retreat. The sword returned to the platform. Interesting. Qiu Yue, do you want to try? Lu Ming asked. I'll try. Qiu Yue smiled. She was also eager to try. Haha, little girl, you want to try too? One bet you can pull it out by 3 feet. Uncle has high hopes for you. The middle-aged man laughed. There were many young people who came here every day to draw their swords, but how many of them could pull it out by 3 feet? The middle-aged man was just joking. Qiu Yue smiled and did not say anything. She stepped onto the platform and grabbed the hilt of her sword. Rise. Qiu Yue shouted as her saint energy surged and she pulled it up. Buzz. 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 With 3 consecutive sword hums, the Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled 3 feet out. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He said, still. He really pulled it out by 3 feet? He had only said it casually just now. He had never expected that this little girl would actually be able to pull it out by 3 feet. Uncle, it's not over yet. Lu Ming said with a smile. Rise. At this moment, Qiu Yue shouted again and the laws of yin and yang filled the air. Buzz. 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 The sound of swords clashing rang out continuously and it rang out 3 times in a row. 6 feet. King's body, another king's body, and an extremely terrifying king's body. Another heaven's chosen who pulled out 6 feet has appeared. This woman should be a heaven's chosen from the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Qiu Yue pulled out 6 feet, causing a heated discussion. In the past, it was very rare for someone to pull out 6 feet. On average, it would take many years for one to appear. Today, in such a short time, 2 people had appeared in a row, which was very rare. Of course, when the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had just opened, it was the liveliest. In one day, more than a dozen heaven's favorites who could pull out 5 or 6 feet had appeared, which shocked the Heavenly Emperor City. However, Qiu Yue had reached her limit after pulling it out by 6 feet. After a few fruitless attempts, she gave up and returned to Lu Ming's side. Do you want to try? Qiu Yue looked at Lu Ming with a curious expression. Lu Ming was the son of chaos. She wanted to see how far he could pull. At the side, the middle-aged man and the old man sized Lu Ming up curiously. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were walking together. Could it be that they had the same king physique? Could it be that he was also in existence that could pull out 5 or even 6 feet? Then today would be lively. Alright, 111 try. Lu Ming smiled. Since he was here, he might as well give it a try. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform and many people's eyes were on him. There are quite a few young people here today. Indeed. One wonder how far this person can pull out. To be able to come up after 2 king physiques, he's probably not simple. Today is really lively. Some of them sized Lu Ming up curiously and looked forward to it. Could it be that Lu Ming could also pull out 6 feet? Lu Ming walked to the sword hilt and held the sword with both hands. He instantly felt a strange, warm energy surge out from the sword hilt and into his body. Can this energy test a person's cultivation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. This was because those who came here to draw their swords had nothing to do with their cultivation. A martial supreme might not even be able to pull it out by 1 foot, but a person who had just started cultivating could pull it out by 5 feet. Then let's see how far one can pull it out. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he pulled hard. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out and the long sword was pulled out by a foot. It's really heavy. Lu Ming mumbled. The saint energy in his body surged and his 2 saint hearts began to spin rapidly. Endless power poured into Lu Ming's hands and he pulled up again. Buzz. 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 4 sword hums resounded, and the sword shone with brilliant light. 5 feet. In an instant, Lu Ming had pulled it out by 5 feet. He still hasn't used his laws. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He didn't even use his nomological laws, yet he could pull it out by 5 feet. How is that possible? We didn't see it wrong, right? Everyone was in disbelief. To be able to pull it out by 5 feet without using any laws, this was too shocking. The king physique from before looked at Lu Ming with a brilliant light in his eyes. It's really heavy, but this is not my limit. Rise. Lu Ming still did not use the law. He relied on the power of the holy power and the spirit body. Buzz. Another sword chime rang out. 6 feet. Lu Ming still did not use the law. The entire place was silent and everyone was staring at Lu Ming. To be able to pull it out by 6 feet without using any laws was simply too shocking. Unbelievable. I wonder what level of nomological law this person's nomological law is at. If it's a powerful king path nomological law, he might be able to pull out another foot and be on par with the Son of Heaven. Someone said, his voice somewhat interfering. The uncle and old man who were chatting with Lu Ming previously were also at a loss for words and were dumbfounded. The gentle-looking young man whom they were chatting with earlier was actually so formidable? To be able to pull it out by 6 feet without using any laws, it seemed that only the galaxy had ever done it, right? Didn't that mean that Lu Ming had already tied the record of the galaxy? Again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He felt that he had not reached his limit. He had refined a wisp of chaotic qi in his spiritual body, which made his spiritual body much stronger than an upper-class sky spiritual body. Most importantly, he had 2 saint hearts which gave him endless potential. Rise. Lu Ming shouted. Other than the laws, all the energy surged into his arms and exploded in an instant. Buzz. Another sword cry resounded through the firmament, and a beam of sword qi shot up into the sky. 7 feet. Lu Ming pulled it out by 7 feet, but he still did not use the power of law. How is that possible? How was this possible? To be able to pull it out by 7 feet without using any laws, this is unprecedented. When the galaxy has not used its laws, it can only be pulled out by 6 feet. Doesn't that mean that Lu Ming has surpassed the galaxy's record? Some people say that the reason why the Star River can pull out 6 feet without using any nomological laws is that he is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. How did this person do it? The scene was out of control and many people were in disbelief. Chapter 1884. Pulling out the sword and shocking the Emperor City. Chapter 1884. Pulling out the sword and shocking the Emperor City. One should know that an ordinary son of heaven could only pull it out by 7 feet. However, Lu Ming was able to pull it out by 7 feet without using any laws. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that he has secretly used a law but we didn't notice it? Some people couldn't help but guess. It's possible, it's very possible. This guess was agreed by most people. Otherwise it would be too shocking. But the next moment, everyone shut up. Rise. A voice rang in everyone's ears. The laws of chaos burst out from Lu Ming's body. Buzz. Immediately there was the sound of a sword. At this moment the long sword whistled and a shocking sword qi shot into the sky and into the boundless starry sky. The entire platform was glowing. The endless brilliance almost drowned Lu Ming. The scene fell into a deathly silence. 8 feet. Lu Ming had pulled out 8 feet and even used the law. It proved that Lu Ming had not used the law and he had already pulled out 7 feet. At this moment he used his nomological laws and pulled out an 8-foot-long sword, which was on par with the discipline in history and the discipline of the galaxy. The law of chaos. This person is one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos. Too shocking. He pulled it out by 8 feet and tied the record for the galaxy. Can this person completely pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword? As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent again. Even a pin drop could be heard. Lu Ming was able to pull it out by 7 feet without using the power of law. This was unprecedented in history. Could Lu Ming pull it out by 9 feet after using the law? This was really hard to say. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor's sword that had been stuck here for countless years was about to be born? Many people trembled in their hearts. They were both nervous and expectant. The uncle and uncle who were chatting with Lu Ming earlier were completely stunned. They had never imagined that the young man they were chatting with was a rare peerless genius. 8 feet, 1 more foot. At this moment Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment he had gathered all the strength in his body into his arms. The muscles in his body were bulging and he was filled with infinite power. Then he pulled the sword upwards. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the sky, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. At this moment, endless sword light pierced through the sky. A shocking sword light stood between the heaven and earth. Everyone in Heavenly Emperor City could see it. On the platform, a young man could be seen holding a sword high in the air. He looked like a legendary god of war. The Celestial Emperor's sword was completely pulled out by Lu Ming and he held it in his hand. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Space seemed to have frozen as well. It was as if they had stopped at this moment for eternity. In the center of Heavenly Emperor City there was a vast palace. At this moment, many figures rushed out of the palace, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. The Celestial Emperor's sword has appeared. In this world, other than Xinghe, there's actually someone who can pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword? Let's go. The Celestial Emperor's sword cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. We must get it back. A series of voices rang out before they stepped into the air and left. On the platform where the Celestial Emperor's sword was, Lu Ming could not help but feel uncomfortable as if a crisis was about to befall him. With a thought, Lu Ming kept the Celestial Emperor's sword into the mountain and river diagram. He then flew down and pulled Qiu Yue. Let's go. The two of them turned into two rays of light and left the place in an instant. It was only when Lu Ming and the other man disappeared that everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and reacted. The Celestial Emperor's sword has been pulled out. The Celestial Emperor's sword that has been here for so many years has actually been pulled out. Who is that young man? He's in control of the laws of chaos. He should be a genius of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It's not difficult to find out. Many people were discussing excitedly. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a terrifying aura that made everyone shiver. Emperor pressure. It's a martial emperor powerhouse. And it's the Heng family's martial emperor. The Heng family claims to have the blood of the Celestial Emperor and are the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. Now that the Celestial Emperor's sword has been pulled out, the Heng family will definitely make a move. The Xiangxiang River has already announced that the Celestial Emperor's sword will be pulled out by him sooner or later and will become his sword. Many people were discussing in low voices. The Emperor-level powerhouse from the Heng family looked at the empty platform in shock. At the same time, a gloomy expression flashed across his face. The Celestial Emperor's sword had really been pulled out. Who is it? He pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword? A powerful martial emperor from the Heng family swept his gaze over the crowd, and his powerful emperor aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. I don't know. It was a young man, but he has already left. Someone replied. A young man? Who is it? Which force do you come from? The emperor-level expert from the Heng clan asked. One don't know, but he is the son of chaos and controls the laws of chaos. He should be from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Someone said. Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. The emperor-level powerhouse from the Heng clan had a gloomy expression. If he was a heaven's favorite from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, then things would be difficult. The Heng family was extremely powerful and claimed to be the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. They had a deep foundation and unfathomable strength, and they were one of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Emperor City. However, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was jointly established by 3 great emperors. They didn't dare to directly head up to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to demand for her. That person shouldn't have gone far. Chase after him. It's best to take him down before he returns to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The sword of the Celestial Emperor can only belong to our Heng family. Let's go. The leading Heng family martial emperor said. The other martial emperors moved and flew in all directions. At this moment, Lu Ming had changed his appearance. He pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword and felt a sense of danger. Moreover, the appearance of the Celestial Emperor's sword would certainly alarm many powerful forces, so he made a prompt decision and immediately left with Qiu Yue. In a secret place, he sent Qiu Yue into the mountain and river diagram, and then he used the divine breath technique to turn into a middle-aged man with sallow skin. With his current cultivation base, even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to recognize him so easily. He swaggered down the street and headed in the direction of Yantian Tower. Not long after, a terrifying expert whistled through the air, emitting a terrifying emperor's might that spread in all directions, causing many people to be shocked. He's indeed here. Which force is this expert from? Lu Ming squinted his eyes and made a guess in his heart. However, he did not stop and headed towards Vientiane Tower. The monarch-level expert's spiritual senses swept past him, but they could not recognize him at all. The other party hadn't even seen his face, and he had even used the divine breath technique, so how could he have discovered him? Not long after, Lu Ming came to a pavilion in the north of the Heavenly Emperor City. This was the Vientiane Tower. Lu Ming walked in and an elder immediately received him. "Dear customer, may first help you?" the old man asked. "I need to find out some information," Lu Ming said. Chapter 1885. The Taiyi Sword Tomb. Chapter 1885. The Taiyi Sword Tomb. To get information, go to the left side of the hall. The old man smiled. Lu Ming nodded and walked to the hall on the left. There was a beautiful lady there to receive Lu Ming. "What kind of information do you need? For example, information about people, cultivation arts or martial skills, or even materials for sacred medicine." The young woman had a gentle smile on her face, which made people feel very comfortable. "It's a type of saint herb," Lu Ming said. "If you want the sacred medicine, please go to room 6. I'll bring you there." The young lady smiled and led Lu Ming to a room at the side of the hall. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Vientiane Tower had a clear division of labor. The information was different according to the corresponding room. This way the efficiency would indeed be better. Lu Ming saw an elegant middle-aged man as he walked into room number 6. "Sir, what kind of saint herb do you want to know?" the middle-aged man asked. "I want to know where one can find the grand astral lotus for sale, or if I can find one," Lu Ming said. "The astral treasure lotus is an extremely rare sacred medicine with special effects. There haven't been many of them since ancient times." The elegant middle-aged man sighed. "Even Vientiane Tower doesn't have any news about the grand astral treasure lotus?" Lu Ming's heart sank. "Oh, one can only say that you're very lucky. If you had come a few days earlier, you might have made a wasted trip. But yesterday one just received news about the grand astral treasure lotus. Someone has seen it in a place." The elegant middle-aged man laughed. "What place?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. "Brother, don't worry. A sacred herb like the grand astral treasure lotus is too rare. Vientiane Tower paid a huge price to obtain this information. If you want to know this information, you naturally have to pay a price too." The elegant middle-aged man smiled. "How many raw gemstones?" Lu Ming said. He knew that if he wanted to know more, he would need the rough stone. Information on a rare item like the grand astral treasure lotus is naturally precious. 500,000 superior-grade raw stones for this piece of information, the elegant middle-aged man said. The corners of Lu Ming's lips trembled slightly. A piece of news was sold for 500,000 superior-grade raw stones. It was really expensive. Of course, Vientiane Tower's people were all over the place. The cost of training so many people was very high. It was normal for information to be sold at a high price. "Alright, one want the information on the grand astral treasure lotus." Lu Ming took out a storage ring and placed 500,000 superior-grade raw stones in it. He then handed it to the middle-aged man. After the elegant middle-aged man confirmed the number, he said, "Some time ago, someone saw the Taiyi treasure lotus in the Taiyi sword tomb. However, the Taiyi treasure lotus is extremely spiritual and can escape on its own. Therefore it's up to your luck whether you can get it. Please." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand to send the guest off. The Taiyi sword tomb? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he left Vientiane Tower. Not long after, he returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He then sent a message to Huang Ling Longchen and the others saying that he would be leaving for a while. He planned to head to the Taiyi sword tomb immediately to look for the Grand Sui treasure lotus and help Qiu Yue regain her memories. For things like memories, the longer they were dragged on, the more likely it would be disadvantageous to Qiu Yue and the more difficult it would be to recover. Lu Ming did not have to worry about the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Desolate force had broken through to the absolute saint realm and his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, there was also Luo Xiang. If they joined forces, they would be able to protect themselves. After making his decision, Lu Ming did not waste any time and walked towards the teleportation array of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Of course, he couldn't directly teleport to the Taiyi sword tomb. Instead, he teleported to the public teleportation area near the Taiyi sword tomb. In fact, Every emperor-level force would set up a teleportation array, but it was almost all one way. Could only teleport people out and not people from the outside. If someone from the outside could be directly teleported into a force, then that force would be very dangerous. If it was an enemy, then it would be even more dangerous. Only forces with very good relationships would open two-way teleportation between each other, allowing free movement. Therefore, in many areas, there would be a public transportation area. For example, outside the ancient Moon Holy Land, outside the ancient Sun Holy Land, and the 8 satellite cities around the Heavenly Emperor City were all public teleportation areas. If outsiders wanted to enter these places, they could only first teleport to the public teleportation area and then fly there. Therefore, if one wanted to go to a certain place, they could only teleport to the nearest public teleportation zone and fly there. After all, Yuan Mountain was too big. It was unrealistic to fly all the way. Even an ordinary monarch-level expert would need a long time to cross the entire Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation array and was teleported to the public teleportation zone closest to the Taiyi Sword Tomb. He then took out the space-breaking shuttle and flew toward the Taiyi Sword Tomb. This space-breaking flying shuttle was obtained by Lu Ming after he killed an enemy. It was a space-breaking flying shuttle that was 20 times faster than the one that the Valley Master of Skycloud Valley had. In the space-breaking flying shuttle, Lu Ming restored his original appearance and released Qiu Yue from the mountain and river diagram. The Celestial Emperor's sword, what's so magical about it? Let me see. Qiu Yue came out and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Was this man really her young master? His talent was also amazing and he could barely be her young master. Qiu Yue's mind was filled with strange thoughts. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the celestial Thearch sword appeared in his hand. The Celestial Emperor's sword really did look like a stone sword. It was made from a strange stone, and there was nothing unusual about it at the moment. It really looked like an ordinary stone sword. It didn't have that shocking appearance when it was pulled out. This really is the Celestial Emperor's sword. It looks very ordinary. Could the legends be wrong? Qiu Yue looked at the stone sword curiously, then took it and looked at it carefully. Finally, she injected her saint power into it, but the stone sword had no reaction at all. Lu Ming took it and infused it with holy power. He even circulated the chaos law, but there was no reaction. There's no reaction at all. It's a useless sword. Lu Ming was speechless. Then the two of them studied it again, but there was still no result. Lu Ming had no choice but to store it in the mountain and river diagram. He would study it in the future. The distance to the Taiyi Sword Tomb was not short. Even with a space-breaking flying shuttle that was 20 times faster, it would still take half a month. The two of them started cultivating in the space-breaking flying shuttle. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. They came to a wild mountain range surrounded by vast mountains. In the mountains, the roars of beasts could be heard. Lu Ming put away the space-breaking shuttle and the two of them stepped on the air. After more than 100,000 miles, they realized that the area was becoming more and more deathly silent and there were fewer and fewer living creatures. In the end, they saw an incomparably huge cave. It was like a huge devil's well that led underground. In the cave, there was a constant flow of death energy, which was why the cave was so quiet. It was said that the Taiyi Sword Tomb was under this cave where the swords were buried. Chapter 1886. Chapter 1886. Source of the Sword, Sword Fiend. Chapter 1886. Source of the Sword, Sword Fiend. The Taiyi Sword Tomb was the place where the swords were buried. It was said that in the distant era, a terrifyingly powerful swordsman had fallen in the Taiyi Sword Tomb. This place became his grave, attracting thousands of swords to pay homage to him. Countless ownerless swords flew here and were buried here with the terrifying swordsman. Behind them, there were countless powerful sword cultivators who coveted that existence's inheritance. In order to fight for that sword cultivator's inheritance, a tragic battle occurred here. Countless powerful swordsmen had died in battle here, their bones buried here. This place had become a terrifying sword tomb. Later on, many sword cultivators would come here when they reached the end of their lives and were about to die. As time passed, the number of experts in swords buried here was already unknown, endless. Over time, the Taiyi Sword Tomb also produced some wonderful treasures. For example, the sword source was a rare treasure. Refining the sword source could refine one's true essence and saint power to improve one's cultivation. There were also some people who would come here in search of swords with spirituality. Since ancient times, too many swordsmen had been buried here. It was said that there were even many emperor-level swordsmen. Some people's swords were real treasures. If one was lucky enough to get them, they would be rich. Therefore, the Taiyi sword tomb had attracted many people to explore it. Every year many people would come, especially those who cultivated the sword. The Great Sui treasure Lotus had been discovered by the people who had explored this place. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area. Indeed, he saw some figures near the cave. You too. A gentle-looking elder flew over and sized up Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. He smiled and said, "The two of you also want to enter the sword tomb to explore, right?" "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "Just as well. This old man and some friends want to form a team and enter the sword tomb together. After all, there are opportunities in the sword tomb, but there are also dangers. The more people there are, the stronger we can be. We can help each other. Little friends, are you willing to enter together?" The old man smiled. "Do you want to form a team?" Lu Ming muttered in his heart. The Taiyi sword tomb had both opportunities and dangers. Since ancient times, there had been many experts buried here, and it had also given birth to some dangerous creatures, and that was the sword fiend. The sword fiend would kill any living being it encountered. It had no intelligence. There were strong and weak sword fiends. Some sword fiends were extremely strong, and it was very dangerous to encounter them alone. Hence, it was normal for many people to choose to form teams to enter. "Senior, we're here to find a saint herb," Lu Ming said. "Ah, that's great. The Taiyi sword tomb is very vast. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack with just the two of you. Come with us and pay attention to each other. We'll have a greater chance." The old man laughed. "All right, I agree." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. The old man's words made sense. It was indeed very difficult for the two of them to search. If they formed a team with more people, the chances would be higher. Moreover, some of these people might have been here for a long time, so they might be able to get some useful information. "All right, come, let me introduce you to the others." The old man smiled and led Lu Ming and Qiu Yue to the others. There were 8 people at the entrance of the cave, and the old man introduced them. After the old man's introduction, Lu Ming knew that his name was Wuxia. He had a cultivation base of a perfected absolute saint. Among these people, the old man's cultivation base was the highest. "My 2 young friends, we will have to wait for a while more. We will enter when there are more people," Wuxia said. He always had a gentle smile on his face, giving people a feeling that he was easy to get along with. "It's fine to wait." Lu Ming nodded. The search for the astral treasure Lotus couldn't be done overnight, so it didn't matter if he waited a few more days. There were indeed many people who came to explore the Taiyi sword tomb. After that, there would be people coming every 2 days, and they would all be pulled into the group by Chief Wu. 10 days later, there were more than 20 people in their group. "All right, we're almost there. Let's go," Wuxia said. Then he flew towards the cave with the others following. This cave was extremely huge and led underground. Its depth was unfathomable. Lu Ming and the group flew down and finally reached the bottom after flying for about 10,000 feet. It really is like an underground world. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the cave and realized that it was a completely different world. He could not see the end of it. There were many mountain peaks here, but it was deathly silent. There was nothing. There was only a sword. The rusty swords were either stuck in the ground or on the mountain peaks. However, almost all of them had lost their spirituality and were on the verge of corrosion over the years. "Let's set up a formation so that we won't be flustered when we're attacked," Wuxia said. He would arrange the formation. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were arranged to be at the back. Some of them were in the middle while others were in front, left, and right. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He realized that the people who were arranged to the front, back, left, and right were those who had joined the team later. Chief Wu brought 5 to 6 people and was in the middle. According to him, he had the highest cultivation level, so he was in the middle and could support the 4 sides at any time. No one had any objections, so they chose a direction and ran forward. The Taiyi sword tomb gave people the impression that it was dead silent. The world was silent, with the occasional gust of cold wind. Not a single blade of grass grew, and it was extremely desolate. They ran forward for hundreds of miles, and the scenery they saw was almost the same. This was the outer region. All the swords they had encountered had rotted away. There would not be any gains in this area. He didn't know how far he had walked, but suddenly 2 figures floated over. These were 2 black shadows. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they were like ghosts. As soon as the 2 black shadows saw Lu Ming and the group, Their eyes emitted a sharp aura. They turned into two sword lights and rushed toward the group. There are two sword fiends, but they are only at the bright saint realm, Wuxia said. With a wave of his hand, two streams of qi shot out and destroyed the two sword fiends. After the two sword fiends were destroyed, they turned into two streams of energy and sank into the ground, disappearing. It was said that it was very difficult to kill the sword fiend. It could only be defeated temporarily. After being defeated, it would escape into the ground. After a period of time it could reappear. The group continued forward and encountered a few more sword fiends behind them. However, they were not strong and were easily defeated. Suddenly, a weak sword intent came from the front. There's a sword source ahead. Chief Wu's eyes lit up. Obviously it was not Chief Wu's first time in the Taiyi sword tomb. He was very experienced and could tell that there was a sword source ahead based on a faint sword essence. Everyone concealed their auras and advanced carefully. After bypassing a mountain peak, they saw dozens of sword fiends. What was different was that these dozens of sword fiends looked very solid, as if they were real. Their bodies emitted an astonishingly sharp qi like divine swords. Chapter 1887. Chapter 1887. Chapter 1887. Bait. Chapter 1887. Chapter 1887. Bait. In the middle of the dozens of sword fiends, there were 3 combat swords. These 3 combat swords did not seem to be real. They were formed by extremely pure sword energy and were stuck in the ground. This was the source of the sword. Dozens of sword fiends surrounded the 3 sword sources. Sword fiend was able to absorb the energy from the sword source to strengthen itself. Hence, there was a sword fiend guarding the vicinity of every sword source. There were 3 sword sources here, so naturally, there were even more sword fiends guarding the place. 3 sword sources. Wuxia's gentle eyes shone with a fiery light. What do we do? Someone asked. One can't fight them head-on. Otherwise, it'll alert the other sword fiends and you'll be more troublesome. The best way is to attract the sword fiends and then seize the 3 sword fiends instantly with my powerful combat strength. Wuxia's eyes shone with an astute light as he continued to make arrangements. All of you and the rest of you, go and draw away those sword fiends. We have the strongest cultivation, so we'll seize 3 sword sources in an instant. Wuxia pointed at Lu Ming, Qiu Yue and some other people who had joined the team later. Well, lure them. Someone asked. That's right. In the sword tomb, only by cooperating with each other can we maximize our strength and obtain more resources. Don't worry, after we obtain the sword source, we'll split it equally. We won't give you a single cent less. Wuxia said. All right, let's go lure them. That person nodded and the others had no objections. Lu Ming and the rest approached the sword fiend from different directions. When they were within a certain distance, the sword fiends discovered them and their eyes shot out a sharp glint. Whoosh, whoosh. Then the sword fiend turned into streaks of sword light and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Qiu Yue, turned around and ran. The others did the same. They all turned around and ran off into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Beside the sword source, there were only 7 or 8 sword fiends left. It's good to find some bait. Can save us a lot of effort. A middle-aged burly man at the side of the Wu area sneered. He looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left and revealed a mocking smile. Let's not waste any time. Let's take action and seize the 3 sword sources. Let's go, Wuxia said. He took a step forward and attacked the 8 sword spirits. His cultivation was at the great circle of the absolute saint realm, and with one palm 2 sword spirits were destroyed and turned into energy that sank into the ground. The other people beside Chief Wu also attacked. Their auras bloomed and they were all absolute saints. Everyone attacked together. 7 to 8 sword fiends did not hold on for long before they were killed. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were running at top speed, but the sword fiend behind them was surprisingly fast. It was closing the distance between them. The sword qi is so fast. It's like a flying sword light. And there's an absolute saint sword qi among them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Qiu Yue, let's stop here. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue suddenly stopped. With a wave of her hand, 2 curved blades flew out and spun rapidly, sweeping towards the few sword fiends. One of the sword demons was equivalent to a lower-tier absolute saint, while the others were all great saints. They weren't Qiu Yue's opponents at all. The 2 curved blades swept over and the sword demons collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Ah! All. At this moment shrill screams came from several other directions. It was obvious that it was the screams of the other people who had attracted the sword fiend. Lu Ming's gaze turned even colder. Then he and Qiu Yue returned to their original spot. At that moment Wu Chu and the rest had already obtained 3 sword sources and were retreating. They were a little surprised to see Lu Ming and Lin Fan return. Seems like these two are heaven's favorites. Even an absolute saint sword fiend can't do anything to them. Wu Chu's eyes flashed and then he revealed a warm smile. Lu Ming returned to the team. Well, retreat first. Lu Ming nodded. He and Qiu Yue remained silent and returned to the team, retreating. Not long after, a deafening roar sounded from the place where he had obtained the sword source. It was obvious that the sword fiend had returned and let out an angry roar when it realized that the sword source had disappeared. Not long after, a few more people who had gone to attract the sword fiend returned to the group. These people's cultivation was not weak, and they did not die at the hands of the sword fiend. Chief Wu, where's the sword source? You said you were going to split it evenly. One of them looked at Chief Wu. Don't worry. I've only obtained 3 sword sources so far. We'll keep them for the time being. When one obtain more sword sources in the future, they'll naturally take them out and divide them equally. Chief Wu laughed. The man snorted and didn't say anything. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A sharp glint flashed across Qiu Yue's eyes, but the two of them did not say anything. The group continued forward and not long after, Chief Wu sensed something again. There's another sword source ahead. Chief Wu revealed a look of joy. The group moved forward and found a sword source in a kernel. A sword source would protect a relatively small number of sword fiends, only around 3. Let's attack together and exterminate these sword fiends. Wu Chu said. There were only a dozen sword fiends that did not need to be lured away. Lu Ming and the rest had good combat strength. They would probably be useful if they were kept. A cold smile hung on the corner of Wu Chu's mouth. The next moment his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, a dozen figures flashed and appeared. These were all martial arts experts. They were clearly the ones who had entered the sword tomb before. There were a lot of people in the sword tomb. Every few days there would be people who would come to take risks in the sword tomb. No one knew how many people were in the sword tomb. Clearly, the other party was also someone who had entered the sword tomb to take risks. The other party also saw Lu Ming and the others. Their gazes were unfriendly and some of them revealed killing intent. The faces of Wu Chu and the others darkened. You guys can get lost. That sword source is ours. Someone in the crowd said coldly. You're the ones who should get lost. Chief Wu sneered. How could he miss the sword source that was right in front of him? His gaze shifted and landed on Lu Ming and the rest. You guys go and stop them. Well, go and get the sword source. Chief Wu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, Qiu Yue and a few others. These people were the ones who had gone to attract the sword fiend. They were the ones they had found to be the bait. As expected. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You want us to stop them? What a joke. There are many experts among them. If we go over, we'll just be courting death. One refuse. A short and fat man shook his head and refused. There was definitely no lack of experts among those who could form teams to travel in the sword tomb. At least half of the other party's group were absolute saints. There might even be experts in the great circle of the absolute saint realm like Qiu Wu. Asking them to stop the other party was clearly asking them to die. Chief Wu's eyes turned cold. Don't worry. You can stop them for a while. When we get the sword source we will go and help you. One believe you can stop them in a short time. Chapter 1888. Chapter 1888. Chapter 1888 Counterattack. Chapter 1888. Chapter 1888 Counterattack. Chief Wu's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked at Lu Ming and the rest. He said that as long as Lu Ming and the rest could hold on for a while, he would come and help them when they obtained the sword source. We just asked you to do something, but you're so wishy-washy and hesitant. We let you follow us and block the risks for you, but you can't just eat and drink for free. You have to do something valuable. Beside the Wu area, a burly man with a gloomy expression transmitted a message to them. Lu Ming sneered. Wu Chu and the rest were blocking the risk for them? How laughable. They were clearly being used as bait, and if there was danger they would attack. It was the same now. They were asked to resist while they seized the sword source. Who knew if they would run away after seizing the sword source? I'm not going anyway. If you want to fight you can fight for it. I'm leaving the team. I'd rather risk my life in the sword tomb alone. A brawny man shook his head and refused. He then wanted to leave. But at this moment Chief Wu suddenly moved. He rose up and clawed at the strong man. The brawny man had never expected Wu Qiu to attack him. Even with his initial absolute saint cultivation he couldn't use it. Furthermore, Wu Qiu was a perfected absolute saint. The difference was too great. He couldn't fight back at all. Wu Qiu's claw cracked the head of the strong man. The brawny man roared. His eyes were fixed on the scene, filled with anger and unwillingness. Die! Wu Qiu's power gushed out and the man's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also destroyed in an instant. It's too late to leave now. Go and stop the other party or you'll die. Chief Wu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and the rest coldly. Lu Ming's and Qiu Yue's eyes were gloomy while the rest of them were pale. On the other side, the dozen or so people also looked at them in surprise. Hee, we haven't even started the war and there's already internal strife. One of them sneered. No matter what they're up to, get ready. We're going to take the sword source and these people are going to die. One of the people with the strongest aura said coldly. Not only did they want the sword source but they also wanted to annihilate Lu Ming and the rest. How could finding the source of the sword be faster than killing and snatching the treasure? At Lu Ming's side. Alright, let's make our move. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The others were helpless and could only nod. I'll tell you to start. You guys just attack and catch the other party off guard. Chief Wu transmitted his voice and then suddenly roared, kill, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. Lu Ming and the rest dashed towards the dozen people in a flash. However, before he could get far, Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing down with all his might. A force as large as a mountain suddenly blasted towards the other party. You're looking for death. Kill them. The leader of the opposing party shouted angrily. More than a dozen people burst out and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Retreat. Run. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He and Qiu Yue turned around abruptly and rushed toward Chief Wu and the rest. The others were stunned for a moment, then immediately fled in other directions. How could they really go up and court death? You guys are looking for death. When Chief Wu saw that Lu Ming and the rest were running in the opposite direction and were charging towards them, he was instantly enraged. They're really using us as bait. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered and rushed towards Wu Qiu and the rest with Qiu Yue. The other party also rushed towards Wu Qiu and the rest. Little brat, I'll kill you first. A burly man at the Absolute Saint stage launched a fierce attack at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch. He crushed the other party's attack in a crushing manner and then collided with the other party's palm. The bones in the other party's hand were directly shattered. He retreated rapidly, revealing a look of disbelief. On the other hand, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue did not linger in the battle. They charged past and dashed into the distance. Then the other side's dozen or so people had already rushed over. All kinds of attacks poured towards Wu Qiu and the others. The two sides immediately started to fight. Damn it, you little bastards, I'll kill you all sooner or later. Kill. Chief Wu roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming and the other man. Lu Ming was so bold. Not only did he want to escape but he also led the other party to them. He should be hacked into pieces. Old man, save your own life first. Goodbye. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He and Qiu Yue did not stop and they flashed away at top speed. The dozen people saw that Lu Ming was just two young people and did not care at all. They only stared at Wu Qiu and the rest and launched a fierce attack. Not long after, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue had left the battlefield and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them didn't have a fixed direction. Their goal was to find the astral treasure Lotus, but they didn't know where it would appear in the sword tomb, so they could only search randomly. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Not long after, they discovered two sword sources. On the side there were about 20 sword fiends guarding them. Since they had encountered each other, the two of them naturally would not give up. Although these sword fiends were strong with their combat strength, they would naturally not be too difficult. The two of them rushed toward the sword source as fast as lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword fiends had also discovered Lu Ming and his companion and charged at them. Their bodies were like divine swords, bursting with dazzling sword light as they slashed at the two. Qiu Yue waved her hand and two curved blades, one hot and one cold, flew out. They continued to spin and the hot and cold collided, erupting a destructive power that swept forward. A few sword fiends, regardless of whether they were at the eminent saint stage or the absolute saint stage, were instantly crushed into pieces by the destructive energy. With Qiu Yue's battle power, she could kill ordinary lower-tier absolute saints in an instant. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's attacks were more direct. He kept punching out with both fists, and an illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed down. All the sword qi that was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel instantly collapsed. Even 2 absolute saints in the upper tier were killed instantly. The 20 or so sword fiends were cleared out by the 2 of them in a few breaths. They each grabbed a sword source and flew into the air, leaving the place. 10,000 miles later, in a valley, Lu Ming carefully sized up the sword source in his hand. From the outside, the sword source looked like a real combat sword. However, when Lu Ming's spiritual senses scanned it, he could clearly sense that it was formed by a type of sword energy. Swallow. Devouring power burst out from Lu Ming's palm. The sword source exploded under the devouring power and turned into a stream of energy that was devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. He realized that the energy of the sword source seemed to be formed by thousands of tiny sword gleams. When they were integrated into Lu Ming's saint energy, they were like countless sharp sword gleams that were tempering Lu Ming's saint energy, making it stronger. Lu Ming started to refine it. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming had refined all the energy in the sword source. My saint energy has indeed become stronger and more condensed. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Although the improvement was not big, it was only a small amount. However, this was only one sword source. If he had enough sword sources, his cultivation would definitely increase very quickly. It would be many times faster than normal cultivation. Chapter 1889. Chapter 1889. Chapter 1889, Mutation of the Sword Source. Chapter 1889. Chapter 1889, Mutation of the Sword Source. No wonder so many people entered the sword tomb in search of the source of the sword. Some people's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and it was difficult to improve. However, if they refined the sword source, they might be able to improve further. This was especially so for those who cultivated the sword. The sword source was of great help to them. Lu Ming waited for a while more. Qiu Yue had also finished her cultivation and was refining a sword source. Then the 2 of them left the place and continued their search. In the process of looking for the astral treasure Lotus, it would be good to obtain some sword sources and improve his cultivation. Not long after, the 2 of them found another sword source. They put it away temporarily and did not refine it. The sword tomb was really huge and seemed to be boundless. Lu Ming and the rest wandered around for an entire day, but they could not see the end. As for the sword source, he had also obtained 4, so each of them had 2. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. All of a sudden, a group of figures rushed out from a mountain valley in front of them and surrounded the 2 of them. There were a total of 8 people. They were either old or middle-aged men. Each of them was filled with killing intent and a strong aura. There were 5 great saints and 3 absolute saints. However, the strongest one was only in the absolute saint upper tier. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. So it's 2 little brats. One of them sneered, his cold gaze sweeping across Lu Ming and the other man. But this girl is really beautiful. I can enjoy her. A skinny middle-aged man who was as thin as a bamboo pole scanned Qiu Yue with a burning gaze. Brat, hand over all the treasures you have. The skinny man said coldly. On average, there would be people entering the sword tomb every few days. Therefore, there were countless people in the sword tomb. There were all kinds of people. There were even some people who were active in the sword tomb all year round. They specialized in killing and plundering other people's treasures and sword sources for cultivation. In the sword tomb, no matter what faction you were from, you would die in vain. No one would know who killed you or how you died. Obviously, these people in front of him were specialized in killing and plundering. They were specifically looking for those who were alone or had a small number of people. 111 give you 3 breaths to get lost. 3. Lu Ming said calmly. What? This kid told us to get lost. Oh, one didn't hear wrong, did I? Some people laughed out loud, unable to believe their ears. Judging from Lu Ming and Qiu Yue's age, how old could they be? What cultivation level and combat strength could they have at this age? Asking them to get lost was simply ridiculous. 2. Lu Ming continued to speak. His voice was even colder and filled with a cold killing intent. The faces of the 8 people on the other side darkened. It seemed that Lu Ming was not joking. Could it be that Lu Ming had some kind of backing? However, from the looks of it, the Lu Ming duo was not even 30 years old. How could they be their match at such a young age? They had been active in the area near the Taiyi sword tomb for more than 100 years. During this period they had met some young people, but they were no match for them at all. Many people had died at their hands. However, it was the first time they had seen someone as confident as Lu Ming. 1. Lu Ming slowly spat out the last word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems that you don't want to leave. Then 111 fulfill your wish and let you be buried here with the thousands of battle swords. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're talking big. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A great saint in the great perfection realm took a heavy step and rushed toward Lu Ming like a cannonball. His saint power and laws exploded and pressed down on Lu Ming like a giant beast. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. He moved later but reached first. His foot landed on the other party's dantian. The other party let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying thousands of meters away. He crashed into a mountain peak that was filled with combat swords, creating a huge pit on the mountain peak. As for himself, he was already exhaling more than inhaling. The remaining 7 people were stunned. A great saint in the great perfection realm was like a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He did not even have the strength to resist. Could it be that this person had the battle power of an absolute saint at such a young age? How was that possible? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. The aura of a great saint in the great circle was fully released. The powerful aura locked onto the other 7 people. He had already given the other party a chance. Since the other party did not grasp it, then he would just kill them all. Anyway, these people were not good people. Many people like Lu Ming and the rest had died in their hands. Qiu Yue stood at the side and did not make a move. She was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. She did not need to take action to deal with these people. Let's join forces and kill him. Die? The skinny man shouted. His aura burst forth and he charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 6 people moved as well. Each of them released their aura and a terrifying attack was launched at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still. An absolute holy weapon sword appeared in his palm and he swept it out. A full moon-like sword light burst out and slashed in all directions, destroying all the attacks of the other party in an instant. Blood light burst forth and blood qi filled the air. The 7 figures pounced quickly, but they retreated even faster. The 7 figures flew 1,000 meters away and landed heavily on the ground. 6 of them were already dead and were killed by Lu Ming's sword light. Only the skinny man still had a trace of life and was not dead yet. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief. He was just a young man who was less than 30 years old, but he had the cultivation of the great sage accomplished realm. His combat power was even more terrifying. Even he, who had the cultivation of the great sage great mastery, could not withstand a blow. Could it be that the young people these days were all so terrifying? They had been in the sword tomb for over 100 years and had not gone out. Could it be that the outside world had changed? With endless questions he took his last breath. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 people's storage rings appeared in his hand. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, he could see the contents of the storage rings at a glance. These people were really rich. The ori rocks were piled up like a mountain. Could be seen that they had killed many people over the years. There were also about 10 sword sources in total. The sword source was a consumable item. It was already good enough to have 10 of them. Lu Ming gave half of them to Qiu Yue and left the place. In the next few days they obtained a few more sword sources, but they still didn't see any trace of the astral treasure Lotus. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to find the great sway treasure Lotus. He needed to be prepared for a long battle. There's a sword source there. Suddenly they found a sword source in front of them. The 2 of them rushed toward it. At this moment a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The sword hummed as the sword source actually flew up by itself and whizzed towards the depths of the sword tomb. The sword source actually moved on its own. They didn't have much time to think. They stepped on the air and chased after the source of the sword. However, the speed of the sword source was astonishing. It was like a ray of light that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the other man could not catch up with it. There's one there too. The 2 of them chased for a while before Qiu Yue suddenly pointed in another direction and exclaimed. Chapter 1890 Chapter 1890 Discovering the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus. Chapter 1890 Discovering the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus. In another direction, A few sword sources whizzed through the air and flew toward the depths of the sword tomb. Their direction was exactly the same as the sword source that Lu Ming and the others were chasing. What's going on? The two of them were puzzled. Why did the sword source fly on its own? It wouldn't have been a big deal if there was only one, but he had seen a few now. The two of them continued to chase for a while, getting deeper and deeper into the sword tomb. At this time they saw more sword sources flying towards the sword tomb. Behind some sword sources, there were people chasing them. No, Qiu Yue, wait. Lu Ming stopped and frowned. There was definitely something strange going on in the depths of the sword tomb. Otherwise, how could so many sword sources fly in the same direction? Once an abnormality appeared in a place like this, it was either the birth of a rare treasure or the arrival of a crisis. Lu Ming, are we going to give chase or not? Qiu Yue asked. She also felt that something was wrong and continued to pursue, not knowing what she would face. Let's not go in too deep first. Let's see if we can find the astral treasure Lotus outside, Lu Ming said. Qiu Yue nodded. After that, the two of them didn't go any deeper. They started searching around the outer area. From time to time, they would see the sword source whistling past and flying toward the depths of the sword tomb. They would also see figures flying through the air in pursuit of the sword source. When Lu Ming and the rest were lucky, they could intercept one or two sword sources halfway. Lu Ming, look, that's... Suddenly Qiu Yue exclaimed and pointed to a cliff in front of them. Lu Ming looked in that direction. On the broken cliff, there was a lotus flower. It was as white as jade and crystal clear. The strange thing was that the petals of the lotus were slender and sharp like divine swords. The grand astral treasure lotus. Lu Ming had seen it in the records of the Dian Elixir Palace and recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He had really worn out his iron shoes in a long search but found it without any effort. They had searched for a long time before, but they hadn't found any trace of the grand astral treasure lotus. They hadn't expected to find it when they stopped chasing and searched the outer region. The grand astral treasure lotus is extremely spiritual and can escape on its own. Qiu Yue, you stay here and block it. We'll go and take it down. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue before casting the divine breath spell and flying towards the astral treasure lotus silently. When he was a certain distance away, dense runes appeared on Lu Ming's palm. He pressed his palm on the ground and the runes spread along the ground towards the astral treasure lotus. He wanted to use the Array Dao laws to seal the grand astral treasure lotus and prevent it from escaping. However, just as the Array Dao laws were about to approach the grand sun treasure lotus, it moved. It turned into a white light like a white sword light and broke through the sky, flying into the depths of the sword tomb. Not good, we've been discovered. Qiu Yue, chase after him. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue. Then he used his movement technique and chased after the astral treasure lotus. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast and so was the astral treasure lotus. It was no slower than the sword sources and Lu Ming couldn't catch up to it at all. This grand astral treasure lotus is too sharp. We were so careful but we were still discovered. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only pursue with all his might. Qiu Yue followed closely behind Lu Ming. The direction that the astral treasure lotus was running in was the same as the direction of the sword sources. Endless land flew under his feet. He chased for a few hours, but he still couldn't catch up to the grand astral treasure lotus. At this moment Lu Ming could not help but miss Bubbles. If he had Bubbles with the speed of the spacetime law and the sealing power, it would not be difficult to capture the astral treasure lotus. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene in front of him made his heart tremble. In front of him was an abyss. Above the abyss, countless sword sources gathered together, dancing continuously. The swords hummed continuously and the sword Qi soared into the sky. There were simply too many of them. They were densely packed together and it was impossible to tell how many sword sources there were. Around the abyss, there were many figures standing in the air. At a glance, there were no less than hundreds of people. These people surrounded the area, but they didn't take any action to seize the sword source. This was because the scene was too strange. Countless sword sources gathering in the sky above the abyss was unheard of. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation, so no one acted rashly. Buzz. The grand astral treasure lotus turned into a sword light and disappeared into the abyss. We're in trouble. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He had finally found the grand astral treasure lotus, but unfortunately he hadn't been able to take it. He had only been able to watch as it escaped into the abyss. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue stood outside, sizing up the area in front of them. They did not act rashly. Many people looked at the endless source of swords with burning eyes and greed. With so many sword sources, if he refined them, how much would his cultivation improve? However, the situation was strange. Although everyone was greedy, they still maintained their rationality and restrained themselves. Brat, it's you. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard, and a few figures flashed toward Lu Ming and the other man. So it's these few guys. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The person who flickered over was Wuxia. At this moment there were only 2 people left beside him. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy losses. Buzz and NBSP whoosh. The 3 of them surrounded Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Brat, you dare to betray us? I'll let you die a miserable death. Chief Wu glared at Lu Ming furiously, his killing intent extremely strong. Previously, because of Lu Ming, not only did they not get the sword source, but they also had an intense fight with the other party. In the end, many people died in the battle, and only the 3 of them managed to break through the siege. They naturally blamed everything on Lu Ming and the rest. If Lu Ming and the rest had followed his plan, would they have suffered such losses? Betray you? What a joke, I joined your team only to cooperate. And you used us as bait from the start. Do you think I would be so stupid as to throw my life away for you? Lu Ming smiled faintly with a strong sense of disdain. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Wuxia said coldly. Weaklings. You're already so old, but you're only at the absolute saint realm. Do you think you're very strong? Lu Ming was fearless. Strong or not, it's enough to kill you. Wuxia took a step forward, and his absolute saint in the great circle was unleashed. His withered claws grabbed at Lu Ming with a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's fist collided with Chief Wu's claw. With a loud boom, the 2 of them were pushed back slightly. How is that possible? Wuxia's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. How was it possible that Lu Ming could block his attack? It was unbelievable that a great saint in the Great Circle could block the attack of an absolute saint in the Great Circle. The others in the surroundings were also shocked. That's the law of chaos. He's a son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1891. Chapter 1891. Chapter 1891. Killing Chief Wu. Chapter 1891. Chapter 1891. Killing Chief Wu. Many people recognized Lu Ming's chaos law and exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, a son of chaos had appeared here. No wonder his combat strength was so terrifying. Chief Wu's heart trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually provoked a son of chaos. But then the killing intent in his eyes grew. Since he had already offended them, he would kill them to get rid of future trouble. Otherwise, he would be the one to die in the future. He was a decisive person. After making his decision, he immediately said, "Let's go and kill him together." He said to the other 2. Buzz. Qiu Yue walked in the air with 2 curved blades floating around her. She said, "Lu Ming, leave these 2 to me." "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Although the other 2 people had high cultivation, one was a complete absolute saint and the other was a peak absolute saint, Qiu Yue would have no problem blocking them. Qiu Yue walked in the air surrounded by the laws of yin and yang. She charged towards the 2 and the 2 of them immediately began to fight. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. His soul was like a sword stabbing at his opponent. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his finger and pointed at the void. In the void, endless energy gathered and formed a huge finger that pressed down on Chief Wu. Wuqia's pupils constricted and he felt a chill in his heart, as if he was facing a fatal crisis. Heavenly astral divine claw. Wuxia roared and used all his strength to use a sacred art. A huge claw formed and grabbed at the chaos finger of tribulation. Boom. And NBSP, the massive claw, clashed with the primal chaos tribulation finger. The void trembled violently. In the next moment, Wuqia's claw collapsed under his horrified eyes. The powerful force of the chaotic tribulation finger hit him, causing him to spit out blood and fall heavily to the ground. Wuqia's battle power wasn't very strong among those in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. His divine power was only at 85% and it was just ordinary nomological laws. How could it compare to the chaotic finger, which was at 80%? It was far too inferior. One move and Qi Fu was severely injured. The attack just now was Lu Ming's strongest attack. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger again and another Chaos Finger of Tribulation was formed. Wu Chu revealed a look of despair as he tried to block. However, after this attack his injuries became even more severe and half of his body almost exploded. When facing ordinary martial artists, Lu Ming could completely cross a realm and kill his opponents. Boom. Boom. Following that, Lu Ming continued to swing his fists. The terrifying fist force drowned out Area Wu. Wu Chu howled and let out an unwilling roar. He tried his best to resist, but gradually his voice became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. By the time Lu Ming stopped, Wu Chu had already disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed, leaving only a storage ring on the ground. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Wu Chu's storage ring. The two people who were fighting with Qiu Yue were terrified. The pinnacle absolute saint broke through Qiu Yue's attack and tried to escape. "Do you think you can escape?" Lu Ming said coldly. His body flickered and he caught up to the man in an instant. He pointed a finger and the chaotic finger of tribulation formed, crushing toward the man. The man screamed as his body was torn apart and he died on the spot. An absolute saint at the peak was killed by Lu Ming in an instant. The remaining absolute saint was also turned into ashes by Qiu Yue's destructive energy. The fact that the three experts had died so quickly at the hands of two young men made the expressions of the people nearby turn extremely grave. The Son of Chaos is truly astonishing. His battle prowess is heaven-defying. It's better not to provoke such a peerless genius. There's probably a terrifying force supporting him. Some people were discussing and looking at Lu Ming and Lin Feng with grave eyes. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue stood on one side looking at the abyss. The others also focused their attention on the endless sword source. As time passed, more and more people gathered, causing many people's faces to turn gloomy. "I don't care anymore. If we continue there will be more and more people. By then we won't be able to get many sword sources. I'd like to give it a try and see if there's anything strange about it." Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. An old man stepped out and rushed toward the source of the sword. He saw that he was approaching the source of the sword, but there was nothing unusual. "Catch." The elder reached out with his hand, which was formed by Saint Power, and grabbed at the sword source. The big hand grabbed down, but there was still nothing unusual. The old man grabbed more than a dozen sword sources and put them away. "Ha ha ha." The old man was ecstatic. There was no danger at all. They had been overthinking. When the others saw that there was no danger, they all revealed greedy expressions and were about to take action to fight for the sword source. At this time, a terrifying sword light suddenly slashed out from the abyss below. Not good. The old man's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, he laid down layers of defense in an attempt to resist. However, as the sword light slashed past, the old man's defense instantly collapsed. The sword light did not stop. With one slash, the old man screamed as his body was cut in half. His corpse fell into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and stopped in their tracks. "There's someone in the abyss," someone exclaimed. Sure enough, at the bottom of the abyss, a man holding a long sword stepped out. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. His aura was extremely shocking. He had reached the perfected absolute saint realm. It was obvious that this was the person who had slashed out with the sword. There was actually someone in the abyss. Could it be that the source of the sword was gathered because of this person? "Kill!" He roared, and Sword Chi whistled through the air as he charged toward the crowd. "He's just a complete absolute saint. Let's kill him together." Someone roared and launched a counterattack. Then someone else made a move. There were many experts who entered the sword tomb to explore. They came from all over the Yuan mountain. The worst of them were usually supreme saints. Many of them were absolute saints, and there was no lack of perfected absolute saints. 3 absolute saints in the Great Circle attacked and fought with the person who had walked out of the abyss. 3 versus 1. The person who walked out of the abyss was naturally no match, but this person seemed to be fearless of death. He attacked with all his might and did not care about defense. Something's wrong. This person doesn't seem to have any spiritual intelligence. He only knows how to attack. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He realized that the person who walked out of the abyss had a blank look in his eyes. He was like a walking corpse. Not good. Someone has walked out of the abyss. Someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw more figures appearing in the abyss. It wasn't just one or two but many. One by one figures appeared full of cold killing intent. As soon as they appeared they attacked the crowd in all directions. That's the sect master of the Round Blade sect. I know him. I heard that he has been adventuring in the Sword Tomb. So he's here? That's wind-chasing sword Luo Xiang. He doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Exclamations rang out one after another. These people seemed to be the adventurers who had entered the Sword Tomb and were familiar with some of the people present. However, they seemed to have lost their minds and only knew how to kill. Chapter 1892. Chapter 1892. The People in the Abyss. Chapter 1892. The people in the abyss. From the abyss, figures kept stepping out. Without a word they charged at the crowd. In the end, more than 100 people stepped out. They were all strong and most of them were absolute saints. They were fearless and very difficult to deal with. The scene fell into chaos. These people are just walking corpses. Let's join forces and kill them. Someone shouted. There were at least 300 to 400 people who had come to this place and they were all experts. They joined forces several against one and killed the people who had come out of the abyss. At that moment Lu Ming saw a person and he was shocked. That was because Lu Ming actually knew one of them. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. Lu Ming had never expected to see the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect here. Back in the Azure region, they had been ambushed by evil spirit and had broken out of the encirclement together. The Life and Death Sword sect's main gate had brought Luo Xiang and successfully broken out of the encirclement, but who would have thought that they would appear in the Sword Tomb? Moreover, the sect leader was the same as those who had walked out of the abyss. He had completely lost his mind and his eyes were empty. All that was left was his cultivation and combat power. Whoosh. The Life-Death Sword sect leader's Life-Death Sword technique was extremely terrifying. With one strike, an absolute Saint Realm Master's forehead was pierced. Junior brother, you're looking for death. An old man roared and charged at the sect leader. This person was at the peak of the absolute Saint Realm. With one strike he destroyed the sect leader's attack. The battle blade didn't stop and continued to attack the sect leader. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch, sending the man's saber flying. What are you doing? This person is crazy and has no spiritual intelligence. That person shouted. I'll deal with it, let's go, Lu Ming said indifferently. The absolute saint at the peak was very afraid of Lu Ming. Lai gritted his teeth and left, killing the other people who had walked out of the abyss. Whoosh. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect attacked again. The sword light pierced through the air and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming could tell that the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect was at the mastery of the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming threw a punch and destroyed the sword gleam of the Life and Death Sword sect leader. Senior, wake up. Lu Ming shouted. Il's voice rumbled like thunder, blasting into the head of the Life and Death Sword sect. Kill. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect did not seem to notice anything and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked the other party's attack and shouted continuously. However, the other party did not react at all. Lu Ming, this person's soul seems to have been destroyed. Qiu Yue appeared beside Lu Ming and said, What's going on? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect used to have a good relationship with Dragon God Valley. They had fought together against an enemy. Lu Ming really did not want to see the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect fall, but it was a pity that there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Lu Ming, is this someone you know? However, the other party has indeed fallen. If you can't bear it, you can give it to someone else. Qiu Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. Fai and Qiu Yue retreated at top speed and attacked the other people who walked out of the abyss. As for the sect leader, he continued to attack the others. However, there were more people outside. Soon, the sect leader was surrounded by a few masters. His body exploded and he fell into the abyss. Lu Ming sighed. He was the master of a sect in the Azure continent, an overlord of a region. After leaving the Azure continent, he had ended up in such a state. He had escaped from evil spirit, but he had ultimately fallen here. Lu Ming could not help but think of Luo Xiang, who was with the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. How was he? He was an upright person and also a terrifying heaven's favorite. He had stayed in the same realm and nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. No one knew what kind of achievements he would have in the future. Had he also fallen? Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild, but he did not stop his attacks. He killed 2 people who walked out of the abyss in succession. Those who walked out of the abyss were few in number and were eventually surrounded and annihilated one by one. However, these people were very strong and fearless. The people outside had also paid a heavy price. About 100 people were killed and their blood dyed the ground red. When the last person who walked out of the abyss was killed, everyone's eyes turned back to the abyss. Was there anyone else in the abyss? Why did those people look like zombies? Were they being controlled? Many people's eyes flickered with various thoughts. However, no one dared to go up and seize the sword source. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sword sources gathered together and flew down toward the abyss. In less than a minute, the endless sword source flew into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. All the sword sources had flown into the abyss. What should he do? Should he go down? However, the abyss was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Earlier, more than 100 experts had walked out of the abyss. All of them had lost their spiritual intelligence and were like walking corpses, only knowing how to kill. What was in the abyss? Was there a treasure that attracted the sword source, or was there some kind of danger? Everyone looked at each other, all thinking that the others would go down first to explore the way, and if there was danger they could retreat in time. Everyone was thinking the same thing, so who would take the lead? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. Everyone, we can't go on like this. Why don't we join forces and go down to explore? A purple-robed elder suggested. But I agree. Rather than this stalemate, why don't we join forces and explore? A tall and sturdy man said. Good. If you want to go down, take a few steps forward. If you don't want to go down, retreat. We won't force you. The purple-robed elder spoke and stepped forward first. Then the brawny man also stepped forward. Some people muttered to themselves for a moment before stepping forward as well. The endless sword source was an irresistible temptation. If he could get a part of it, his cultivation would definitely improve quickly. This was especially so for those who cultivated the sword. Not only could they increase their cultivation, but they could also temper their sword techniques and increase their comprehension of the laws of RHE sword. Even if it was dangerous, it was worth it. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue also stepped forward. The astral treasure Lotus had escaped into the abyss. No matter what, they had to go down and find it. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to find it. However, not everyone wanted to go down and take a look. Some of them shook their heads and took a few steps back. The abyss was too strange and no one could predict what dangers there would be. If they lost their lives, what was the use of getting the source of the sword? However, the number of people who retreated was small. More people planned to go down and explore. Everyone, those who don't want to go down, let them stay here forever. A cold glint flashed in the purple-robed elder's eyes as he sent a message to Lu Ming and the rest. Why? Someone's eyes flashed as he asked. These people who don't want to go down have unfathomable motives. Most likely they want us to go down first to explore the way. Who knows if they will go down after we go down? Flo, can there be such a good deal in this world? Also, some people are probably waiting for us to come out before launching a sneak attack on us. If we get injured, we'll be killed by these rats. That's why we can't let these people live. The purple-robed elder continued to transmit his voice. Chapter 1893. Chapter 1893. Meeting Luo Xiang again, the strange sword fiend. Chapter 1893. Meeting Luo Xiang again, the strange sword fiend. The purple-robed elder's words made many people's eyes flash. That's right. We can't let these people live. If we let them live, they might bring trouble to us. The burly man also said coldly. I also think we can't keep them. Then kill them. The others spoke up one after another. Of course, they were all using voice transmission, so those who chose to stay could not hear them at all. Good. Then let's kill them first, then go down and surround them. Don't let them escape. The purple-robed elder spoke. In an instant, everyone's figures flashed and surrounded those who chose to stay. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue did not move. Although the world of martial arts was cruel and the strong preyed on the weak, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue had their own principles. These people had no enmity with them and they would not kill them for this reason. Of course, they would not stop him. What are you guys doing? The expressions of those who stayed behind changed drastically. Kill. The purple-robed old man shouted coldly. They made their move. A dazzling and deadly light burst out, killing those who stayed behind. Those who chose to stay were already in the minority. How could they resist? They were instantly killed one by one. You guys. He's too vicious. Someone howled, extremely unwilling. Laughable. The brawny man sneered and killed the man with a slash. In just a few minutes, those who stayed behind were all killed. With a single thought, those people would face death. Alright, there's nothing to worry about now. Let's go down. The purple-robed elder said. After that, everyone got into formation and carefully flew toward the abyss. Looking down from above the abyss, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Surrender. The purple-robed elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He was an emperor-to-be expert, so everyone naturally took him as their leader. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone flew down the abyss. The abyss was very deep and they only reached the bottom after descending for tens of thousands of feet. As soon as he landed, Lu Ming looked in one direction in shock. In that direction there was a huge sword stuck in the ground. It was at least 100 meters tall and extremely huge. Under the huge sword, a figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. No aura could be sensed from his body. Luo Xiang. Lu Ming muttered. Luo Xiang was indeed under the abyss. However, Luo Xiang didn't fight his way out of the abyss like his master, the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. Instead, he sat under the giant sword and no one could sense his aura. Could it be that he had already fallen? Lu Ming could not help but feel that it was a pity. Although he didn't have much contact with Luo Xiang, he could feel that this person was an open and above-board person. He was born for the sword and was a true swordsman. Then Lu Ming's gaze turned to another direction. There, endless sword sources gathered and circled. Under the endless sword source, a figure was staring at Lu Ming and the others with sharp eyes. This is a sword fiend. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The figure under the endless sword source was clearly a sword fiend. However, this sword fiend was completely different from the sword fiends that Lu Ming had seen before. This sword fiend was not only more solid in form, but its eyes also shone with wisdom. This sword fiend had intelligence. The others also noticed the sword fiend and their expressions turned grave. Lu Ming, the grand astral treasure Lotus. Qiu Yue nudged Lu Ming and said softly. Lu Ming followed Qiu Yue's gaze and realized that the grand lunar treasure Lotus was rooted on a pile of bones. The lotus petals swayed gently, rippling with sword chi. You're all here. Just in time, let's sacrifice you to my sword. The sword fiend let out an ear-piercing laugh. How is that possible? Didn't the sword fiend not have any intelligence? The sword fiend, how did it gain sentience? Could it be that the people who walked out of the abyss before were all controlled by him? The gathering of the sword source is also because of him? Many people's expressions changed and they were shocked. Some people had been in the Taiyi sword tomb for many years, but they had never heard that the sword fiend could give birth to a spirit. They had never seen the source of the sword gather here. Today one will use your blood as a sacrifice to the sword. Condense. Xianxia shouted and raised his palm. The endless sword source gathered towards Jiansha's arm and formed a huge combat sword. At the same time, from above the abyss, wisps of blood qi gathered on the sword fiend, making his body more solid. The blood qi was the blood of those who had died in battle above the abyss. Could it be that the reason why those people had come out and fought with them was because they needed blood? Many people's expressions turned ugly when they thought of this. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Jiansha's body. This aura was extremely powerful and superior. It was even more powerful and pure than the aura of the purple-robed elder, an emperor-to-be. That was emperor pressure. Everyone's expression changed. A pure emperor pressure, this was an emperor-ranked powerhouse. There was actually a monarch-level expert hiding under the abyss. Many people's hearts trembled and they felt a chill all over their bodies. Let's go. Someone roared and rose into the air, rushing toward the top of the abyss, trying to escape. Against an emperor-level expert, no matter how many people they had, it was useless. Only death awaited them. One told you, "I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my sword to help me reach the final step. All of you stay." Jiansha laughed coldly. He raised the giant sword that was formed by endless sword source high up in the air. Instantly, endless sword light condensed in the sky. These sword lights were like battle swords with the tip pointing down and showing off its sharpness, blocking all directions. Kill. The sword fiend let out another cold cry and endless sword light, covering the sky and earth, stabbed down towards everyone. Instantly a series of screams rang out. One figure after another was either pierced by the sword light or cut in half. Their souls were annihilated and they died here. After these people died, their blood gathered towards the sword fiend, making his aura even stronger. The yin-yang wheel. Qiu Yue shouted as a wheel appeared on her forehead. This wheel emitted a cold qi on one side and a hot qi on the other. The two combined and triggered a terrifying pressure. It was the Emperor's might, and it was obvious that this was a monarch weapon. The yin-yang wheel hovered above Qiu Yue's head and cast a light screen that enveloped Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Thump. Boom. The sword radiances struck the light screen cast by the yin-yang wheel. The light screen shook violently and rippled, but it still managed to block the attack of the sword radiances. There was a flash of light between Lu Ming's brows. He had wanted to use the Tai Chi formation disc to block it, but after seeing that Qiu Yue could block it, he did not use it. Leaving some trump cards to catch people off guard might be of great use at a critical moment. After a wave of sword light, there were only 20 people left. Chapter 1894. Chapter 1894. Chapter 1894. Obtaining the Grand Astral Treasure Lotus. Chapter 1894. Chapter 1894. Obtaining the Grand Astral Treasure Lotus. When they came down, there were hundreds of people, but all of a sudden, there were only about 20 people left. The weakest of the remaining 20-odd people was at the perfected Absolute Saint realm. In other words, those below the perfected Absolute Saint realm had all been killed by that wave of attacks. Even many of the Absolute Saints in the Great Circle who had survived were injured. What a terrifying attack. Normal Absolute Saints wouldn't be able to fight back. A monarch weapon. The sword fiend's cold gaze swept across Qiu Yue and Lu Ming. Run, run, run. At this moment the remaining people were extremely frightened and madly rushed to the sky above the abyss. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue also rushed up from another direction. There were more than 20 rainbow lights and their speed was astonishing. But the sword fiend's speed was faster. He took a step forward and appeared above everyone. Endless sword light began to gather. This time the endless sword lights merged together, leaving only 20 sword lights. However, the power of each sword light increased dramatically, giving people a terrifying feeling. I'll use your blood as an offering to my sword. Kill. The sword fiend bellowed and more than 20 sword lights charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. On average, each person had one sword light. Everyone used all their strength to block it, but some of them couldn't even block it. As the sword light flashed, all their attacks and defenses collapsed in an instant. Another dozen or so people were killed and left here forever. These people were all experts in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Only a small number of Absolute Saints in the perfected Absolute Saint stage were able to block the attack with their secret treasures, but they were still heavily injured. As for Qiu Yue, she tried her best to control the yin-yang wheel to block it. Although she managed to block it, Qiu Yue's body trembled and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Other than them, there were two other people who had blocked the sword light and were unscathed. One of them was the purple-robed old man from before. He was in the Emperor-to-be realm and was surrounded by the River of Laws, which destroyed the sword light in one fell swoop. The other person was a woman in a palace dress. She also had the cultivation of an Emperor-to-be and defeated the sword light. The two Emperors-to-be broke the sword light and rushed upward. Even an Emperor-to-be has to die. Xianxia sneered and waved the giant sword in his hand. Endless sword light appeared again, then converged into several sword lights and slashed at the two Emperor-to-be. Break! The two Emperors-to-be shouted, and the River of Laws formed a terrible attack, clashing with the sword light. But this time the sword light was obviously stronger. The two Emperors-to-be trembled and were blown down. This sword fiend hasn't completely become a divine emperor yet. We still have a chance. Let's work together and charge out. If we split up, we'll all die. The purple-robed elder roared. A purple river of laws surrounded him, and he turned into a purple light rushing to the woman's side. At the same time, the remaining absolute saints in the Great Circle also charged toward them. Qiu Yue was about to go over but was stopped by Lu Ming. Let's not go there. We're going to get the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus. Lu Ming secretly sent a message to Qiu Yue. They did not rush toward the purple-robed elder and the others. Instead, they rushed toward the Astral Treasure Lotus. The purple-robed elder and the others gathered together and charged upwards. The sword fiend cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and the other man, then ignored them. He looked at the purple-robed elder and the rest and sneered. Although I'm close to becoming a Saint Emperor, killing you is more than enough. After killing you, 111 use your blood to help me become a Saint Emperor. Condense. As the sword fiend said the last word, endless sword light gathered and finally turned into 3 huge sword lights. They slashed at the purple-robed elder and the others from 3 directions. Boom. 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 There were 3 terrifying attacks and endless sword chi filled the air. It left many hideous sword marks in the valley. Several screams were heard. The remaining absolute saints in the Great Circle were killed by the terrifying power. Only 2 emperors to be survived. However, the faces of the 2 emperors to be were pale. Why aren't you 2 joining forces? Do you want to die here together? The purple-robed elder roared, clearly directed at Lu Ming and the other man. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear her. He pulled Qiu Yue and rushed towards the astral treasure Lotus. He felt a terrifying danger from the sword fiend. He had a feeling that even if he joined forces with the purple-robed elder and the others, they would not be able to break out. He could only rush out by using a strange move. Damn it! The purple-robed elder roared and joined hands with the woman. The 2 rivers of laws turned into a terrifying attack and blasted upwards. Xianxia took a step forward and the 3 rays of sword light formed again, slashing towards the purple-robed elder and the other man. The purple-robed elder and the woman's bodies trembled as they were forced to retreat. They were completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Ming was already approaching the astral treasure Lotus. The sword fiend's eyes narrowed and the huge sword in his hand, which was condensed from the sword source, shook slightly. Dozens of terrifying sword lights shot toward Lu Ming and the other man. Tai Chi formation plate. Lu Ming's mind moved and the space between his brows glowed. The Tai Chi formation disc appeared and expanded rapidly, shielding the 2 of them. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The sword light landed on the Taiji formation disc, causing it to shake violently and send out sparks. However, the Tai Chi formation disc was an emperor-level treasure. It was so strong that not a single mark was left on it. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue continued to rush towards the grand lunar treasure Lotus. The petals of the astral treasure Lotus rippled. It seemed to have sensed Lu Ming and the other man and was about to escape. Seal, go, Lu Ming said. Then, dense runes suddenly appeared on the ground around the astral treasure Lotus. These runes formed a sealing force that was like a huge net that enveloped the grand astral treasure Lotus. The grand astral treasure Lotus released a dazzling sword chi that rushed left and right, trying to rush out, but it was blocked by the seal. With his previous experience, Lu Ming would not hold back. In the process of the attack, Lu Ming had secretly penetrated the array Dao laws into the ground and reached the vicinity of the grand astral treasure Lotus. Then it suddenly attacked and sealed the grand lunar treasure Lotus. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue rushed past him. Lu Ming grabbed the grand astral treasure Lotus and placed it into the mountain and river diagram. Let's go. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue transformed into 2 beams of light and shot into the sky above the abyss from another direction. If you want to leave, then all of you stay. Xianxia coldly spoke. Today he definitely couldn't allow anyone to leave. If someone left and news of him was spread out, it would attract true emperor-ranked experts. If that happened, he would be finished. He waved the huge sword in his hand and beams of sword light appeared above Lu Ming and Qiu Yue's heads, slashing down at them. Lu Ming blocked the attack with the Tai Chi formation disc. All the sword gleams struck the Tai Chi formation disc, causing it to vibrate. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue's figures were also blocked. Kill. The sword fiend blocked Lu Ming and Qiu Yue with his sword gleam and focused more of his energy on the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palatial dress. The 3 huge sword lights that were attacking the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palace dress gathered together again to form an even bigger sword light. The aura that this sword light gave off was even more terrifying. Chapter 1895, Chapter 1895, Chapter 1895, Danger. Chapter 1895, Chapter 1895 Danger Buzz. Even with the purple-robed elder and the woman's cultivation, they almost couldn't block the sword light. The river of laws was almost pierced through and blood spurted out of their mouths. However, to their despair, the giant sword slashed down again, and they could only try their best to block it. Qiu Yue, you enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue. The mountain and river diagram flew out and kept Qiu Yue in it. Lu Ming's glabella glowed again and he took out the Dian elixir furnace. Lu Ming rushed into the furnace and controlled it to fly upwards. The Dian elixir furnace was the most important treasure of the Dian elixir palace. No one knew what level it was, but it was definitely above the Taiyi formation disk. Plang, plang, plang. The sword radiance continued to slash at the Dian elixir furnace, causing it to tremble. However, it was still slowly moving upwards. This was Lu Ming's plan. He would let the two emperor-to-be, the purple-robed elder and the woman in palace attire, hold off the sword fiend while he rushed out with the Dian elixir furnace. If he was with the purple-robed elder and the others, they would not be able to escape from the sword fiend's full-force attack. Jian Sha's eyes also changed slightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to have so many treasures on him. Each one was stronger than the last. If this went on, he would not have time to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming might really be able to get out of here. Don't even think about it. All of you will stay here today. These treasures are all mine. The sword fiend growled and his body was filled with a bloody light. The blood light was the blood light he had just absorbed. It flowed out of his body like water, looking extremely strange. Then the blood light flowed to the giant sword in his hand and burned like a flame. The giant sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a terrifying sword of slaughter. Return to your position. The huge sword light that had attacked the purple-robed elder and the others also flew into the huge sword and fused together, making the aura of the huge sword in the sword fiend's hand even more terrifying. Buzz. The sword fiend stepped in the air and the giant sword in his hand slashed down at the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palace dress. The terrifying sword power covered the sky and earth. It was so terrifying that even the space trembled as if it had the power to split the sky and earth. Not good. The purple-robed elder and the woman's expressions changed dramatically. The power of this sword had exceeded the scope of an emperor-to-be and was infinitely close to the attack of a martial emperor. They were going to die from this attack. No, I don't want to die. The purple-robed old man roared in his heart, and his eyes emitted a ferocious look. He suddenly struck out and hit the woman in the palace dress with his palm, sending her flying into the sky towards the sword fiend. Despicable. The woman in the court dress roared, her eyes filled with endless anger and fear. But at this time, in order to save her life, she could only use all her strength to resist. She had used all of her techniques, even her saint weapons, but all of them were in vain against the sword fiend. The giant sword slashed down and all of the woman's defenses as well as her own body were turned into ashes. This kid. After the purple-robed elder sent the woman flying with one palm, he rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept taking out his monarch weapon. If he could get his hands on Lu Ming's monarch weapon, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. However, Jian Sha would not let him do as he wished. You wanna leave? Die. After the sword fiend killed the woman, his body flashed and he appeared above the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's face was as white as snow. No, he roared, but as the sword light slashed down, he followed in the footsteps of the woman in palace clothing and turned into ashes. He pushed the woman towards the sword fiend, but he himself only lived for a few more breaths. Not good. In the Dian elixir furnace, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The sword fiend had been sending out some sword lights to stop him. At this moment he had not charged too far. Moreover, he didn't expect that the purple-robed elder and the woman in palace attire, two emperor-to-be experts, would be killed so quickly. Sword Fiend had clearly used a method to temporarily increase his combat power, allowing his own combat power to be infinitely close to that of an emperor-level expert. Kid, it's your turn now. The Sword Fiend sneered. He took a step forward and appeared above the Dian elixir furnace. His huge sword slashed down. Boom. The huge sword hit the Dian elixir furnace, causing it to shake violently. Like a cannonball, it fell into the abyss and hit the ground heavily. The entire abyss started to shake violently. A huge pit that was 100 meters deep was created on the ground. The Dian elixir furnace was embedded in the deep pit. In the Dian elixir furnace, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Although he had the protection of the Dian elixir furnace and the other party could not break it, Lu Ming's cultivation was limited after all. He could not unleash the power of the Dian elixir furnace at all. Moreover, his cultivation was far inferior to his opponent's. His opponent's strength had injured Lu Ming just by shaking the Pai Lai furnace. This treasure is really amazing. Haha, not only am I going to step into the Emperor tier today, but I'll also be able to obtain a few rare treasures. The heavens are really helping me. The sword fiend laughed and appeared above the Dian elixir furnace, slashing at it again. Thump. The Dian elixir furnace shook violently, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to explode. The 100-meter deep pit exploded again and became even larger. The Dian elixir furnace trembled and produced a terrifying force that bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his injuries worsened. We can't continue like this. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find a way to escape. However, in such an environment he could not escape at all. The difference in strength between him and his opponent was too great. Even the Dian elixir furnace couldn't protect him. If this went on, he would be shaken to death sooner or later. He might even exhaust his saint power and lose control of the Dian elixir furnace. Let's see how long you can hide. ///. The sword fiend shouted, and the huge sword in his hand, which was condensed from countless sword sources, kept slashing at the Dian elixir furnace. The entire abyss was shaking. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. In the Dian elixir furnace, Lu Ming exerted all his strength. The laws of chaos protected his body and the holy power filled his body. However, the terrifying vibration continued to hit him, causing his injuries to worsen. Not long after, the sword fiend had attacked for more than 100 times. Lu Ming's aura was extremely weak and he was severely injured. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that he was starting to have difficulty controlling the Dian elixir furnace. Boom. As expected, when the sword fiend slashed down again, the Dian elixir furnace trembled and began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. Lu Ming's body appeared in the deep pit. Ah, kid, you finally come out. Let's see how you're going to stop me now. Sword fiend laughed sinisterly, his killing intent thick. In order to deal with Lu Ming, he had expended a large amount of yuan qi. Now he was not even confident that he could break through to the martial emperor realm. All of this was Lu Ming's fault. He would make Lu Ming die an ugly death. Chapter 1896. Chapter 1896. The Celestial Thearch Sword Moves. Chapter 1896. The Celestial Thearch Sword Moves. What do we do? Lu Ming's mind was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Now Lu Ming had one last option, which was to enter the mountain and river diagram. However, once he entered the mountain and river diagram, it would be exposed to the other party and would be controlled by him. Moreover, he wasn't confident that the mountain and river diagram could block his opponent. The mountain and river diagram was only a grotto heaven treasure, and its defensive power couldn't be as strong as the Dian elixir furnace. Once he entered the mountain and river diagram, he would be completely passive and at the mercy of others. Are we going to die here today? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and was extremely unwilling. In his life, he had experienced many difficulties and dangers. He had experienced all kinds of dangers and had overcome them one by one. He was not willing to die just like that. He wanted to step onto the peak of martial arts. Die. At this moment, the sword fiend shouted coldly. He did not waste any more words, and the huge sword in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. This sword could kill an emperor to be in seconds. It was so powerful that it was shocking. The sword had yet to reach him, but the terrifying pressure had already made it difficult for Lu Ming to move. The powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. There was no way to block this sword. No, I can't die. I have family and friends who need my protection. My parents need my protection. Don't know where little Qing is now. Have to find her, and also Xiangxiang Imoli. Once I die, Qiu Yue will die as well. I can't die. I want to reach the peak and change my fate. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and his fighting spirit burst forth. Even in a desperate situation, he was unwilling. Even if he was no match, he still wanted to fight. Even if he were to die, he would fight to his death. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Unyielding to the sword fiend, unyielding to fate. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. Inside the mountain and river diagram, a stone sword directly broke through the barrier of the mountain and river diagram and flew out, floating above Lu Ming's head. A terrifying sword light burst out from the stone sword and rushed into the sky. The sword light that the sword fiend had sent down was shattered by the sword light. The Celestial Emperor's sword. Lu Ming had never expected that the Celestial Thearch sword would suddenly rush out and block the other party's sword at the critical moment. This sword, Xianxia's gaze also fell on the Celestial Emperor's sword. For some reason when he saw the sword his heart trembled. It's a divine sword, a peerless divine sword. If I can get my hands on this sword, my cultivation will instantly break through the shackles and reach the martial emperor realm. I might even be able to reach an even higher realm in the future. Sword Fiend's eyes glowed with a fiery light. He was a sword fiend that had been inadvertently born in Taiyi sword tomb after countless years, and he had intelligence. However, his inborn talent was lacking. Unlike the human race, it was extremely difficult for him to advance. It was much more difficult than the human race, the demon race, and the divine beast. He had cultivated arduously for many years and had finally found the opportunity to break through to the martial supreme realm. However, because of Lu Ming, the opportunity to make a breakthrough had become mysterious again. However, Lu Ming actually had a peerless divine sword in his hands. He had a feeling that as long as he obtained this peerless divine sword, he would be able to rise up in the future. Even his cultivation speed would soar. He had to get this sword. Kid, you have quite a lot of treasures in your hands. Hand over this sword obediently and I can give you a quick death. The sword fiend looked at Lu Ming coldly, but the greed in his eyes could not be concealed. If you let me go, I can give it to you. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said. All right, I promise to let you go. Give me the sword. Sword fiend did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded. Do you think I'm stupid? What if you go back on your word? When I get out, I'll pass it to you. Lu Ming said. Brat, you're not qualified to negotiate with me now. If you don't hand it over, then I'll take it myself. Xianxia said coldly. The aura on his body became stronger again, and the giant sword in his hand gave off a terrifying fluctuation. Buzz. He slashed down with his sword again. This time the power of his sword was even stronger than before. Buzz. The Celestial Thearch sword trembled slightly and scattered a sword curtain that enveloped Lu Ming. The sword fiend's sword light slashed at the light screen, but it was like water droplets falling into the ocean. There was no ripple at all and it disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It was absorbed by the Celestial Emperor's sword. Buzz. The Celestial Emperor's sword trembled again, emitting a terrifying attractive force. Xianxia's expression changed. At that moment he felt a terrifying suction force from the Celestial Emperor's sword. The huge sword in his hand was about to fly towards the Celestial Emperor's sword. A few of the sword sources even left the giant sword and flew towards the Celestial Emperor's sword. They entered the Celestial Emperor's sword and disappeared. The Celestial Emperor's sword trembled slightly as if it was very excited. Its attraction became stronger. You want to devour my sword source? Stop. The sword fiend roared. Blood light flowed out from his body continuously and started to burn, causing his strength to increase greatly. He managed to stabilize the huge sword in his hand. Your sword is indeed amazing, but don't even think about swallowing my sword source. Xianxia shouted, his eyes as cold as a blade. What if I'm included? At this moment a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming was not the one who spoke. Other than Lu Ming and Sword Fiend there was a third person? Luo Xiang. Lu Ming immediately thought of Luo Xiang. He spread out his spiritual consciousness and saw that Luo Xiang had opened his eyes. A black and white sword was floating above his head. That was his sword soul. Luo Xiang didn't die. You're not dead yet. Sword Fiend shrieked. You're not dead, so how can I die? Devour. Luo Xiang said indifferently. When he said the last word, the huge sword on his back that was stuck in the ground started to shake violently. Buzz. The sword hummed and howled. The giant sword emitted a brilliant light and a terrifying suction force enveloped the Sword Fiend. A few sword sources flew out from the giant sword in the Sword Fiend's hand and entered the giant sword. At this time the Celestial Emperor's sword also seized the opportunity and burst out with a suction force. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword essence of the giant sword in the Sword Fiend's hand flew towards the Celestial Emperor's sword. The Celestial Emperor's sword and the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back simultaneously exploded with a suction force, and the Sword Fiend finally couldn't resist. To his horror, he couldn't leave this place even if he wanted to. He found that he couldn't move his body at all. He was being sucked in by the Celestial Emperor's sword and the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back. Meanwhile, the sword source of the giant sword in his hand kept separating and being absorbed by the celestial emperor sword and the giant sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, two sword sources flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that this seemed to be a gift from the celestial Thearch as sword. He was a little dazed. However, the sword sources were good stuff. Lu Ming burst out with the devouring power and absorbed the energy of the two sword sources into his body. He then sat cross-legged and began to refine them. Chapter 1897. Chapter 1897. Chapter 1897. Refining them all. Chapter 1897. Chapter 1897. Refining them all in his dantian. His two saint hearts were working at full force. The saint power slowly grew and surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. His injuries began to recover. On the other side, Luo Xiang's situation was very similar to Lu Ming's. The giant sword would actually split out a sword source and fly towards Luo Xiang, which was then absorbed by his sword soul. Luo Xiang sat there cross-legged, motionless, like an old monk in meditation, concentrating on his cultivation. No, the sword fiend howled and continued to explode out. He wanted to resist, but it was useless. He could not move at all. He seemed to be restrained, and as the sword source on the giant sword in his hand was continuously drawn away, his ability to resist was getting weaker and weaker. However, there were too many sword sources on the giant sword. It was endless and could not be absorbed in a short time. Time passed by quickly day after day. Given the strength of Lu Ming's spirit body, his injuries were fully healed after a day. He then used the power of the sword source to temper his vital essence and increase his cultivation. Every time the energy of the sword source was refined, another two sword sources would fly to him and be devoured and refined by Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation grew stronger and closer to an absolute saint. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, the endless sword source in the sword fiend's hands had almost been completely absorbed by the celestial emperor's sword and that huge sword. As for Lu Ming, he had also refined many sword sources. His cultivation had reached the limit of the Supreme Saint realm and was very close to the Absolute Saint realm. It was not that easy to break through to the Absolute Saint realm. Although Lu Ming had refined many sword sources during this period of time, he still had not broken through. He needed an opportunity. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. It was very difficult for a great saint to break through to an absolute saint. It required a long time of accumulation. Without enough accumulation, it was difficult to advance. Take Qiu Yue for example. When Lu Ming first met her, Qiu Yue was already a perfected great saint. However, she had not broken through to the absolute saint realm. This was because she was accumulating her strength. Only after accumulating to a certain level would one be able to break through. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming would not have been able to break through to the absolute saint realm without a few years of accumulation, considering that he had cultivated 2 saint hearts. But now, Lu Ming had accumulated a few years' worth of experience in just 3 months. The celestial emperor's sword had absorbed a large amount of sword source. There was a layer of faint white light on it which looked extremely mysterious. The huge sword behind Luo Xiang also emitted a dazzling sword light with many mysterious patterns moving on it. No, I'm not willing, Qianxia muttered to himself. At this moment his aura was extremely dispirited and he was extremely weak. When the last sword source was absorbed, the celestial emperor sword shook and all its aura was retracted. It transformed back into an ordinary stone sword and flew into Lu Ming's glabella, floating in his sea of consciousness. With a single thought, the celestial emperor's sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. However, after Lu Ming infused his saint energy into it, he realized that it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all from the celestial emperor's sword. Is this really the celestial emperor's sword? I can't even unleash its full power. Lu Ming was speechless. He kept the celestial emperor's sword back into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back started to shake as if it was going to break out of the ground. The light on the sword became even more brilliant, and a more powerful suction force enveloped the sword fiend. The sword fiend revealed a terrified expression and shouted, "No, don't." He struggled madly, but it was all in vain. His body flew towards the giant sword and sank into it, disappearing. Buzz. The huge sword buzzed and the entire valley shook violently. Lu Ming flew out of the deep pit and stood in the air to observe from a distance. The huge sword trembled more and more violently. Finally, it rushed out of the ground and flew into the sky. After flying in a circle in the sky, it directly rushed towards Luo Xiang. When it got close to Luo Xiang's body, it became smaller and smaller and then it disappeared into Luo Xiang's glabella. At this moment Luo Xiang opened his eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Great sage, great perfection. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Luo Xiang's cultivation base had also reached the great saint in the great perfection realm. It seemed that Luo Xiang had also obtained a great opportunity because of this giant sword. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that Luo Xiang's spirit body was extraordinary. It had actually evolved to the level of a medium-grade heaven spirit body. When Lu Ming first met Luo Xiang, his spirit body was only a low-grade earth spirit body. 15 years of nurturing the sword soul. It's indeed not simple. Lu Ming muttered. He had long felt that Luo Xiang wasn't simple. He had already mastered the law of speed, which was one of the king path laws. Now that his cultivation had reached the great saint perfection, he had obtained that giant sword and cultivated the wonderful sword soul. His combat power was absolutely terrifying. Luo Xiang stood up and looked at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. Lu Ming, long time no see. One didn't expect to meet you here after we parted at the Azure continent. I didn't expect to see you here either. What's going on between you two? Also your master, he... At this point Lu Ming stopped and sighed. My master, he must have fallen. Luo Xiang said with a sad look in his eyes. He seems to have lost his intelligence. His soul is no longer there. Lu Ming nodded. His soul was destroyed by the sword fiend. Lu Ming, let's leave this place first. Well, talk as we walk. Luo Xiang said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, together with Luo Xiang, they soared into the sky and flew up to the abyss. They then flew towards the exit of the sword tomb. They didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Soon they flew out of the sword tomb and into the distance. On the way, Luo Xiang told Lu Ming about their encounter after they escaped from the Azure region. After they escaped from the Tsang state, they did not reach the ancient Moon Holy Land. Instead, they followed a caravan and took a teleportation array to the vicinity of the Taiyi sword tomb. Later on, Luo Xiang followed the life and death sword sect leader to the sword tomb to cultivate and accidentally stumbled into this abyss. The sword fiend had been planning to attract other martial artists here. He wanted to use the blood of the other martial artists as a sacrifice to the sword. With the energy of the sword source, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm in one go. Therefore, the sword fiend split out the soul of the sword fiend and destroyed the soul of the life and death sword sect leader, controlling him. Because Luo Xiang had a sword soul, he had the protection of that huge sword. Moreover, Luo Xiang cultivated a sword soul, which was used to destroy the soul of the sword fiend. So previously, sword fiend thought that Luo Xiang had died, but in fact Luo Xiang didn't die. Instead, he formed a connection with the giant sword. However, with his strength alone, it was impossible for him to be the sword fiend's opponent. In the end, the celestial emperor's sword appeared and exploded with a strong power to attract the sword fiend. Only then did Luo Xiang take action, cooperating with the giant sword to attack the sword fiend. Lu Ming came to a realization and finally understood the cause and effect. Luo Xiang could also be considered to have profited from this misfortune and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, the death of the life and death sword sect master made him quite sad. The two of them flew more than 100,000 miles away and landed on a mountain peak. Lu Ming summoned Qiu Yue from the mountain and river diagram. Qiu Yue had just come out and was very surprised. Lu Ming explained what had happened earlier. Chapter 1898. Chapter 1898. Qiu Yue breaks through to Absolute Saint. Chapter 1898. Qiu Yue breaks through to Absolute Saint. Qiu Yue was surprised to hear that. She did not expect that the celestial Thearch sword that Lu Ming had pulled out in the Heavenly Emperor City would be of great use here and save them. Qiu Yue, now that I have all the ingredients, why don't we concoct the soul recovery pill here? Lu Ming said. Anyway, the materials had been gathered. Lu Ming wanted to refine the soul recovery pill as soon as possible. Moreover, Luo Xiang's cultivation level had soared and he needed time to consolidate it. He might as well refine the pill here. Anyway, the environment here was more hidden and he was not afraid of being disturbed. That's fine too. Qiu Yue nodded and her eyes were filled with anticipation. She also wanted to know what the memory that had been taken from her was. When a person knew that a part of her memory had been taken away and was blank, she would still think about it and be curious. This would also cause her obsession and affect her cultivation. Lu Ming immediately took out the Dian elixir furnace and recited the refining method of the soul recovery pill in his heart. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took out the various materials one by one. The soul recovery pill was a very rare and high-level pill. It was also very complicated to refine. It was a slow process that couldn't be rushed. Lu Ming threw the first material into the Dian elixir furnace and began to temper it. When the first material was almost completely tempered, the second material would be put in according to the sequence and the tempering would begin. This would allow the two materials to fuse together in a strange way. Of course, he only started with supplementary ingredients. Luo Xiang and Qiu Yue sat on both sides of Lu Ming a few miles away from him. They were cultivating and guarding Lu Ming. Time passed day by day. This time he used half a month to refine the medicine. Plang. Half a month later, Lu Ming opened the lid of the furnace and a pill flew out. "I've succeeded." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and sucked the pill into his palm. Lu Ming took a closer look. It was really the soul recovery pill. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the prescription. He spent half a month and finally succeeded in refining it. With a flash, Qiu Yue and Luo Xiang appeared in front of Lu Ming. Qiu Yue looked at the pill in Lu Ming's hand with anticipation. "Qiu Yue, the soul recovery pill is a success. Take it," Lu Ming said. "All right." Qiu Yue nodded and swallowed the pill without hesitation. She then sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. "Let's hope it works." Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. He was a little nervous. The soul recovery pill might not be able to restore Qiu Yue's memory 100%, and there was a possibility of failure. If he failed, it would be difficult to find the materials for the soul recovery pill again. However, Qiu Yue had been with him all this time and it was indeed effective. This would also increase the success rate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang stood at the side and waited. There was a layer of light on Qiu Yue's body, and the laws of yin and yang were circulating non-stop. She was clearly refining an elixir. 3 days later, Qiu Yue opened her eyes. "Has it recovered?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Initially, Qiu Yue's eyes were filled with confusion. Slowly, her eyes regained their liveliness. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly smiled happily. Her body moved and she pounced toward Lu Ming, throwing herself into his arms. Young master, Qiu Yue has remembered you. Young master, you've finally come to look for Qiu Yue." As she spoke, Qiu Yue's tears flowed down her face and drenched Lu Ming's clothes. "Qiu, have you recovered your memories?" Lu Ming asked. "Qiu Yue kissed Lu Ming's body a few times, wiping her tears on his clothes. She then blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming and said, "Young master, I've recovered. Previously, please don't blame Qiu Yue for what happened before." She was referring to Qiu Yue's attitude toward him. When they first met, she even treated Lu Ming as her opponent. "Don't blame me. Of course you have to blame him. You have to be punished for treating your young master like this." Lu Ming deliberately pulled a long face. Then how should we punish him?" Qiu Yue asked in a low voice. "What do you think?" Lu Ming chuckled. Qiu Yue suddenly stepped forward and gave Lu Ming a peck on the lips. She then glanced at Luo Xiang who was beside her. Luo Xiang's eyes immediately darted around and he deliberately looked in other directions as if he could not see anything. "This way. Will this work?" Qiu Yue's face turned red and her voice became lower and lower. "Little girl, I haven't seen you for a long time and you're getting more and more daring." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, he was also happy. Qiu Yue's memory had finally recovered. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as 10 years ago. Qiu Yue stuck out her tongue and made a face. "Qiu Yue, let's return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy." Lu Ming smiled. "Young master, I'm afraid we can't go back yet. After I recovered my memory, one felt that my spirit embryo had become bright. Seems that I'm about to break through to the absolute saint realm. I miss this time," Qiu Yue said softly. "He's about to break through?" Lu Ming was overjoyed but he was not too surprised. Qiu Yue had already reached the great saint realm in the great perfection for a long time. She had accumulated enough. Now that his memories had been restored, his spirit embryo had become bright, and his thoughts were clear. It was normal for an opportunity to break through to the next level to appear. "We don't have anything else to do anyway. Your breakthrough is more important. We'll be waiting for you here," Lu Ming said. An opportunity to break through could only be encountered and not sought. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when the next one would come. It would be a waste of time. Qiu Yue nodded, then flew forward and started cultivating. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang protected Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue closed her eyes and sank into a deep level of cultivation. She paid no attention to the outside world and focused on breaking through. Saint power surged on her body and the laws of yin and yang surrounded her. Her aura grew stronger with each day. Just like that, half a month passed. Qiu Yue's aura had reached its peak. Boom. As if something had broken, a powerful aura burst out of Qiu Yue's body and rushed into the sky. Then Qiu Yue opened her eyes and waved her hand. Large piles of raw gemstones appeared and she started to absorb the raw gemstones' raw qi as well as the natural qi in the heaven and earth. This process lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Qiu Yue's aura had reached its peak. The aura of an absolute saint. Qiu Yue was the first to become an absolute saint and reach the lower tier. With the talent of the Autumn Moon King body, her combat strength would definitely increase sharply after she became an absolute saint. Even now, Lu Ming was not fully confident that he could defeat Qiu Yue. After a while, Qiu Yue finished her cultivation, retracted her aura and stood up. Qiu Yue, congratulations. Lu Ming stepped forward and looked at Qiu Yue, feeling rather emotional. The little girl who had grown up with him had already become an absolute saint. She would be a top genius even in the vast Yuan Mountain. Who could have expected this? It's all thanks to young master. Otherwise, one wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Qiu Yue smiled. All right, let's go back. Lu Ming took out the space-breaking shuttle and the three of them entered it. The space-breaking shuttle shot out like lightning and flew towards the nearest teleportation point. Chapter 1899, Chapter 1899. The Great Emperor's Dao Lecture. Chapter 1899. The Great Emperor's Dao Lecture. The Heavenly Emperor City was always so prosperous. As the number one holy land of the Yuan Mountain, it had gathered countless strong cultivators. On the other hand, the platform where the Celestial Emperor's sword was located had lost its former liveliness. Ever since the Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, no one was interested in it anymore. A young man stood in the air above the platform. This young man was dressed in snow-white clothes, shoes and socks. His black hair was loose and his eyes were as dazzling as 2 stars. At this moment, the young man was emitting a terrifying aura as he stared at the platform. When did the Celestial Emperor's sword get pulled out? The young man said, his voice cold. Beside the young man there was an old man with gloomy eyes. About 5 months ago. He replied. Who is it? The young man continued to ask. This person controls the laws of chaos and is a very young Heaven's Pride expert. We've sent people to investigate. He's a Heaven's Pride expert from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. His name is Lu Ming. The old man replied. The laws of chaos. Lu Ming, how dare you take away my sword from the galaxy? You really don't know what's good for you. The killing intent in the young man's eyes grew stronger. So he was the number 1 genius on the Saint King ranking, the Eternal Son Xiangxiang. However, that kid is also smart. After taking the Celestial Emperor's sword, he disappeared. We have used various methods to find out that the kid has not been in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy during this period of time. He should have gone out to train. The old man said. Unless he never returns to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, my sword will always be mine. Xiangxiang snorted coldly, then turned around and left. In a citadel outside the Heavenly Emperor City, Lu Ming, Qiu Yue and Luo Xiang stepped out of the teleportation formation. They had to travel for half a month before they reached the nearest teleportation area. Then they returned to the guard city of the Heavenly Emperor City through the teleportation array. After they got out of the teleportation array, they rose into the air and flew towards Heavenly Emperor City. Not long after, they returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Of course, Luo Xiang wasn't a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, so he was naturally stopped. However, with his talent he easily passed the test and became a member of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As soon as he entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, Lu Ming realized that the Sacred Institute was much livelier than before. In the past, many people had been cultivating in seclusion in various cultivation places of the Sacred Institute. But now it seemed that many people had come out of seclusion. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Not long after, they arrived at the Saint King ranking. The number of people on the Saint King ranking has increased by a lot. Qiu Yue said. Lu Ming nodded. Previously there were only about 40 people on the Saint King ranking. Now there were more than 80 people. It was double the number. It was obvious that many people had broken through to the absolute saint realm during this period of time. They were improving and so were others. Therefore, in a competition between geniuses, once one was at a standstill, one would be quickly surpassed by others. So many absolute saints. Luo Xiang's eyes were bright, revealing his battle intent. The three of them didn't stay for long. After a glance, they flew back to their residence. When he returned to his residence, he found that everyone was there. Huang Ling, Long Qin, Desolate Li, and the others were all gathered together. You guys didn't go into closed-door cultivation? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, you've returned just in time. The great emperor will be giving a lecture tomorrow. If you'd returned a day later, you wouldn't have made it. Huang Ling smiled. The great emperor's lecture, it seems my luck is not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Lady Qiu Yue, has she recovered her memory? Huang Ling looked at Qiu Yue with a complicated expression. I was lucky this time. I found the materials one needed and made the soul recovery pill. Qiu Yue's memory has been restored. Lu Ming said. Everyone came forward to congratulate him. After that, Lu Ming introduced Luo Xiang to everyone. Lu Ming, I heard that you pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword. Is that true? Long Qin suddenly said. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. You have to be careful. Some time ago the Heng family has been sending people to find out about you. I heard that the Hengxing River has already announced that the Celestial Emperor's sword will be his personal sword. Now that the great emperor is giving a lecture, many geniuses have come out of seclusion. The Hengxing River has also come out of seclusion. Long Qin said with a frown. You're afraid that the Star River will find trouble with me. It's fine. At most, I'll just put the Celestial Emperor's sword back in and see if he can pull it out. Lu Ming laughed. Good idea, haha. Desolate Li laughed as well. Some of them were in seclusion while others were out traveling. They had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, there were many topics to talk about. Some people even started sparring on the spot, which was quite lively. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day was the day of the great emperor's Dao lecture. 2 months ago, the date for the Dao lecture was set. During this period of time, almost all the geniuses had exited their seclusion. It could be said to be the most lively day in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming and the others flew towards the highest peak in the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The great emperor's Dao lecture would be held at the peak of this mountain. At the peak of the mountain there was a piece of flat land. It was very wide and open. On the flat land there were more than 10,000 futons. At the forefront of the flat land, there was an ordinary-looking old man in a gray robe. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Many people had already taken their seats on the praying mats, but there was no sound at all. Everyone was holding their breath and concentrating. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived and looked at the old man, they felt a chilly in their hearts. The old man looked very ordinary, but the seat he was sitting on was the seat for preaching. The one giving the lecture today was a great emperor. Needless to say, the old man was a great emperor. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by 3 great emperors. However, the great emperors were extremely elusive. After everyone joined the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, they had yet to meet the great emperor. Was it finally possible for them to meet one? Lu Ming and the rest held their breath and sat down on some futons at random. Next, more and more geniuses arrived. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt an icy cold aura enveloping him. He turned around and saw a group of paragons approaching. Among them he saw Luo Pokong, but he wasn't at the forefront. There was another young man in front of him. The man's face was cold and his eyes were shining with a faint sense of pride as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. Young master, that's Luo Xiang. Qiu Yue sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Luo Xiang? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Kid Qiu Yue is mine. If you're smart, you better get lost. If you don't, you'll die a horrible death. Luo cangqiong's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, he was using voice transmission. With the great sovereign here, no matter how lawless Luo Xiang was, he didn't dare to make a loud noise. Wishful thinking. Lu Ming replied indifferently, revealing a faint look of disdain. Luo cangqiong's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. He glanced at Qiu Yue and said no more. He stepped forward and walked to the front row of praying mats. Chapter 1900 Chapter 1900 Enlightenment. Chapter 1900 Enlightenment Buzz. All of a sudden a white light flashed past, attracting the attention of many. A young man in a snow-white robe flew to the front and sat down. That's the Stellar River. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and took note of this person. He had a feeling that he would have a battle with the Stellar River sooner or later. More and more geniuses arrived. The number of people on the mountain peak continued to increase. In the end there were close to 10,000 people. However, there were nearly 10,000 people sitting here, but not a single sound was made. No one spoke. On the mountain peak one could even hear a pin drop. The old man didn't say anything either. He had been resting with his eyes closed. Half an hour passed and no one came. At this time the old man opened his eyes. The moment the old man opened his eyes, everyone had an illusion as if they had suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the universe. However, the next moment this illusion disappeared without a trace. Alright, almost everyone has arrived. If there are still people who haven't arrived, we won't wait any longer. Today this old man will be the one to preach. The old man spoke in a gentle voice that echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits lifted. This elder was indeed a great emperor. It was said that the three great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were called Skyfire Great Emperor, Huntian Great Emperor, and Wuxiang Great Emperor. Which of the three great emperors was this great emperor? This old man is Wu Xiang. From now on you can just call me Dean Wu Xiang. The old man smiled. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. So this was Emperor Formless. This was in existence at the peak of the entire Yuan Mountain, a figure who stood at the peak of all living beings. He had lived for an unknown amount of time. Now the lecture begins. Emperor Formless' voice resounded, and everyone immediately focused their attention. At this moment, a small bell appeared in Emperor Formless' hand. The small bell flew into the sky and rapidly grew in size. Clang! The small bell trembled and rang. When everyone heard the bell ring, their spirits were instantly lifted. They felt their thoughts become sharper and more focused. What a wonderful bell! Lu Ming realized that the bell's effect was similar to that of the Path Understanding ancient tree. Then rays of light emanated from the small bell. When everyone was enveloped by this light, their thoughts seemed to become more focused. This is the Bodhi Bell. I've spent several years letting the Bodhi Bell absorb years of Bodhi energy. The Bodhi energy and the Bodhi Bell can greatly increase the speed and efficiency of your Tao comprehension. Emperor Formless explained. Emperor Notionless is really well prepared for this Tao lecture. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. No wonder almost all the geniuses in the Yuan Mountain region had gathered in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Where else would they be able to enjoy such treatment? The Tao I'm talking about isn't biased toward any particular law, but a great Tao. There are countless nomological laws in the world, but the great Tao is one. Any nomological law can be comprehended from the great Tao. How much you can comprehend depends on your own comprehension ability. Emperor Formless spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to transform. His figure disappeared and transformed into a world. Endless music came from the world and the light covered everyone. This was the most fundamental great Tao and it was infinitely mysterious. Lu Ming could not help but recall that when he had participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment, there had been a stage where he had to comprehend Tao for the abyss. It was very similar to the way the Formless Emperor had preached. They were all great Taos that pointed directly to the source. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and silently comprehended the Tao. Emperor Formless lectured for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights he stopped. However, no one woke up. They were all in a deep state of enlightenment. Emperor Formless revealed a warm smile and closed his eyes again. Time passed day by day and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Boom! A powerful aura rose from one of them. This person had actually broken through. Not long after, the man opened his eyes. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I've broken through from the upper tier of a bright saint to the peak of a bright saint. The man was ecstatic. He had been stuck at the great mastery of the bright saint stage for a long time and had not been able to break through. However, the great emperor's lecture this time had allowed him to break through. Then he looked around and his expression turned ugly. The others were still comprehending the Tao. He was the first one to wake up. The earlier one woke up, the worse one's comprehension would be and the less one could comprehend. The youth's excitement from breaking through instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. Since you've ended your enlightenment, you may leave. A voice rang out in this person's mind. It was the voice of Emperor Notionless. The young man's heart trembled. He quickly stood up and bowed to the great emperor before leaving. However, he didn't go far. He stood in the void and watched from afar. He was very curious as to who would wake up the last among all the heaven's favorites. After this young man, there were many descendants who woke up, and there were also people who broke through their cultivation. The great emperor's Tao lecture, coupled with the Bodhi Bell's support, was indeed very effective. However, most of the people breaking through cultivation were in the bright saint realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. It was not so easy to break through to the supreme saint realm, let alone those above the absolute saint realm. On the 20th day, half of the people had already woken up and ended their enlightenment. Everyone had gained something. The longer they spent comprehending the Tao, the greater their gains. Almost all of the people who had finished their enlightenment left the mountain peak and watched from a distance, just like the first youth. Boom. At this time, another person's body erupted with a powerful aura. Some supreme saint geniuses had broken through. After that man, a few supreme saints broke through to the next realm. Of course, great saints were able to break through because they were already at the limit of a certain realm and were about to break through. Therefore, when the great emperor was teaching, they all broke through their limits and entered a higher realm. If he had just broken through to a certain realm, it would have been difficult for him to break through so quickly. A month later, there were less than 1,000 people left. 1.5 months later, there were only about 200 people left. 2 months later, there were only a few dozen people left who were still comprehending Tao. The last few dozen people could be said to be the most talented few dozen people. Most of them had king physiques and could control king path laws. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, Qiu Yue and the others were still comprehending the Tao. The king physique is truly astonishing. He actually managed to comprehend it for 2 months. How much can one gain from comprehending Tao for 2 months? Many people were envious, especially those who finished their enlightenment in a dozen days. They felt that if they had already gained a lot from comprehending the Tao for more than 10 days, then what they had gained from comprehending the Tao for 2 months would definitely be unimaginable. It would definitely be much more than what they had gained. Chapter 1901, Chapter 1901. The last one. Chapter 1901. The last one. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. One of the young men's saint energy was surging, and his aura was getting stronger. Breaking through to the absolute saint realm. Someone exclaimed. He had a king body and had broken through to the absolute saint realm. In fact, someone had already broken through to the absolute saint realm before this, but it wasn't the king body. Some people had stayed in the great sage perfection for a long time and accumulated enough. At this time, during the great emperor's Tao lecture, they had some enlightenment and directly broke through. However, this was the first time someone had broken through to the absolute saint realm with a king body. The man took out a large number of raw gemstones and began to absorb the raw energy to improve his cultivation. Breaking through to the absolute saint realm caused a huge commotion, but the remaining people were protected by the emperor's energy. They weren't disturbed at all and could comprehend the Tao in peace. A few days later, the person who had broken through retracted his aura and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. He had a king physique. Now that he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, his combat power had increased dramatically. He could be considered one of the people who had entered the peak of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He looked at the remaining people and his face darkened. Out of all the king physiques, he was the first to end his enlightenment. Could it be that his talent and potential were the worst among the king physiques? That was impossible. He found it hard to accept this. He thought that he had ended his enlightenment early because of his breakthrough. I'd like to see who will be the last one to finish the enlightenment. Will it be the galaxy, the Death Blade, or Lu Ming? His gaze swept across the galaxy, the Death Blade, and Lu Ming. Then he took a step forward and left the place, watching from a distance. From then on, a king physique would wake up every day. The cultivation of these king bodies was very high. Some were absolute saints, some were supreme saints, and the lowest cultivation was peak supreme saint. Many supreme saints with king bodies had broken through to the next realm, but not many absolute saints. Boom. Boom. 2.5 months later, a shocking aura burst out of Long Chen's body. He had also made a breakthrough from the great perfection of the supreme saint to the absolute saint realm. On the second day, A powerful aura burst out from Huang Ling's body. She had also begun her breakthrough. They had been in the Great Sage Great Perfection for a long time. They had been cultivating in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Now they had finally broken through. The two of them broke through one after another, which made the paragons of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect overjoyed. After Huang Ling and Long Qin woke up, Qiu Yue, Luo Xiang and Huang Li also woke up. Qiu Yue had just broken through to the Absolute Saint realm not long ago, so naturally she hadn't broken through so quickly. However, she had also gained a lot. Her cultivation was much closer to the Absolute Saint realm, and her superpowers had improved a lot. As for Luo Xiang, due to his lack of accumulation, he didn't break into the Absolute Saint realm, but he had reached the limit of the Great Saint Perfection. As for Desolate Li, he had become an Absolute Saint 5 months ago. Although he hadn't broken through yet, he had reached the limit of the lower-tier Absolute Saint realm. He wasn't far from the upper-tier Absolute Saint realm. Everyone's gains were huge. As time passed, the remaining king physiques also woke up one by one. Suddenly, a shocking aura burst out from one of the remaining cultivators. Someone else had broken through. It was Luo Xiang. Ah, my elder brother Luo Xiang has broken through. He has entered the perfected Absolute Saint realm from the Absolute Saint realm. Luo Pokong was ecstatic. He had actually entered the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Many people were shocked. Luo Xiang was already very powerful. He was ranked 10th on the Saint King ranking. Of course, the Saint King ranking might not be accurate, but it was still not a small matter. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through and he was undoubtedly even stronger. Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, Long Qin and the others didn't look good. Luo Xiang was destined to be their enemy. If he broke through, it would be disadvantageous to them. Not long after, Luo Xiang finished his breakthrough and woke up. Humph. After Luo Xiang woke up, he looked at Lu Ming, who was still comprehending Dao, and snorted coldly. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming, but he didn't dare to make a move when he saw Emperor Formless sitting there. If he offended a great emperor, even his grandfather wouldn't be able to protect him. It won't be too late to kill you after you wake up. Luo Xiang murmured and then left the place to watch from a distance. 3 months later, there were only 3 people who were still comprehending Dao: Galaxy, Deathblade and Lu Ming. As expected, the 3 of them were the last to leave. The Son of God is indeed extraordinary. Someone sighed. It's just that you've been comprehending Dao for a little longer, but that doesn't mean anything. Who can say for sure how high your future achievements will be in the future? A king physique snorted coldly, obviously unconvinced. That's right. Although the sons of heaven are strong, their advantage is not as obvious after they become martial sovereigns. Furthermore, their future achievements may not be higher than that of the body of the king. In history, many body of the king's final achievements have surpassed the sons of heaven. That's right, there are even some who didn't have a king physique but reached the peak and surpassed the son of heaven. The others chimed in. Those standing here were all proud geniuses. How could they easily submit to others? Being ahead now did not mean that he would always be ahead in the future. After becoming a martial supreme, everything would become possible. Another 10 days passed. On this day, Xiangxiang and the Death Blade both ended their enlightenment at the same time and opened their eyes. The 2 of them didn't break through because it was rumored that they had just broken through before the Great Emperor's Dao lecture. The 2 of them looked at each other with a cold glint in their eyes. Then they turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still in the midst of enlightenment. Death Blade's eyes flickered and he seemed to be thinking of something. Then he moved and left. As for Xiangxiang, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had thought that he would be the last one to finish his enlightenment. He had not expected that there would be someone who had persevered longer than him. You are Lu Ming? He. The galaxy sneered, took a step forward and flew into the sky far away. At the scene, Lu Ming was the only one who was still comprehending Dao. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. One didn't expect Lu Ming to last longer than the Stellar River and the Death Blade. It's amazing. Could it be that his talent and potential are higher than the galaxy and the Death Blade? Some people were discussing. Who knows if this person is just putting on an act? In fact, he's already awake, but he's deliberately pretending to still be comprehending Dao, said Luo Pokong, his eyes filled with jealousy. Are you doubting Emperor Notionless Judgment? You're making yourself look stupid by saying this. Qiu Yue looked at Luo Pokong and said sarcastically. In front of Lu Ming, Qiu Yue had completely returned to her old personality, obedient and well-behaved. However, in front of others he looked completely different, just like before he lost his memory. This might have something to do with Qiu Yue's recent experiences. Luo Pokong was stunned. His face was gloomy, but he could not refute. Emperor Notionless was still there. If Lu Ming had put on an act, how could Emperor Notionless not know? He would have asked him to leave long ago. Chapter 1902 Chapter 1902 Breaking Through to Absolute Saint. Chapter 1902 Breaking Through to Absolute Saint. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be in a universe of stars. He moved about in the universe like lightning. At the same time he pointed out with his fingers. Huge chaos fingers of tribulation formed and pointed at the stars in the distance. The chaotic finger was bigger than a star. Every time it touched a star, the star would explode like fireworks in the universe. It was a magnificent sight. After a moment Lu Ming stopped. Primal Chaos Ring 90% complete. Lu Ming smiled slightly, very satisfied. And NBSP during this period of time he had used the Great Emperor's Tao lecture to focus more on the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger's level of mastery had increased from 80% to 90%. The higher the level of a sacred art, the more difficult it would be to improve it. The difficulty would continue to double. If he were to cultivate normally, it would take a long time to raise it from 80% to 90%. However, this time with the help of the Great Emperor's Enlightenment, Lu Ming overcame it in one fell swoop. The power of the Finger of Tribulation of Chaos had increased by a large margin. Of course, it would be even more difficult to raise it from 90% to 100% completion. Every increase would require a lot of energy and effort. My cultivation base is about to break through. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of the Great Sage perfection. He was just short of an opportunity to make a breakthrough. And NBSP, although he had focused on comprehending the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, his cultivation had also increased, finally reaching the critical point. On the 4th month of his enlightenment, Lu Ming's body burst out with a shocking aura. Lu Ming is about to break through. He's about to reach Absolute Saint. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's combat strength was already amazing when he was in the Great Sage Perfection realm. He could suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial Absolute Saint realm. How powerful would his combat strength be after he broke through to the Absolute Saint realm? Many people were looking forward to it. Lu Ming is finally going to break through. The eyes of Feng Ling, Qiu Yue and Long Qin lit up. So what if you've broken through? It's more interesting to kill like this. Luo Xiangxiang sneered and his killing intent grew stronger. As time passed, the aura on Lu Ming's body grew stronger. He waved his hand and a large number of raw gemstones appeared. The devouring power burst out and these raw gemstones turned into rolling raw gemstones. They were devoured and absorbed by him, turning into saint power. After a few days, Lu Ming's aura was completely retracted. His cultivation had officially entered the Absolute Saint realm. At this moment, Emperor Formless, who had been sitting cross-legged this entire time, opened his eyes. All right, this time's Tao Enlightenment has come to an end. The next Tao lecture will be held 3 years later. At that time, another great emperor will come to give a Tao lecture. With that, Emperor Formless' figure disappeared. No one saw how the emperor's figure disappeared. It was as if he had never been there. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared where Qiu Yue, Huang Ling and the rest were. He swept his gaze across the room and smiled. Huang Ling, Long Qin and Huang Yuan, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Absolute Saint realm. He realized that it was not only Huang Ling and Long Qin who had broken through. A few members of the desolate race had also broken through, entering the Absolute Saint realm. Most of the 9 youths from the desolate race who had followed Lu Ming out were at the perfected Great Saint realm. Furthermore, they had stayed there for quite some time. This time, with the help of the Great Emperor's lecture, their cultivation levels had all broken through. Although these people did not have king physiques, the desolate race's combat strength was strong to begin with. Furthermore, they also had high-tier heavenly spiritual bodies, so their combat strength was not weak. This way they had quite a number of absolute saints on their side. Lu Ming, you've broken through too. One really don't know how strong you are now. Long Qin said with a smile. The others laughed as well. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat power was already so strong when he was a supreme saint. Now that he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, how strong would he be? They were all very curious. Boom. At this time, a terrifying aura enveloped them, causing everyone's expression to change as they looked in one direction. Luo Xiang stepped forward. Your terrifying aura came from Luo Xiang. Behind him, Luo Pokong and the other paragons of the Daoist Heaven sect followed. Qiu, come here, come to my side. Luo Xiang looked at Qiu Yue and said. His tone was very domineering, as if he was giving an order. Luo Xiang, you don't have to bother me anymore. I've told you that I have no feelings for you. Qiu Yue said. Come here. Luo Cangqiong's voice became more serious and overbearing. Qiu, let's go. Lu Ming held Qiu Yue's hand and ignored Luo Xiang. Stop right there, Lu Ming. You dare to touch my woman? I'll exterminate your entire family. Luo Cangqiong's voice was like a thunderclap, ringing in Lu Ming's ears. In the surroundings, many Heaven's favorites who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. He had just finished comprehending the Tao, and a conflict was about to erupt, and it was Luo Xiang and Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to it. Your woman? What a joke. Qiu, you grew up with me since young. When did she become your woman? And Qiu Yue herself said that she has no feelings for you and told you to stop pestering her. You really are shameless. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Luo Xiang coldly. Do you know who you're talking to? Because of what you said, you will drag your family and friends down with you. They will all die because of you. Luo Xiang said. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at Feng Ling, Long Chen and the others. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Desolate Li shouted, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He hated it the most when people threatened him with his family. Luo Xiang, let me tell you this. Lu Ming is my young master. One once said that I would serve him for the rest of my life. I have no feelings for you. What's the point of you pestering me? Qiu Yue said. Bitch, shut up. If one say you're mine, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Do you understand? Luo Xiang shouted coldly. His grandfather was a great emperor, a top expert in the world. Since he was young, he had gotten everything he wanted. Women were the same. What a joke. Qiu Yue doesn't like you, so you used the law of deprivation to deprive her of her memories. What a pity that Qiu Yue still has no feelings for you. Such a laughable and despicable person still has the face to stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and be called a Heaven's Chosen. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Many people were enlightened. So that was how it was. Luo Xiang couldn't win Qiu Yue's heart, so he used the law of deprivation to deprive Qiu Yue's memory. It was indeed shameless. So what? Luo Xiang opened his mouth and his eyes became even colder. It seems that you've recovered your memory, you bitch. 111 strip you of it again. This time 111 strip you of all your memories. Lu Ming, I'll cripple your cultivation and make you watch Qiu Yue become my woman. Boom. 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 Luo Xiang continued to take steps forward. With each step the sky would shake violently. Chapter 1903. Chapter 1903. The Great Battle with Luo Xiang. Chapter 1903. The Great Battle with Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang was incomparably overbearing and could not be considered as the heavens. So what if others knew that he had taken Qiu Yue away? He was the great emperor's grandson. Who dared to speak ill of him in front of him? In front of him, all of them still wanted to curry favor with him. And now he was going to take Qiu Yue's memory again in front of everyone and get her. Luo Xiang stepped toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. The sky and earth rumbled. He raised a palm and clenched it in the air. Endless energy between the sky and earth gathered in Luo Cangqiong's palm. No, it couldn't be said that they were all gathered together. They were completely deprived by him. The origin chi of heaven and earth, as well as all kinds of elemental energy in the world, were seized by Luo Xiang. They were compressed together to form a huge palm, which pressed down on Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. At this moment, the laws of yin and yang circulated around Qiu Yue's body. Two curved blades flew out, intending to take Luo Xiang head-on. Qiu, let me do it. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he took a step forward. Light spots lit up on his body. There were more than 200 light spots, and a holy weapon flew out from each light spot. On the way back to the Heavenly Emperor City, Lu Ming cultivated the 10,000 soldiers art and sealed a large number of holy weapons in his acupuncture points. Among them there were 18 absolute saint weapons, 108 great saint weapons, and 108 bright saint weapons. In total there were 234 of them. With so many holy weapons floating around Lu Ming, he stepped on them and walked forward. He casually picked up an absolute holy sword, and the chi of the holy weapon gathered. He slashed out and a vast sword chi cut through the void, cutting Luo Cangqiong's big hand in half. Let's see how many moves you can block. Luo Xiang shouted and waved his hands continuously. The law of deprivation was activated and deprived the energy between heaven and earth. It formed a terrifying attack and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the holy weapon and walked on it. His combat sword kept slashing out, breaking the other party's attacks. The attacks of the two were extremely violent and powerful. The surrounding people were forced to retreat. Qiu Yue stood behind Lu Ming, her two curved daggers dancing in the air. He did not retreat at all. If the situation changed, she would not hesitate to take action. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, she was weak and could not help Lu Ming. Now that she had the ability, she would stay by Lu Ming's side and protect him. The cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling was bathed in the unperishable flame. She stepped forward and stood beside Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue looked at Huang Ling and smiled kindly. Huang Ling was stunned for a moment, but she returned the smile. After that, Long Qin and Desolate Li both stepped forward. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang have started a war. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lu Ming has just broken through to the Absolute Saint realm, but Luo Cangqiong's cultivation has already reached the complete Absolute Saint realm. Although Lu Ming was able to suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial Absolute Saint realm, when he was only a great saint, and his combat strength was amazing, Luo Xiangxiang is not Luo Pokong. That's right. Even the king body has different strengths. Luo Cangqiong's combat power is extremely terrifying, and his law of deprivation is extremely powerful. Even if it's not as powerful as the 10 strongest laws, it's still one of the top few among the king path laws. The son of chaos cannot be measured with common sense. This battle is hard to say. The surrounding spectators were all guessing who would win, but no one could say for sure. Some people thought that Luo Xiangxiang was stronger. After all, Luo Cangqiong's cultivation was 2 levels higher, and the law of deprivation was very terrifying. His combat strength must be above Lu Ming's. However, some people deduced that Lu Ming might not be weaker than Luo Xiangxiang based on his previous battle results. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves and neither of them had a clear winner. The Blade of Deprivation. Luo Xiangxiang did not continue to deprive the energy between heaven and earth. Instead he formed a huge saber with the law of deprivation and slashed it at Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought, Lu Ming gathered the holy weapons together. The chi of combat weapons burst forth and blasted toward Luo Xiangxiang. However, when it collided with Luo Cangqiong's saber, his expression changed slightly. This was because he felt that there was a terrifying power of deprivation in Luo Cangqiong's saber. It was going to deprive the combat weapon chi and even the spiritual consciousness attached to Lu Ming's holy weapon. Even the spirituality of the holy weapon itself was going to be deprived and turned into scrap iron. After taking away the energy from Lu Ming's saint weapon, Luo Cangqiong's saber was much more powerful. With a shake, all the saint weapons were knocked back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 200 holy weapons gathered behind Lu Ming, forming a pair of huge wings. The chi of the holy weapons gathered on the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming took a step in the air and charged at Luo Xiangqiang, his sword slashing out. Boom! The combat sword collided with Luo Cangqiong's combat blade. Strip him of his power. Luo Xiangqiang operated the law of deprivation, trying to deprive Lu Ming of his power of law and even his saint energy. However, the next moment Luo Cangqiong's expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat several thousand meters in the void. Can you take away the laws of chaos? Lu Ming said coldly as he continued to charge at Luo Xiangqiang. Just now he had covered the sword with a layer of chaotic law. The chaos law was one of the 10 supreme laws. Although the law of deprivation was domineering, it could not deprive the chaos law. The blade of deprivation. Luo Cangqiong's face was gloomy. He waved his hands and kept forming 9 sabers. They rushed toward Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming simply put away all his holy weapons and used the prison suppressing heaven technique to resist. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 9 punches in a row and the 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels appeared, clashing with the 9 blades of deprivation. Strip, strip. Luo Xiang shouted and wanted to strip Lu Ming of his saint energy. However, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique was reinforced by the laws of chaos and he could not strip it away. Moreover, the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was very strange. Lu Ming had a feeling that even without the chaos law, the other party would not be able to strip the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The prison-suppressing steel's shadow suppressed the heaven and earth, knocking Luo Cangqiong's 9 blades of deprivation away. Luo Cangqiong's nomological laws have been restrained. The law of chaos is the king of all laws. The law of deprivation can't affect it at all. The advantage of the law of deprivation can't be exerted at all. Luo Xiang is in danger in this battle. Some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. Luo Cangqiong's law of deprivation was extremely overbearing. Could deprive everything, even other laws. An ordinary king body would be restricted by Luo Cangqiong's deprivation law. However, against Lu Ming, Luo Cangqiong's law of deprivation could not exert its advantage at all. If I can't take it away from you, then I'll use absolute power to crush you and take away your divine seal. Luo Xiang waved his hand, and the 9 blades of deprivation collapsed. Then Luo Xiang formed a seal with his palm and turned it into a big seal. This huge seal was pitch black, and when it appeared in the sky, endless heaven and earth energy poured into it. The huge seal emitted a terrifying aura. Chapter 1904. Chapter 1904. Where do you get your confidence from? Chapter 1904. Where do you get your confidence from? The divine seal of deprivation was Luo Cangqiong's superpower. It could deprive all the energy in the world, even the power of other laws. It could be gathered together to form a terrible attack. All the energy around the deprivation divine seal seemed to have been deprived, forming an empty space. Various types of energy gathered on the divine seal of deprivation. With an ear-piercing sound, it turned into the size of a mountain and blasted toward Lu Ming. Die! Luo Xiang shouted with a thick killing intent. Since he could not take away Lu Ming's chaos laws, he would use absolute power to suppress Lu Ming. His sacred art had already reached 90% maturity, and its might was terrifying. Furthermore, it was a magical power formed by stripping laws, and its power far exceeded ordinary laws. He was very confident in his sacred art. At his age, it was rare to be able to cultivate a sacred art to 90%. So what if Lu Ming's chaos laws were powerful? Under the situation where the mastery of the divine power was far lower than his, he would still be crushed. What a terrifying superpower technique. I'm afraid Luo Xiang has already cultivated it to 90%. To be able to cultivate a technique to 90% completion at such a young age, he's truly a peerless genius. His rank as 10th on the Saint King rankings is well deserved. As soon as Luo Xiang used his superpower, many Heaven's Pride experts were shocked. More people looked serious as they felt the powerful pressure. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The laws of chaos burst forth and he pointed his finger. A finger, incomparably huge and surrounded by the color of chaos, struck at the divine seal of deprivation. Boom. And NBSP, the divine seal of deprivation and the chaos finger of tribulation clashed in the air, creating a massive shockwave. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even stand still and were forced to retreat. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic finger of tribulation were locked in a stalemate. Strip. Luo Xiang let out a long roar and circulated all the power in his body. The law of deprivation burst out crazily. It deprived the energy of heaven and earth and strengthened the power of the divine seal of deprivation. Luo Xiang, is this all your power? You're nothing more than this. Lu Ming sneered. The laws of chaos circulated wildly, tangling with the saint energy and surging toward the chaos finger of tribulation. Boom. And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger trembled, its power growing even stronger. The terrifying power caused the divine seal of deprivation to tremble. Luo Cangqiong's expression changed drastically. He felt that the divine seal of deprivation could not hold on any longer. How was this possible? His divine seal of deprivation had already reached 90% completion. Furthermore, it was a divine ability condensed from the law of deprivation. How could Lu Ming's divine ability be stronger than his? Lu Ming had just made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm and he was cultivating the chaos laws. How could he be as good as him in terms of the mastery of superpower? Not only him but the people around him also found it hard to believe. Luo Cangqiong's superpower technique was so terrifying, but in the confrontation of superpower technique, Luo Xiang was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's power was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Xiang, I really can't figure out where your confidence comes from. With your strength you're still acting so high and mighty. Lu Ming continued, and the power of the chaos finger of tribulation erupted. Bang. The divine seal of deprivation cracked and exploded with a bang. Luo Xiang groaned and retreated madly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Cangqiong's superpower had reached 90%, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had also reached 90%. For magical powers of the same level, unless they were also in the top 10 nomological laws, they were invincible. Many people were shocked. Luo Xiang was injured and he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the air and approached Luo Xiang. His voice continued, "Didn't you want to cripple me? Come on, this bit of strength is not enough." Having said that, Lu Ming pointed his finger again. A chaotic finger of tribulation shot toward Luo Xiang. Luo Cangqiong's face turned ghastly pale. He roared and launched the divine seal of deprivation again. However, he was injured and it was even more difficult for him to resist Lu Ming's attack. In an instant the divine seal of deprivation was destroyed. Under the attack of the chaotic finger of tribulation, Luo Xiang screamed in pain and was sent flying more than 10,000 meters away. He vomited blood. His injuries were even more serious. Not far away, Luo Pokong and the other talents of the Daoist Heaven sect were pale. Even Luo Xiang was no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to help but did not dare to step forward. They were afraid that they would be crushed by Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming did not stop. He stepped on the void and walked toward Luo Xiang. "Lu Ming, it'll make you die without a burial place sooner or later. I mean what I say." Luo Xiang roared. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. "Rely on you or rely on the power behind you. That's right, trash, like you can only rely on the power behind you." Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. In other words, Luo Xiang was no match for Lu Ming with his own strength. He had to rely on the power behind him. "Also, you've forgotten one thing. Now that the power behind you is no longer here, I have the advantage. You shouldn't have threatened me," Lu Ming said coldly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. He took a step forward and flew towards Luo Xiang like lightning. "Kill, die." Lu Ming shouted and activated his divine sword technique. Two pitch-black sword lights shot out from his eyes and rushed toward Luo Xiang. At the same time he pointed with his right hand. The terrifying finger of primal chaos tribulation crushed toward Luo Xiang. Lu Ming is going to kill Luo Xiang? How audacious. He's simply lawless. Many people gasped. No killing was allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. This was the rule set by the Great Emperor. But now Lu Ming's killing intent was unconcealed. His eyes were cold and he showed no mercy. He clearly wanted to kill Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang was said to be lawless and reckless, but he did not dare to disobey the orders of the Great Emperor. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill Luo Xiang in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. This was the real lawless. "You dare." Luo Xiang bellowed. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to kill him here. He fought back but was undoubtedly sent flying by Lu Ming once again. Half of his body was almost shattered. His aura was weak and he was severely injured. "Die, die." Lu Ming shouted coldly and launched another finger of tribulation. "You." Luo Cangqiong's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Lu Ming had gone mad. He actually wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of being punished by the Great Emperor? He wanted to die together with him. He retreated frantically but he could not escape Lu Ming's lock. The terrifying aura of the finger of calamity of chaos enveloped him firmly. "No help." Luo Xiang roared in fear. He was completely different from his previous arrogant look. Whoosh. At that moment, a palm print cut through the sky and crashed toward Lu Ming's finger of tribulation at an alarming speed. With a boom, the chaos finger of tribulation exploded and the remaining power of the palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out with all his might. Chapter 1905. Chapter 1905. The Star River takes action. Chapter 1905. The Star River takes action. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched with all his might. The illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print came, the prison-suppressing steel's shadow exploded. Lu Ming's body was sent flying back tens of thousands of meters before he stopped in the air, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. A young man with snow-white skin and long black hair came to Luo Xiang. The Star River. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Many people were shocked. It was Heng Xinghe, the number 1 on the Saint King ranking, who had sent Lu Ming flying and injured him with one move. Was he going to make a move against Lu Ming? Brother Heng. Luo Xiang was overjoyed. At the same time he stuffed pills into his mouth and started to heal his wounds. You want to interfere? Lu Ming stared at the galaxy. Luo Xiang is the great emperor's grandson. How can he be humiliated by you? Said the Hengxing River. Lu Ming sneered. According to the Eternal Star River, could it be that the grandson of the great emperor could bully others and others could not resist or suppress him? It was laughable. At that moment Xingqian continued, furthermore, I'm looking for you for another reason. You were the one who pulled out the celestial emperor's sword, right? That belongs to the Heng family. Now hand it over to me. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As expected, the galaxy had taken action because of this matter. The hearts of the surrounding paragons trembled. It turned out that the true purpose of the Xingxing River's attack was to obtain the celestial emperor's sword. Saving Luo Xiang was just a passing act. The news that Lu Ming had pulled out the celestial Thearch sword had long caused an uproar in the heavenly emperor city. Now that Lu Ming had returned, the Heng family was indeed looking for him. How should Lu Ming face it? Should he hand it over or not? Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Legend has it that the sword was left behind by the heavenly emperor. However, it's only a legend and might not be true. You said that the sword belongs to the Heng family, but do you have any evidence? Perhaps it was left behind by some other unparalleled expert. Lu Ming responded. Although it was said that the sword was the heavenly emperor's sword and was left behind by the heavenly emperor who founded Heavenly Emperor City, it was only a legend. Could the Heng family produce any evidence? Xinghe placed his hands behind his back and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone in Heavenly Emperor City knows that the sword was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, and the Heng family is the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. Why do we need to prove this? Since you are the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why can't you pull out that sword? Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading throughout the entire venue. Xing Chen's face darkened instantly. Lu Ming was mocking him for not being able to pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword. I will pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword sooner or later. Xing He said coldly. He, could it be that drawing the sword is related to cultivation? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. Lu Ming was mocking the galaxy. Everyone knew that pulling out the Celestial Emperor's sword had nothing to do with one's cultivation. There was once a martial emperor who could not even pull it out by 1 foot, but there was someone who had just started cultivating who could pull it out 5 feet. He had once pulled the sword out of the Stellar River by 9 feet, but he would probably only be able to pull it out by 9 feet in his entire life. The chances of pulling it out would not increase with the improvement of his cultivation. Yet the galaxy said that he would pull it out sooner or later. Lu Ming's rhetorical question was clearly mocking the galaxy. Xing's expression turned even uglier. The light in his eyes became even sharper, like 2 divine swords. Besides, even if that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and the Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why didn't the Celestial Emperor leave the sword to the Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on the platform and sealed it for thousands of years. It's obvious that the Celestial Emperor wants to find someone who can pull out the sword. Only the person who can pull out the sword is qualified to hold the sword. This is what the Celestial Emperor wants. If the Heng family is really the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, you should respect the Heavenly Emperor's will and not go against the will of your ancestors. Lu Ming continued to speak. His sonorous and powerful voice made many people look thoughtful. That's right. If that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, why didn't he just leave it to the Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on the platform and let others pull it out. In other words, only the one who pulled it out had the right to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. This was the true meaning of the Celestial Emperor. You've got a glib tongue and you're twisting the truth. Lu Ming, one didn't want to bully you with your cultivation base. But since you're asking for death today, I'll fulfill your wish. The galaxy shouted and took a step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura bloomed from his body. A mysterious and terrifying law surrounded his body. It was one of the 10 ultimate maxims, the eternal maxim. Eternal, eternal, eternal. The eternal law was similar to Huang Ling's law of unperishable flame, but its power was much stronger than the unperishable flame. The eternal law not only gave the user an extremely strong life force, but it also had terrifying offensive power. Boom. Xiangxiang River took a step forward and approached Lu Ming rapidly. Then he struck out with his palm and a palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he felt a terrifying pressure. Xing Chen's cultivation was too strong, and the power of his palm had the power to destroy the world. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming let out a long roar and circulated his cultivation to the extreme. He then pointed out a Chaos Tribulation Finger that was at 90% maturity. At the same time, his body lit up with spots of light. More than 200 holy weapons flew out and hovered around Lu Ming, forming a defensive force. Boom. And NBIS-P, the primal chaos finger of tribulation, collided with the palm print of the Star River. Bang. The 90% completed finger of tribulation of chaos did not even manage to block a few attacks before it exploded. The terrifying power surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to punch out, and at the same time, more than 200 saint weapons blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print came, Lu Ming's body trembled. The 200 saint weapons buzzed and his body was sent flying far away. Lu Ming was no match for the Xiangxiang River. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. They are both children of God, but Xing Chen's cultivation level is much higher. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. That's natural. As children of God, they usually fight at the same level. If there's a difference in cultivation, there's no point in fighting. I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to keep the Celestial Emperor's sword today. Some people in the surroundings sighed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, Xing Chen was the eternal sun. His combat strength was not weak either. With a much higher cultivation, Lu Ming was no match for him. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword and I'll spare your life. With his hands behind his back, the Star River stepped toward Lu Ming with an invincible aura. Boom. The Star River took a step forward. A huge foot descended from the sky and stomped toward Lu Ming. Don't even think about hurting the young master. Qiu Yue. A voice sounded and a figure rushed into the sky. It was Qiu Yue. At this moment, Qiu Yue's glabella glowed and the monarch weapon, the yin yang wheel, appeared and struck at the giant foot. At the same time, a phoenix's cry was heard. Huang Ling also rushed into the sky. She was bathed in the unperishable flame, almost turning into a phoenix. At the same time, a pair of phoenix wings flapped out from her back and attacked the giant foot. Chapter 1906, Chapter 1906. 6 Princes and 1 Son versus the Eternal. Chapter 1906. 6 Princes and 1 Son versus the Eternal, not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Qiu Yue and Feng Ling to suddenly rush out. With Qiu Yue and Feng Ling's combat strength, even with monarch weapons, they were no match for the Star River. As expected, Qiu Yue and Feng Ling's bodies trembled as the giant foot landed. They groaned and flew back, landing beside Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, are you guys all right? Lu Ming asked worriedly. Young master, it's fine. One want to fight alongside you. Qiu Yue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in her eyes. On the other side, Huang Ling didn't speak, but the imperishable flame on her body burned even more fiercely. Hee, how can you stop me with just 2 girls? Xing Chen sneered and continued to walk forward. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. I'm the one who's cursing. A burly figure appeared beside Huang Ling. It was desolate power. The muscles on his body bulged as he circulated his laws. He wore a pair of pitch-black gloves on his hands, which were also sovereign weapons. Buzz. Another figure flashed by. Long Qin appeared beside Qiu Yue. His arms were bulging and his aura was terrifying. Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li and Lu Ming, 4 king physiques and 1 son of chaos, stood side by side. All of them were at the initial success stage of the absolute saint realm. Their auras combined to resist the aura of the eternal star river. Sin. Behind them, the other elites of the desolate race as well as Xiu Yue and company also wanted to step forward. Don't come up. Lu Ming waved his hand and asked the desolate land and the rest to stop. When facing an opponent like the Stellar River, numbers did not mean anything. If one's combat power was insufficient, it would be useless no matter how many people they had. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think we don't have people? Another genius of the Heng family shouted and stepped forward. The other geniuses of the Heng family also followed. All of you back off. You don't need to interfere in this matter. Xingqian waved his hand and said to the other geniuses of the Heng family. He was a proud person. With his cultivation he did nor need the help of others to deal with Lu Ming and the others. Il's gaze swept across Lu Ming's group of 5 and he said indifferently, "You think that you can contend with me with just the 5 of you? How naive." Around them the others also sighed. The lineup of Lu Ming's team could be said to be luxurious. The 4 king bodies and the son of chaos had all reached the absolute saint realm. However, they were facing the eternal son Heng Xinghe, who was ranked first on the Saint King rankings. No one had any objections. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest expert of the younger generation in Yuan Mountain. Even the Death Blade, the son of death, was unable to shake the position of the galaxy. Although Lu Ming's team of 5 was grand, their cultivation was weaker. Could they really fight against the eternal star river? What if him included? At this time a deep voice rang out. A tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. It's Ouyang Wuxia. Someone recognized the person. Ouyang Wuxia came to Lu Ming's side and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Absolute Saint. Obviously Ouyang Wuxia had also reached the Absolute Saint realm. Then let's add little sister. At this time another voice sounded. A graceful figure stepped through the void and landed beside Lu Ming and the rest. Luo Tianyi. Ouyang Wuxia and Luo Tianyi both helped Lu Ming. Are they familiar with him? 6 king physiques and 1 son of chaos. This lineup is truly astonishing. Many people gasped and found it hard to calm down. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wuxia were actually familiar with Lu Ming. They attacked at this time and wanted to fight against the Star River with Lu Ming and the others. Very good, very good. Then I'll see how strong you are. Xingqian's eyes were filled with battle intent. He took a step forward and the void space under his feet trembled. Heavenly illusion. Luo Tianyi shouted. Her eyes turned into 2 black vortexes. She cast the sky illusion technique and enveloped the eternal star river, trying to make the eternal star river fall into an illusion. At this time Luo Tianyi's cultivation was revealed. She had reached the absolute saint realm and seemed to have reached the limit of the absolute saint realm. She was not far from the peak of the absolute saint realm. As expected, Xing's body trembled slightly and he stopped. The moment Luo Tianyi made her move, Lu Ming, Qiu Yue, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chen and Ouyang Wuxia also made their moves. 6 terrifying superpowers exploded at the same time and blasted towards the Star River. The shockwaves created by the 6 of them were earth-shaking and shook people's minds. A mere illusion can't stop me. Break. Xingqian's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as bright as the stars. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out from his eyes and slashed at the void. Luo Tianyi cried out. Her body trembled and she retreated. Her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her illusion had been broken by the galaxy and suffered a backlash, causing her to be injured. At the same time, a sword light condensed in Xingqian's hand and he slashed out. Buzz. This sword radiance was like a fairy from beyond the heavens. It cut through the void and turned into eternity. It was unparalleled and breathtaking. Boom, boom, boom. The sword radiance slashed across and the attacks of Lu Ming and the other 5 were all shattered in the air. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming shouted. The 6 of them retreated rapidly to avoid the aftermath of the sword light. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. The combat power of the galaxy was indeed terrifying and unrivaled. The main reason was that their cultivation level was too low, far inferior to that of the eternal Star River. What's the use of having so many people? The galaxy's palm clenched into a fist and the eternal law condensed into a sword beam, pressing toward Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Taiyi formation disc floated out. Qiu Yue and the others also took out their monarch weapons Chaos Finger. This time Lu Ming took the lead in attacking. He used all his might to launch a chaotic finger of tribulation. At the same time he moved and rushed toward the galaxy at top speed. Countless runes filled his left hand and formed a sealing force that spread toward the galaxy. At the same time the Taiyi yin and yang pattern appeared on the Taiyi formation disc and turned into two yin-yang fish swords, slashing toward the Star River. The series of attacks was like a storm. Even an ordinary absolute saint in the perfection stage would be killed by Lu Ming's wave of attacks. At the same time as Lu Ming launched his attack, the others also launched their attacks. It's both real and illusionary. Die? Luo Xiang shouted. Butterflies appeared in the sky, flapping their wings and flying toward the Star River. These butterflies were formed by an illusion. They could be real or fake and their power was astonishing. The attacks of Qiu Yue and the others also headed towards the galaxy. What a terrifying attack. The surrounding geniuses were all shocked. With so many people joining forces, no one else was confident that they could stop them, not even the geniuses who were ranked high on the Saint King ranking. Small tricks. Xing Chen's expression did not change. Lai slashed out the sword gleam in his hand. In an instant 9 sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 3 of the sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming. The other 7 people each had 1 Dao. Chapter 1907, Chapter 1907, Chapter 1907, Death Blade Attacks. Chapter 1907, Chapter 1907 Death Blade Attacks and NBSP. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was the first to be cut apart. Then the yin-yang fish sword and the sealing power of the array Dao laws were also broken one by one. Luo Xiang, Qiu Yue and the others' attacks were the same. The sword light slashed and everyone retreated quickly. So strong. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. The galaxy was too powerful. Even when Lu Ming and the other 7 experts joined forces, they were still no match for it. The cultivation of Xiangxiang River is at least at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With the eternal body his combat power is too strong. Long Chen said to the others. That was indeed the case. Their cultivation levels were too much weaker and they were simply no match for him. He was the eternal sun, an invincible existence at the same level as them. Not to mention his cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword. You're not qualified to wield it, said Xingchen coldly. Xiangxia, your cultivation level is just slightly higher. If we were to fight at the same level I would still defeat you, Lu Ming said. Defeat me? Hehe, Lu Ming, let me tell you, even if you have mastered the laws of chaos, you are no match for me in a battle of the same level. However, you don't have to provoke me into fighting you at the same level. Having a high cultivation is also a kind of strength. As Xiangxiang River spoke he stepped forward. A terrifying sword will burst out of his body, piercing through the sky. The sword power spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying pressure. He had overwhelming abilities. Why did he have to fight with Lu Ming at the same level? This kind of goading had no effect on him. Lu Ming, since you don't want to hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword, I'll have to take it myself, Xingchen said coldly. He raised the sword light in his hand high and his aura became stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared on the galaxy and enveloped him. Spacetime law. Xing's expression changed and he shouted in anger. Do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that bubbles had made a move. Moreover, from the fluctuations of the spacetime law, it was extremely powerful. Clearly, bubbles had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Once again, Lu Ming and the other 7 joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Break. A terrifying sword radiance burst forth from the body of the Star River, breaking the transparent bubble in one go. However, the surrounding space kept on rippling and distorting like water waves, trying to trap the Star River in the void. At the same time, the power of time also acted on the galaxy, causing his movements to slow down. Xing's expression finally changed a little. The spacetime law was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It had endless changes and was best at trapping enemies. With the spacetime law in coordination with Lu Ming and the rest, they would be able to unleash their abilities to a greater extent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's group's attack arrived. It looked like the galaxy was about to be drowned in it. Boom. At this moment, An even more powerful and terrifying aura burst out from the body of the eternal star river. A terrifying divine light burst out and the space-time law that enveloped his body collapsed instantly. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others were also crushed by the light. It's the eternal light. Also, Xiangxiang River's cultivation level is in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. Around them many people shouted. Is this the true cultivation level of the galaxy? Lu Ming and the rest looked extremely solemn. In the battle just now, Xianghe had not used his full strength at all. His cultivation had already reached the perfected absolute saint realm. How terrifying was he at this age? As long as his eternal law was perfected and he reached the perfection realm, he would be able to step into the Emperor-to-be realm and start to break through to the martial Emperor realm. There were not many people who could reach the martial Emperor realm before the age of 50, and they could be compared to the ancient mighty figures. Whoosh! A figure flashed and bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. That person is so strong. The bubbles can't trap him. Chirp chirp. Very good, you're not bad. You're able to force me to use my full strength. Then you'll have to suffer my wrath. Xingqian spoke with a cold voice, revealing a cold killing intent. A real combat sword appeared in his hand. It was a monarch weapon and its sword Qi soared into the sky. At that moment Xingqian's cultivation in the great circle of the absolute saint realm was completely unleashed. His aura was truly shocking. It's over. Lu Ming and the rest are finished. Although they are strong, they are no match for the galaxy. Indeed, but Lu Ming's lineup is too terrifying. There's actually someone who has mastered the space-time law. How shocking will they be when they grow up? Will the eternal star river kill them and get rid of them here? It's hard to say. Today's scene had far exceeded everyone's expectations, making them so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. In the beginning, Luo Xiang came to find trouble with Lu Ming but was defeated by him. After that, the Xiangxiang River made their move and the number of experts on Lu Ming's side continued to increase. Up until now there were already 6 king physiques and 2 sons of God. What kind of luxurious lineup was this? This made many of the powerful heaven's favorites look very serious. If these people's cultivation were to increase, who would be their match? Damn it, I hope the galaxy can kill these people. Luo Xiang was also shocked. He had never expected that there would be so many terrifying geniuses gathered around Lu Ming. Swish! He took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The hearts of Lu Ming and the rest thumped rapidly. They could sense a terrifying danger from the sword light. Let's join hands. Lu Ming shouted. They could only block this attack by gathering all their strength. The Dian elixir furnace flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. In his dantian, the 2 saint hearts were working at full force. Majestic saint power poured into the Dian elixir furnace, making it the size of a mountain. However, just as Lu Ming and the rest were about to go all out and fight, a pitch-black saber light cut through the void in the distance and slashed violently. This blade light was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Buzz! The sword light and the saber light collided heavily and exploded. The terrifying sword Qi and saber light swept in all directions. Buzz! A figure flashed. It was a young man in a black robe. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the Star River. He was holding a saber in his arms and his body was filled with a strong aura of death. It's the Death Blade. The Death Blade actually attacked the galaxy. Could it be that the Death Blade is also familiar with Lu Ming and the rest? Many people were shocked to see this young man. The Death Blade, the son of death, had also attacked the galaxy. Death Blade, you're going to help Lu Ming and the rest too? Xing's eyes narrowed slightly and a sharp glint flashed through them. No, no. The Death Blade shook his head. The reason I attacked was because I didn't like you. These words made many people speechless. The Death Blade attacked because he didn't like the galaxy? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Lu Ming was a gold-tier inheritor of the Hunyuan sect while the Death Blade was a silver-tier inheritor. Naturally, he would not attack just because he did not like the Eternal Star River. Chapter 1908, Chapter 1908, Chapter 1908, Draw. Chapter 1908, Chapter 1908 Draw. However, the Death Blade was a proud man. He was the son of death. He would not admit it. He had to listen to Lu Ming's orders now. Since the Death Blade did not mention it, Lu Ming naturally would not say it either. Death Blade, it's still too early for you to stop me with your current cultivation, said Xiangxiang coldly. Death Blade's cultivation was at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, while he was in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. The Death Blade was no match for him. How would we know if we don't fight? The Death Blade said, and the death energy around him became even thicker. If you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Xiangxiang shouted coldly. The eternal divine light became more and more brilliant. The peerless sword radiance was incomparably sharp. It was flickering and could erupt into a terrifying attack at any time. Stellar River, our battle isn't over yet. Lu Ming took a step forward. At this moment his black hair and eyes turned blood red, and a bone-chilling murderous intent emanated from his body. At this moment Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of death. This was the power of the third bloodline. It had been a long time since Lu Ming had used the power of the third bloodline. The power of the third bloodline was too strange, and Lu Ming had been using it less and less. But today he had no choice but to use it. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's aura rose sharply. After a few steps, Lu Ming stood side by side with the Death Blade. Hit this guy. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow mumbled. She strode forward with her small feet and followed Lu Ming. As her figure walked past, the void distorted like water ripples. It was as if her body was not here but in another space-time. In addition, Qiu Yue, Luo Xiang, and the others also stepped forward, exuding a shocking aura. Kill. The Blade of Death was the first to attack. The Blade of Death slashed toward the Star River. Wherever the blade light passed, the world became silent. It was deathly still. Boom. Lu Ming was the second to make a move. He lifted the Dian elixir furnace, and a majestic force continuously surged into the furnace, smashing it toward the galaxy. Then Bubbles, Qiu Yue, and the rest attacked at the same time. The attack this time was truly shocking. Today I'll let you all understand what it means to be the strongest. The eternal Star River howled and the sword beams kept slashing out. Hundreds of sword beams were slashing toward Lu Ming and the rest. The Death Blade's Blade of Death kept shaking and more blade lights appeared. He managed to block a small part of the sword light. The Dian elixir furnace in Lu Ming's hand was as huge as a mountain. Every time it fell, a large area of sword radiance was destroyed. Bubbles, Qiu Yue, and the rest worked together to block the remaining sword light. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle erupted. The 10 geniuses fought with all their might. This entire region was filled with terrifying rumbling sounds. The entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was shocked. However, after Lu Ming used his third bloodline and the Death Blade joined in, they could finally fight against the Eternal Star River and not be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was still no clear winner. Xiangxiang unleashed his terrifying combat strength to the extreme, but he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the rest. The advantage of the galaxy was cultivation. His cultivation was on the higher side. On the other hand, Lu Ming's group had more people. The combination of various different laws was extremely powerful. Swallow. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming opened the lid of the Dian elixir furnace. A powerful devouring force erupted from the furnace, trying to swallow the Star River. The eternal Star River howled and eternal divine light burst forth, tearing apart the pill furnace's devouring force. However, the next moment, it was enveloped by the Bubbles spacetime law and its body froze. Whoosh. The Death Blade's Blade of Death slashed over and almost hit the eternal Star River. He dodged it by a hair's breadth and broke through the attacks of Qiu Yue and the others at the same time. He slashed out a few terrifying sword lights at Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, and the others. However, the Bubbles spacetime law enveloped Qiu Yue and the rest. Their bodies trembled and they dodged the sword radiance of the Xiangxiang River. Bubbles spacetime law had great support abilities in a battle. Furthermore, its attack power was also very terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. On the battlefield, all kinds of dazzling lights burst out, colliding with each other and causing continuous rumbles. After about 100 moves, there was still no clear winner. Boom. Heng Xinghe, Lu Ming, and the Death Blade collided with each other and their bodies flew far away. His face was particularly gloomy. Today's matter seemed to be out of his control. He was only dealing with one Lu Ming, but he was besieged by so many people. Every one of them was a terrifying genius. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, the Heng family is determined to get the Celestial Emperor's sword. You can't protect it with just your people," said Xiangxiang coldly. "That's right. The Heng family must obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword." As the voice of the Xiangxiang River faded, another voice rang out from outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Following that, a suffocating pressure spread out from that direction. Then the crowd saw 3 old men walking in the air. The 3 elders were surrounded by a divine light. Many people's pupils contracted. This was the world god light, which meant that the 3 elders were all true emperor-level experts. The 3 elders stood in the air, surrounded by the world's divine light. They were like 3 gods, and a terrifying pressure constantly spread out. All the geniuses present felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. "Elder." Xiangxiang cupped his fists at the 3 old men. "Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword to us." "It's the Celestial Emperor's sword. You're not qualified to control it." The elder in the middle spoke and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body and he could not help but step back. If the younger one can't do it, then the older one will? This is indeed the style of a great power. Lu Ming spoke with a hint of mockery. "That's right. You true emperors want to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. It's too embarrassing." At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As the voice faded, a few figures appeared in the void. These figures were all surrounded by world divine light and were all at the true emperor level. This was a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Many of the teachers in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy didn't come from any major powers. Most of them were lone wolves or lived in seclusion. In the end, they were invited by the 3 great emperors to become teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and manage it together. The expressions of the Heng family's true emperors turned ugly. Initially, they had asked the Star River to take the Celestial Emperor's sword from Lu Ming's hands. However, they did not expect that the Star River would not succeed. They had no choice but to step in. They had also thought that the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would definitely interfere in this matter. "This is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. You guys can go ahead." A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy directly asked him to leave. "The Celestial Emperor's sword, we must take it away." A true emperor from the Heng clan spoke. The Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, so it naturally belongs to him. "You guys don't have the ability to pull it out, but you want to gain something for nothing. Isn't that ridiculous? To think that you guys call yourselves the descendants of the Celestial Emperor." An old man said in disdain, not giving the Heng family any face at all. Chapter 1909. Chapter 1909. The Great Emperor made his move. Chapter 1909. The Great Emperor made his move. The Heng family's true emperors had dark expressions. If it was someone from any other power who dared to speak to them like this, they would have destroyed him. However, the other party was a teacher of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, which was founded by 3 great emperors. Although the Heng family was powerful, they did not dare to go against the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. The eyes of the Heng family's true emperors turned and they started to discuss this matter. After a while, a true emperor from the Heng clan said, "Lu Ming, you can keep the Celestial Emperor's sword, but you must hand over the cultivation technique in the sword to the Heng family." A sharp glint flashed across Xiangqiang's eyes. He had once declared that the Celestial Thearch sword would be his personal sword. Now he was letting Lu Ming stay. This made him very unhappy. The eyes of the teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy flickered. It was obvious that the Heng family had given in. They looked at Lu Ming and one of them said, "Lu Ming, what do you think? There's no cultivation technique in the sword. How am one supposed to hand it over?" Lu Ming said. After he pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword, he did not notice any abnormalities at all. It was just like an ordinary stone sword. It only appeared in the sword tomb of its own accord and saved Lu Ming once. Moreover, it also absorbed a large amount of sword source. "Lu Ming, don't push your luck. The Heng family has already given in. If you're too greedy, you'll only be digging your own grave." He shouted coldly. The eyes of the Heng family's true emperors also flashed with cold light. In their opinion, they had already given in, but Lu Ming was insatiable and was not even willing to hand over the Celestial Thearch sword technique. "Lu Ming, the cultivation technique in the Celestial Emperor's sword is very important to the Heng family," he said. "That's right. Young people should know when to stop. You are very talented. It would be a pity if you die halfway." The few true emperors from the Heng family spoke one after another. Their threat was obvious. I said there is no cultivation technique in the sword. Lu Ming repeated. You still dare to deny it? One of the Heng family's true emperors shouted. It was like a thunderclap. The sound of rolling thunder formed a terrifying storm that pressed toward Lu Ming. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy frowned. He took a step forward and a wave of power rushed out, destroying the thunderous sound of the other party. The true emperor has made his move. He's gone too far. The teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you really didn't get any cultivation technique from the sword? No, after one got that sword there was nothing unusual about it. It was just like an ordinary stone sword. Lu Ming said. You're lying. There are records in the Heng family's ancient books that the Celestial Emperor's sword has cultivation techniques left behind by the Celestial Emperor. How can it not be there? A true emperor from the Heng clan shouted. Looks like that sword really doesn't belong to the Heng family. Or perhaps the Heng family isn't the descendant of the Celestial Emperor at all. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you insult my Heng family? Kill without mercy. The Heng clan's true emperor was enraged, and a terrifying aura erupted from him as he stepped forward. The Heng family had always been proud of being the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. Now that Lu Ming actually said that the Heng family was not the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, it was the greatest insult to the Heng family. If he didn't kill them, it would be hard to establish his prestige. Enough. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. This voice was extremely gentle to the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. However, to the true emperors of the Heng clan, it was like thunder. The Heng clan's true emperor's body trembled as he retreated frantically. His expression changed drastically and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Emperor. The Heng clan's true emperor said in shock. It's Emperor Formless. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they immediately knew that it was the Great Emperor Notionless. When the Great Emperor Notionless had lectured them earlier, they had naturally recognized his voice. This matter had actually drawn the attention of Emperor Formless. This is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. You guys can leave. Emperor Formless' voice rang out once more. Although he didn't use any harsh words, it still gave off a supreme dignity and unquestionable authority. The three true emperors from the Heng clan had ugly expressions. But this was the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and since Emperor Wu Xiang had spoken, how could they not retreat? A true emperor might be high and mighty in the eyes of other cultivators, but in front of a great emperor, they were like babies, trembling in fear. Wu Xiang. At this moment outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, an old voice came from an unknown distance. Hearing this voice, the three true emperors of the Heng clan were overjoyed. They couldn't help but shout, Forefather. Many people were shocked. The three true emperors of the Heng clan addressed him as Old Ancestor, and since he dared to call Emperor Formless by his name, there was only one possibility: he was also a great emperor. There had always been rumors that the Heng family had a great emperor. Seemed like it was true. Wu Xiang, the Celestial Emperor's sword, is related to an important legacy technique of the Heng family. Are you really going to interfere? Outside the Sacred Institute, the voice rang out again. No matter what the reason is, since this is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and Lu Ming is a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one will protect him. If it were any other disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, I would do the same. If someone touches the Eternal Star River in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, I will do the same. Emperor Formless' voice was firm and unquestionable. As long as they were in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and were disciples of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he would protect them no matter who they were. Hee hee. The emperor of the Heng family sneered and said, Wu Xiang, you and one haven't seen each other for many years. I don't know how much progress you've made. Why don't we exchange some pointers? That's what I was thinking. One also want to see how much you've improved. Emperor Formless retorted. The hearts of many trembled. The two great sovereigns were about to fight. This was a rare event. Boom. Boom. From the direction of the Heng family and the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a terrifying pressure spread out at the same time. Then two rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. Wherever the light passed, the space would crack open and two figures would rush into the void crack. Boom. Then a terrifying vibration came out of the spatial crack. The entire sky seemed to be shaking crazily. A heavy pressure came from the sky, making people feel that the world was about to collapse and be destroyed. The great emperors were fighting in the void. If the great emperors fought directly in Heavenly Emperor City, the world would be turned upside down. Heavenly Emperor City would suffer a destructive disaster and countless people would be affected. Boom. Boom. In the void there was a constant rumble and the space fluctuated like water. Then a series of ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the void, like a spider web, densely covering the entire void. How terrifying! Many people felt their hearts beat faster and their muscles tighten. They were extremely nervous. It was too terrifying. Even though they were fighting in the void, the scene was still earth-shaking. Everyone had a feeling that a great disaster was coming. A great emperor's little world could give birth to living beings and control great Daos. It was simply too powerful. In front of it, true emperors were as weak as babies. In this era where there were no heavenly emperors, great emperors were the peak existences of the world and no one could defeat them. Every person's appearance would attract the attention of the world. Chapter 1910, Chapter 1910, Chapter 1910, Fuss. Chapter 1910, Chapter 1910 Chaos. The battle between the great emperors didn't last for long. After a few minutes, the fluctuations in the void suddenly stopped. The spatial cracks also disappeared. He stopped. Who won? Was it the great emperor of the Hung clan or Emperor Formless? Withdraw from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and send people to guard the area outside the academy. If Lu Ming goes out, capture him immediately. The voice of the emperor came from the Hung family. The Hung clan was going to leave the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Many people's eyes flashed. Could it be that the emperor of the Hung family had been defeated? It was very possible. If the Hung clan emperor won, he wouldn't leave the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy so easily. Yes. The three true emperors from the Hung clan acknowledged the order and cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Then they stepped out and left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Xing Chen's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Emperor Formless. Greetings, great emperor. Everyone bowed and paid their respects to Emperor Formless. Now, I have an announcement to make. Emperor Formless' eyes were no longer gentle. Instead, they were filled with a sharp light. Anyone who met his gaze would feel their hearts race. From tomorrow onwards, the rules of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy will change. From now on, there will be no prohibition of killing in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. In other words, there will be no rules in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Emperor Formless' voice rang out. The hearts of many trembled. From tomorrow onwards, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would no longer prohibit killing. There would no longer be any rules. This would definitely cause a huge change in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. In the past, killing was forbidden in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It was forbidden to cripple the cultivation of others. If one wanted to determine life and death, they had to fight on the life and death battle stage. If they didn't step onto the life and death battle stage, they would be safe in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. But all of this would change. In the future, the teachers of the Sacred Institute won't care about your affairs. Of course, all of this is the internal affairs of the Sacred Institute. If any external forces interfere, we will strike them with lightning. Also, I've placed 4 sets of formation discs in the holy battlefield. Each formation disc can cover an area of 100 miles. Only martial sovereigns can break it. After saying this, Emperor Formless' figure blurred like a phantom and then disappeared without a trace. Little guys, take care. The teachers of the Sacred Academy glanced at the crowd and left one after another, disappearing into the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As soon as the teachers of the Saint Academy left, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with solemnness and wariness. From tomorrow onwards, there would be no ban on killing. Those who had grudges with each other would look at each other with cold killing intent. Luo Xiang Hung Xinghe, and the rest swept their gazes over Lu Ming and the others. They did not even bother to conceal their undisguised killing intent. Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's go. Xingqian said coldly. Then his body flickered and he was the first to leave. After the Star River left, the death blade turned into a blade light and disappeared. This made the eyes of some powerful Heaven's favorites light up. It seemed that the death blade was not on Lu Ming's side. Just like what the Death Blade had said, he attacked Lu Ming purely because he found the galaxy unpleasant to the eye. Some of the more powerful Heaven's favorites let out a long sigh of relief. If the Death Blade was also in Lu Ming's group, then the strength of Lu Ming's group was too shocking. If they could fight against the Eternal Star River when they joined forces, they would be almost invincible in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, without the Death Blade, the strength of Lu Ming's group was greatly reduced. That Death Blade guy left without even saying goodbye. Huang Ling muttered unhappily. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not mind. As the son of death, Death Blade naturally had his pride. He was not convinced by Lu Ming at all. He most likely wanted to wait for 20 years to challenge Lu Ming and replace him as the Golden Inheritor. However, Lu Ming was confident that he would definitely make the Death Blade convinced within 20 years. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. He, Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, Long Chen and the rest stepped into the air and left. After that, the others also left. From tomorrow onwards, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would no longer prohibit killing. They naturally had to make early preparations. In Lu Ming's residence, everyone gathered in a courtyard to discuss some matters. From tomorrow on, the situation of the Sacred Institute will definitely change greatly. How should we face it? Someone asked. It's best for us to gather together and concentrate our strength to avoid being defeated one by one, Lu Ming said. Then he looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi and said, Ouyang Tianyi, bring all the people you can bring here. Well, gather together. All right. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Other than Feng Ling and Long Chen, the others were shocked. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming, which shocked them. During this period of time, we'd better not go to those cultivation places to cultivate. We'll make plans after the situation has stabilized, Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded. This was the best choice now. This mountain peak was very large and everyone chose to stay in a courtyard. A day passed in the blink of an eye. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere of the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became tense and everyone was on guard. It has already been almost a year since the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy convened. Many people had grudges with each other. In the past they couldn't kill each other. At most they could teach each other a lesson to vent their anger. But now things were different. As expected, the massacre began a few days later. Some Heaven's favorites were killed on the spot. This also opened the prologue of chaos in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The tragic battle began. Boom. Not far from the mountain where Lu Ming and the rest lived, a shocking fluctuation burst out on a mountain peak. Two figures rushed out from the mountain peak and engaged in a fierce battle. However, the battle didn't last for long. A terrifying sword light flashed by, and a young Heaven's favorite was cut in half, dying here. The other elite took the storage ring and turned into a beam of sword light, disappearing. I wonder how many Heaven's favorites will die. A few figures stood in the air and watched. They were Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi and the others. Huang Ling sighed slightly. Perhaps this is the great emperor's strategy. Only by facing danger at all times can one tap into one's potential faster and more thoroughly, and break into a higher realm, Luo Tianyi said. The few of them nodded. However, the price to pay for this method was huge. I wonder why the great emperors are holding a meeting at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to nurture so many geniuses. Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked. The others were silent. This was actually what everyone had in mind. Why did the emperor spend so much effort to gather so many geniuses and nurture them? Most of the Heaven's favorites here came from the major forces. If they were successful in the future, they would definitely return to their forces. What good would that do for the emperors? Chapter 1911, Chapter 1911. Fighting for a cultivation place. Chapter 1911. Fighting for a cultivation place. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As time passed, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. Every day there would be battles and killings. Every day there would be geniuses dying. However, Lu Ming and the rest did not have any trouble. Lu Ming and the rest had many geniuses. They were very terrifying when they gathered together. Naturally, no one would have any ideas about them for the time being. As time passed, many people began to gather and form groups. They joined forces to fight against the strong enemy. Even so, there were still powerful Heaven's favorites who killed their way into a certain group and killed them all. The atmosphere in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was extremely depressing. Under such circumstances, There were some geniuses who left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, only a small number of people left. The various cultivation grounds of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were too attractive. Furthermore, there were great emperors giving Dao lectures. Where could he find such cultivation conditions? In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, although it was dangerous, one's improvement was the fastest. If he left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, his cultivation speed would definitely not be able to keep up with his cultivation in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Everyone was a Heaven's Pride expert. Once the gap between them widened, it would be difficult to catch up. The path of cultivation was like going against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Once you fell behind, it was likely that you would never be able to catch up with the other Heaven's Pride experts in the future. Even your own achievements would be affected. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he might be able to continuously tap on his potential and break through. His future achievements were hard to predict. But after leaving, that might not be the case. Therefore, only a small number of people left. Most of them stayed. Huang Kong was a genius of the Phoenix Palace. He had once fought with Feng Ling for the heart of the Wutong tree, but they had made up. On this day, he met up with the Phoenix Palace. A few geniuses of the Divine Elephant sect came to the Divine Power Purgatory Valley and planned to cultivate their divine powers there. However, they were stopped outside the valley. Stop. The Divine Purgatory Valley has been fully occupied by the Sky Saber Alliance. No one else is allowed to enter. Outside the Sacred Art Purgatory Valley, a few young men stopped Huang Kong and the rest. Sky Blade Alliance? You've reserved it? Huang Kong and the others were stunned. That's right. Now get lost. One of the young men on the other side berated him arrogantly. How dare you? The Purgatory Valley was created by the great emperor of the Sacred Academy. Anyone who enters the Sacred Academy can go in and cultivate. What right do you have to occupy it and not allow others to enter? An elite of the Divine Elephant sect was furious. That's right, you should be the ones to get lost. A disciple of Phoenix Palace berated. Since they don't want to get lost, then behead them. A cold voice came from the Purgatory Valley. A young man in a long golden robe with a cold face stepped out with a few other young men. The faces of Huang Kong and the others turned ugly. If you want to fight, we're not afraid. Let's go, said Huang Kong. He wanted to retreat and report this to Lu Ming and the others. Did one say you could leave? Do it. Kill them all. The golden-robed young man was overbearing. A golden saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Huang Kong and the others. This person's cultivation was very strong at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. As for Huang Kong and the others, he had the highest cultivation. He was only a Supreme Saint. Not good, retreat, kill them, Huang Kong shouted. He had not expected the other party to be so overbearing. He had attacked them directly to kill them. However, the other party had more people. Their figures flashed and they surrounded them. Puchi. The golden-robed young man's saber fell and a disciple of Phoenix Palace was killed. Huang Kong's eyes turned red and he shouted, "You've killed a disciple of Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming and the others will never let you off." What? A disciple of the Phoenix Palace? The golden-robed youth and the others were shocked. He had not expected the other party to be a disciple of Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace represented Lu Ming and the group of experts on his side. At the thought of Lu Ming and the rest's combat strength, the golden-robed young man broke out in a cold sweat. But now that he had already killed one of the other party's people, it was already impossible to ease the tension. Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. The gold-robed youth roared. Since they couldn't ease the tension, they would kill them all. This way no one would know that they were the ones behind it. The terrifying attacks continued to attack Huang Kong and the others. Huang Kong and the others were few in number and their cultivation was weaker than Fang's. They could not resist at all and were killed one by one. Soon only Huang Kong was left. Kill. The golden-robed young man's blade light continued to slash at Huang Kong. Soon a long wound appeared on Huang Kong's body and his body was almost cut in half. If not for the fact that he had the Phoenix battle body, the Phoenix's ability to rise from the ashes, and his strong life force, he would not have been able to fight anymore. A Phoenix's cry was heard. A pair of Phoenix wings appeared on Huang Kong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood landed on the Phoenix wings, causing the flames on the wings to burn and emit a bright light. Whoosh! Huang Kong rushed out of the encirclement despite his serious injuries and flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. Not good chase. The golden-robed young man and the others' expressions changed drastically. They chased after Huang Kong, but he had used a secret skill that would put his life on the line. His speed was astonishing and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The gold-robed youth's face was ashen. If Lu Ming and the rest knew that Huang Kong had escaped, what would they do? His eyes flashed with fear as he said, "Quickly report to the Alliance Master that Lu Ming and the others are here to fight for the divine power, Purgatory Valley." On the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others were discussing some matters when someone suddenly rushed in to report. "Not good, one of our people has been killed." The person who made the report was a genius of the Phoenix Palace. His face was filled with anger. "What?" Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In a flash, they appeared outside the courtyard. They saw Huang Kong sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered in phoenix flames and blood. Huang Ling's face darkened. With a wave of her hand, the undying flame enveloped Huang Kong. With the help of the undying flame, Huang Kong's injuries recovered quickly. After a while he was fully recovered. "Huang Kong, what's going on?" Huang Ling asked. "Our people have been killed." Huang Kong immediately told him what had happened. "Sky Blade Alliance, you're courting death." Huang Ling's body exploded with cold killing intent. "It seems that some people have already begun to fight for a cultivation place. Gather our people and let's go," Lu Ming shouted. Not long after, Lu Ming, Qiu Yue, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chen, Desolate Li, and the rest made their way towards the sacred art Purgatory Valley. He had killed their people, so he must take revenge. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the divine Purgatory Valley, there were already hundreds of people gathered outside. "It's them. They killed our people without any explanation." Huang Kong pointed at the golden-robed young man in the crowd. "Come out and die." Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the golden-robed young man. He shouted, causing the golden-robed young man's face to turn pale. Chapter 1912. Chapter 1912. Life for Life. Chapter 1912. Chapter 1912. Life for Life. "Lu Ming, what's the matter that made you so angry?" A burly young man stepped out. He was holding a saber and his eyes were as sharp as blades. "Wei Tiandao." Huang Ling muttered. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Wei Tiandao, the fourth-ranked Saint King. He had a terrifying king body and an unfathomable cultivation base. He was even stronger than Luo Xiang. It seemed that the Sky Blade Alliance was established by Wei Tiandao. "Your people killed our people for no reason. A life for a life, they must die," Lu Ming said coldly. "They attacked us first and we were forced to fight back." The golden-robed youth called out. "Nonsense, we came to the Mystic Ability Purgatory Valley to cultivate, but you stopped us and said that the Mystic Ability Purgatory Valley was already occupied by you. You attacked us and killed our people without any explanation. If one didn't risk my life to break out, one would have died." Huang Kong roared. "You're slandering me," the golden-robed youth said. "Lu Ming, it seems like there's a misunderstanding here. How about this? I'll give you half of the usage rights of the Purgatory Valley and we'll let this matter go. What do you think?" Wei Tiandao said. "You killed our people and you think you can let it go so easily? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Lu Ming berated him directly, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wei Tiandao's face darkened. He was ranked 4th on the Saint King ranking, but Lu Ming did not give him any face at all. This made him feel murderous. However, when he glanced at Luo Tianyi, Qiu Yue and Huang Ling, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. "Lu Ming, what do you want?" Wei Tiandao said. "It's very simple. All those who attacked us will pay with their lives. Also, the Purgatory Valley will be ours from now on," Lu Ming said coldly. The golden-robed young man's expression changed and he shouted, "Alliance Master, don't agree to it. We're only doing this for the Alliance." Wei Tiandao's expression was dark as he said, "Lu Ming, your condition is too much." "Too much? Don't you have to pay the price for killing our people?" Lu Ming sneered. "Lu Ming, one suggests that we minimize the issue. Once the two sides start a war, it's not good for either of us. This time you don't have the death blade to help you." Wei Tiandao spoke with a hint of threat. "In other words, without the death blade's help, you won't gain any benefits from fighting me. Hehe, you really know how to put gold on your face. Why do one need the help of the Blade of Death to deal with you? Since you want to fight, then let's fight. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward. A violent aura burst forth and pressed down on Wei Tiandao. At the same time, Luo Tianyi, Qiu Yue and the others also released their auras. Whoosh! Wei Tiandao's body exploded with a terrifying blade light that pierced through the sky. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Wei Tiandao's cultivation had actually reached the Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the Saint King ranking. The people behind Wei Tiandao also released their auras. 2 of them were also extremely terrifying. They actually also had king physiques. The terrifying auras of the 2 sides clashed in the air, constantly colliding. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and pointed his finger. And NBSP, a chaos finger of tribulation, formed and shot toward Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao unsheathed his saber and was about to attack when a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around him, enveloping him. His body froze. Break! Break! Wei Tiandao roared and unleashed a dazzling saber light, trying to break the bubble's spacetime laws. However, he was not Heng Xinghe. Heng Xinghe had an eternal body, with eternal divine light and the eternal laws, which could easily break the spacetime laws of the bubble. He only had a king physique. Although his cultivation level was similar to that of the Hengxing River, there was a huge difference in combat strength. How could he break through the spacetime laws in a short time? Heavenly illusion. Let's go. Luo Tianyi said and cast the sky illusion law. Wei Tiandao was immediately trapped in an illusion. Break! 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 Wei Tiandao roared as saber light burst forth from his body, trying to break through the illusion and spacetime laws. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger, landed on Wei Tiandao's body. Even though Wei Tiandao used a blade light to block it, his body still trembled and he was forced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as he stepped back, another transparent bubble enveloped him. Then Luo Tianyi's illusion shook his soul again. Although Luo Tianyi's cultivation was at the absolute saint late stage, her soul was very strong, far beyond her own realm. Coupled with her sky illusion law, she had a huge influence on Wei Tiandao. Despite Wei Tiandao's strength, it was difficult for him to display it in such a short time. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and the Dian elixir furnace appeared in his palm. It grew in size rapidly and smashed toward Wei Tiandao. Bang! Wei Tiandao was smashed into a daze. His body crashed heavily onto the ground and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other members of the Sky Blade Alliance were shocked. The golden-robed young man and the others who had attacked him earlier all turned pale. Wait, stop! Wei Tiandao roared. What do you want to say? Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked at Wei Tiandao coldly. Wei Tiandao's eyes were filled with shock. It was only now that he truly understood how terrifying Lu Ming and the rest were when they joined forces. Back then, when Lu Ming and the rest joined forces, they were suppressed by the galaxy. It was not that Lu Ming and the rest were not strong, but the galaxy was too strong. Wei Tiandao only realized how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were after they exchanged blows. With so many people working together, he couldn't use his full strength at all and could only take the beating. Furthermore, there were still other king physiques that had yet to make a move. If they really started a battle, they would lose without a doubt. Lu Ming, I agree to your conditions. Wei Tiandao said helplessly. He felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. No, President, you have to save us, you have to save us. The golden-robed young man screamed in fear. If Wei Tiandao did not save them, they would be dead for sure. He has to bear the consequences of his own actions. Let's go. Wei Tiandao shouted and turned to leave. The other members of the Sky Saber Alliance looked at the golden-robed young man and his group with pity. Of all people to offend, they had to offend Lu Ming and his group of fiends. After that, the other members of the Sky Blade Alliance also stepped into the air and left. Don't. The golden-robed young man and the others chased after the Sky Blade Alliance members in a frenzy. However, Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. His eyes were cold as he threw a punch. Bang! The golden-robed young man screamed as his body was torn apart. The rest of the people had even lower cultivation levels and were all killed by Long Chen in a few moves. The people who had attacked him before were all killed. The divine ability Purgatory Valley was also under Lu Ming and the rest's control. Chapter 1913. The Absolute Saint Battlefield. Chapter 1913. The Absolute Saint Battlefield. After that, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. All the large groups fought and killed each other for those cultivation places. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the cultivation land was the most important cultivation resource. It was of great help to one's cultivation. Naturally, the competition was very intense. And all of this, the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy didn't interfere. Ever since that day, the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy seemed to have disappeared. Only a few people were left to maintain the operation of the cultivation places. After that, some small groups began to form alliances and congregate into large groups. One alliance after another began to appear. The leaders of those alliances were all experts on the Saint King ranking. 2 months after the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy did not prohibit killing, dozens of alliances appeared in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. At the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest lived, the crowd gathered again. Lu Ming, should we form an alliance? Huang Ling suggested. One also think that it's a good idea to form an alliance. Once we do so, we'll have a legitimate reason to do so and other people will come to join us and increase our strength. Ouyang Wushuang suggested. That's right. There will be people coming to join the alliance. I'll be of great use in the future to get to know more people. Luo Tianyi also said. Following that, the others also spoke up, feeling that an alliance needed to be established. However, everyone was waiting for Lu Ming's opinion. During this period of time, Lu Ming was the leader of the group. At this moment, a piece of news came. In the Eternal Star River, he had successfully obtained a set of formation discs in the Holy Saint battlefield, which covered 100 miles of his residence. At the same time, he had established the Heaven Emperor Alliance, and many people from small alliances had joined it. The Stellar River has acquired a formation plate set? Many people's expressions changed. We've sent people to find out more about the formation plate on the Holy Saint battlefield. How's it going? Lu Ming asked. During this period of time, they had also been asking around for information about formation discs. At this time, the effect of a set of formation discs was too great. A set of formation discs could cover a radius of 100 miles and could only be broken by martial sovereigns. This was equivalent to having a base and not being afraid of being attacked. This was very important to an alliance. This meant that his safety was guaranteed. Normally, he could cultivate in the cultivation land, but he couldn't stay in the cultivation land all the time. After cultivating for a period of time, he would have to leave the cultivation land and find a place to digest. There was no need to worry about one's own safety when living in the area covered by the formation plate. However, there were only 4 sets of formation discs in total. Once someone obtained one set, there would definitely be many people who would join them. Lu Ming sighed. It was obvious that Emperor Formless had already expected this outcome. That was why he had left 4 sets of array discs in the holy battlefield. However, the Absolute Saint battlefield was very large. During this period of time, many people had been looking for news of formation discs. Unexpectedly, the Star River was one step ahead and obtained a set of formation discs. During this period of time, we've been sending people to investigate and we've already found some clues. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright then, we'll wait until we get the formation discs before we form an alliance. Lu Ming said. The others nodded in agreement. It would be most effective to establish an alliance after obtaining the formation plate. Following that, they continued to send people to search for information on the formation discs. On the other hand, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance in the Eternal Star River was getting stronger and stronger. The Eternal Star River was the number 1 on the Saint King ranking and had astonishing strength. Now that he was the first to obtain a formation plate, naturally, there would be many who would come to seek refuge. It was said that Luo Xiang, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen of the Feng clan had all sought refuge in the Star River and joined the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. The Heaven Emperor Alliance had become a giant existence. However, the galaxy did not cause trouble for Lu Ming and the rest because he could not figure out the Deathblade's intentions. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to look for Luo Xiang alone. He planned to use the Dian Elixir Furnace to help Luo Xiang temper his spirit body. With Luo Xiang's potential, he would definitely be able to temper his spirit body to the upper-class heavenly spirit body. When Luo Xiang found out about the effects of the Dian Elixir Furnace, he was also extremely shocked. After that, Luo Xiang entered the Dian Elixir Furnace to temper. Just half a month after the Eternal Star River obtained the formation disc, the second formation disc appeared. It was obtained by the Divine Fire Alliance led by a prodigy ranked second on the Saint King ranking. The second on the Saint King ranking was called the Fire Emperor. He was a genius of the fire race, an ancient race. After he obtained the array disc, many people turned to him. In an instant, the Divine Fire Alliance became a force second only to the Celestial Emperor Alliance. After half a month of continuous tempering, Luo Xiang's spiritual body had also evolved into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. When Luo Xiang's spirit body evolved, it actually drove his cultivation and entered the absolute saint realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation base had already reached the limit of supreme saint, so it was normal for him to break through this time. Luo Xiang had a king body and could control one of the king path laws, the fast and slow laws. Now that he had become an absolute saint, Lu Ming and the other's strength had increased. At this moment a piece of good news arrived. They finally found the location of the formation plate. Lu Ming immediately gathered all the people and headed to the holy battlefield. The Holy Ji battlefield was actually a huge world of formations. It was built by the great emperor himself. When the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute first opened, only absolute saints could enter to fight and cultivate. But now the absolute saint battlefield had been adjusted, and even bright saints could enter. The entrance to the holy battlefield was guarded by teachers of the Saint Academy. They had to pay a large number of raw stones to enter. Lu Ming and the rest, a total of dozens of people, paid the raw stones and entered a spacious secret room. This secret room could be considered to have been reserved by them, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Entering the absolute saint battlefield meant that one's mind would enter, and their physical body would remain outside. This was to prevent them from being ambushed after entering the absolute saint battlefield. Everyone sat cross-legged, and in the secret chamber, inscriptions appeared and covered their bodies. The next moment they found that their spirits had escaped into a strange space. Then they found that they had appeared on a grassland. So real. The cultivation level is exactly the same as the outside world. Even the laws are the same. Lu Ming sensed for a while and realized that the conditions were the same as the outside world. There was really no difference. Lu Ming was shocked. This array world was indeed extraordinary. Back in the Divine Yuan Empire, when he had helped Ouyang Wushuang with the battle for the Crown Prince, the first stage was also to enter a world of formations. However, those who entered the world of formations would condense a body of a LV1 martial emperor. Their own cultivation and the power of laws could not be used inside. But here he could use it as he wished. The level of profoundness was on a completely different level. The others who had never entered the absolute saint battlefield also felt it and were amazed. It was built by the great emperor himself, and it was indeed extraordinary. There are many beasts formed by formations on the holy battlefield. I heard that one of the formation discs might be in the violent ape mountain, Ouyang Wushuang said. As the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, he could naturally mobilize many of the empire's geniuses. The information he had gathered during this period of time had all been arranged by Ouyang Wushuang. Chapter 1914. Attacking the Violent Ape Mountain. Chapter 1914. Attacking the Violent Ape Mountain. Violent Ape Mountain? How's his strength? Lu Ming asked. The Violent Ape Mountain is inhabited by a type of ancient violent ape. They are warlike by nature, have infinite strength, and are extremely powerful in battle. The most powerful violent ape in the Violent Ape Mountain is at the Quasi-Emperor realm. There are many violent apes at the Absolute Saint realm below it. Some time ago, several alliances tried to explore the Violent Ape Mountain, but they were all killed by the violent ape. Ouyang Wushuang explained. A violent ape at the Emperor to be realm? Many people's eyes narrowed. With the protection of the Emperor to be violent ape, it was indeed not easy to obtain a formation disc. But fortunately this was the battlefield of the saints, the world of formations. Even if he died in this world, his real body would be fine. Ouyang, you lead the way. Lu Ming told Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and led the way, followed by the rest. The absolute saint battlefield was vast and boundless. They flew for a few hours before a mountain that pierced through the clouds appeared in front of them. Roar. Roar. Even from far away one could hear the roars and howls, which were filled with brutal intent. They had arrived at the Violent Ape Mountain. Wait a moment. Those with weak cultivation will stay outside and attract some of the violent ape's attention. Those with strong cultivation will follow me and charge up the mountain. Lu Ming assigned tasks to everyone. In the absolute saint battlefield, if one died in battle, they wouldn't really die. Thus, using people with weaker cultivation to attract a portion of the violent apes was the best strategy. No one had any objections and they all headed towards the mountain together. Someone's coming. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed and he looked in another direction. In that direction, a group of people was flying over. The group flying at the very front were all young men and women in white robes, and they were extremely handsome. Thank you, nianjun. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see nianjun here. It's the ancient saint clan. Luo Xiang said softly. The ancient saint clan was a powerful ancient clan. Those extremely handsome men and women in white robes were the members of the ancient saint clan. And the people behind the ancient saint clan should be the elites of the alliance with the ancient saint clan. It was obvious that the ancient saint tribe also wanted to go up the mountain and take the array disc. Lu Ming. Nianjun looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It's Lu Ming and the rest. The other ancient saint clans as well as the geniuses who were not from the ancient saint clans, all looked serious. The combat strength of Lu Ming's group had left a deep impression on them. Now that they were together, it would be difficult for them to seize the array disc. Hehe, Lu Ming, I didn't expect to meet you at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What a coincidence. Nianjun smiled. What a coincidence. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Xiangxiang had helped him once in the Tsang region and revealed the deity's cultivation level and secrets before the battle. However, Lu Ming still had a bad impression of Nianjun. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, the two of them were mortal enemies. Many people looked at Lu Ming and then at Nianjun in surprise. Lu Ming and Nianjun knew each other? I'm really impressed. How does Lu Ming know so many beautiful women? Logically speaking, I'm quite handsome too. Why don't I know so many beautiful women? Desolate Li touched his head and muttered. Qiu Yue, Huangling, Luo Xiang, and the other women all had a strange look on their faces. As for the other big guys from the Desolate race, they looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Nianjun smiled, seemingly unconcerned with Lu Ming's attitude. Lu Ming, you're here to take the array disc too? I've naturally come here to seize the formation plate. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence, we're also here for the formation plate. Since I helped you once before, how about you give me the formation plate? Nianjun smiled. Give it to you? There are emperor-to-be violent apes on the Violent Ape Mountain. Even if I give them to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to take them down. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Lu Ming smiled and stopped talking to Nianjun. They flew to the other side of the Violent Ape Mountain. If the ancient saint clan wanted to take the array disc, then so be it. The two parties would attack the mountain from different directions. Whoever could get it would be the one who had the ability. They went to the other side of the mountain and acted according to their original plan. Some of the weaker ones rushed towards the mountain. Not long after, a series of angry roars could be heard from the Violent Ape Mountain. A group of violent apes chased after those people and disappeared into the distance. Bubble. Lu Ming took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles waved her small hands and a space-time tunnel formed, extending to the peak of the mountain. And NBSP, everyone charged into the space-time tunnel. Roar. At this time, a terrifying roar came from the top of the mountain. A huge violent ape appeared. It was at least 100 meters tall. It held a huge stick in its hand and swept it toward the space-time tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. And NBSP, as the giant stick swept through, the world rumbled and the space-time tunnel shattered. Lu Ming and the group had just stepped into the space-time tunnel and had not crossed half the distance when they were forcefully thrown out of the space-time tunnel. Sure enough, it doesn't work. The strength of an emperor-to-be is really amazing. Lu Ming thought to himself. An emperor-to-be was indeed powerful. The moment Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel, he was discovered and the space-time tunnel was destroyed in one fell swoop. His plan of using the space-time tunnel to reach the mountaintop in one go was ruined. Roar. The emperor-to-be giant ape stood on the peak of the mountain and roared. Roar. Roar. The entire Violent Ape Mountain was in an uproar. Loud roars could be heard as violent apes appeared one after another. Some were unarmed, some were holding metal rods, and some were grabbing huge rocks as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. From a distance away, huge rocks the size of houses were smashing toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and everyone rushed to the mountain peak at top speed. While they were attacking, Bubbles pressed her small hand gently. The space in front of her rippled, and those giant rocks were crushed into pieces by the space power. Then the violent apes rushed over. Bubbles spat out a bunch of bubbles from her small mouth and enveloped the giant apes. Lu Ming and the rest took action one after another and killed the giant apes. The moment these giant apes died, they turned into energy and disappeared. Those who followed Lu Ming were Qiu Yue, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Qin, Desolate Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang, Lu Ming and Bubbles. There were a total of 9 people and they were all absolute saints. They were all above the king body, and with their cooperation their speed was shocking. No matter if it was a lower-tier absolute saint or a perfected absolute saint, they were all killed instantly. They were like a sharp knife rushing to the peak of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Clearly, the ancient saint clan had also begun their attack. It's good that the ancient saint tribe is here. They can help us attract a group of violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. The others also smiled. That was indeed the case. With the ancient saint tribe attacking the mountain, the violent ape on the other side had been attracted, and the pressure on them had been reduced by a lot. Within a few minutes, Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the peak of the mountain. Chapter 1915. The New Dragon Alliance. Chapter 1915. The New Dragon Alliance Roar. At the peak of the mountain, the emperor-to-be violent ape roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stomped heavily. Suddenly, the mountain rocks exploded and the entire mountain shook violently. The violent ape's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and the others like a cannonball. The huge rod in its hand smashed toward Lu Ming and the others with unstoppable momentum. Chaos Finger. And NBSP Lu Ming pointed with his finger, forming the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He charged at Bao Yuan and clashed with his giant staff. Boom. And NBSP in the next moment, the primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was shattered, but Bao Yuan had also been stopped. When Lu Ming was a great saint in the Great Perfection Realm, he could cross realms and kill an absolute saint in the Great Perfection Realm. Although an emperor-to-be was much stronger than an absolute saint in the Great Circle, after breaking through to the absolute saint realm, his fighting power had also increased by a large margin. He could fight against an emperor-to-be expert. Chirping, Pow Pow stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth and a transparent bubble formed, enveloping the violent ape within. Roar. Break. Bao Yuan roared and tried to break the transparent bubble with all his strength. However, the bubble's strength was enough to fight against an emperor-to-be, so how could the other party break it so easily? Roar. Roar. In the surroundings, roars could be heard as one giant ape after another charged over. You guys block those violent apes. Leave this to me and Bubble. Lu Ming shouted. Qiu Yue, Luo Tianyi, and the others flashed and rushed to the surrounding violent apes to block them. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the emperor-to-be violent ape. He pointed his finger again and a huge finger crushed the other party. Lu Ming had wanted to take out the Dian elixir furnace to refine the giant ape, but he realized that there was no Dian elixir furnace in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming came to a realization. Although this world of formations was mysterious, it was not omnipotent. It was impossible to condense treasures above the sovereign weapon. Sovereign weapons were forged by martial emperor powerhouses with all kinds of precious materials. If the formation world could be condensed into one, it would be too terrifying. And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, and Bao Yuan roared as he struggled with all his strength to resist. And NBSP, but it was suppressed by the spacetime dimension laws, and the power it could use was less than 50% of its normal power. It was struck by the chaos finger of tribulation and sent flying, crashing into the mountain. The mountain peak shook, gravel flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Space cutting. Time stop. Pow Pow flew out and circulated the spacetime law with all her might. The space turned into a terrifying cutting force that slashed towards Bao Yuan. At the same time, she used the power of spacetime stop to restrict Bao Yuan's movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and launched a chaotic finger of tribulation with all his might. With the two of them working together, the laws of chaos and the laws of time and space worked together. Their combat power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was multiplied by several times. And NBSP Bao Yuan had almost no power to resist. When the two attacks landed on his body, he roared and his body exploded. And NBSP, after Bao Yuan's body exploded, It began to exude a dazzling light. In the light, 9 array discs actually appeared. So this set of formation discs is in the body of this violent ape. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 9 array discs. The formation plate is in our hands. Retreat. Break. Lu Ming shouted and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and sent the 9 violent apes flying. Qiu Yue and the rest took the opportunity to retreat and join Lu Ming's group to break out of the encirclement. Behind them, the other violent apes roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. However, they were not good at speed and were soon left behind by Lu Ming and the rest. Xianxia looked into the distance and said, "It seems that the array disc has been obtained by Lu Ming and the rest. Let's retreat." After that, the people of the ancient Saint clan broke out of the encirclement and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest retreated from the absolute Saint battlefield and returned to the mountain peak where they lived. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, 9 array discs appeared and emitted a dazzling radiance. And NBSP, one of the array boards, floated in the air above the mountain, while the other 8 flew in all directions, forming a light screen that covered a 100-mile radius. Below, the paragons of the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect, the Thunder God Sect and other forces burst into cheers. With the protection of this array plate, they could cultivate in peace in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Usually they could go to those cultivation places in groups. After they finished cultivating, they would return here and would not have to worry about being attacked. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Ouyang Wuxia, Long Chen and the others flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, now that we have the array disc, it's time to form an alliance. Ouyang Wuxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. I'm pushing Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. You guys won't have any objections, right? Huang Li was the first to speak. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ouyang Wuxia and the others. I naturally have no objections. Huang Ling smiled. I also have no objections. I don't have any either. Following that, Long Chen, Qiu Yue and Luo Xiang spoke up respectively. They naturally supported Lu Ming as the alliance leader. Finally, everyone looked at Ouyang Wuxia and Luo Tianyi. Of course I support Lu Ming. Me too. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wuxia both nodded. They were silver inheritors and had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Why would they fight for the position of alliance leader with him? Okay, then our alliance will be called the Dragon Alliance. Let the Sacred Institute know that the Dragon Alliance will be officially established in 3 days. At that time, all parties are welcome to join us. Lu Ming spoke and made a decision. His eyes shone with anticipation. He had an idea. He wanted to make the Dragon Alliance flourish in the Yuan continent and become an overlord force. Then everything would start now. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was filled with top geniuses from all over the world. If these people were absorbed into the Dragon Alliance now, they would definitely play a very important role in the future development of the Dragon Alliance. Yes, Alliance Master. Ouyang Wuxia immediately cupped his fists. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. Following that, Luo Tianyi, Desolate Li, Long Chen and the others also cupped their fists. After that, it was Phoenix Palace's turn. The Divine Elephant Sect's paragons saluted Lu Ming one after another. Then everyone got busy spreading the news and preparing for the banquet 3 days later. When the news spread, the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was in an uproar. The 3rd array disc had landed in the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It was indeed shocking. Lu Ming and the others' strength was obvious to all. This was definitely a powerful force in the valley. Some of the small groups that had not joined the Heavenly Emperor Alliance or the Divine Fire Alliance began to consider whether they should join Lu Ming and the rest. It's better to join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance than the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming has offended the Star River. He will be killed by the Star River sooner or later. That's right. The Heng family is guarding outside the Sacred Institute. Lu Ming can't even leave the Sacred Institute. If he joins the Dragon Alliance, I'm afraid he'll be implicated by Lu Ming. The Heng family might also target him. That would be terrible. This was the opinion of some small groups. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest would be defeated at the hands of the Hengxing River sooner or later. If they joined the Dragon Alliance, they might be implicated. However, there were also some small groups that had opposite opinions. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest had endless potential. Although their cultivation level was still low, They would be very terrifying in the future. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming even had 2 sons of God. If his cultivation level increased, would he be afraid of the eternal Star River? Therefore a portion of them chose to join the Dragon Alliance. Chapter 1916. Xian Yinjuan joins the Alliance. Chapter 1916. Xian Yinjuan joins the Alliance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Dragon Alliance's establishment had arrived. On this day dozens of tables were set up on the mountain where they lived. Early in the morning, someone had arrived to pay a visit to Lu Ming and was willing to join the Dragon Alliance. At noon, the number of people slowly increased, but it was still far from the day when the Heaven Emperor Alliance was established. Obviously, there were very few people who were optimistic about Lu Ming and the rest. However, what made Lu Ming and the rest happy was that 2 small groups had joined them. The leaders of these 2 small groups were all geniuses with king physique. After that, all the elites of the Purple Flame Villa from the ancient Yang sacred land joined the Dragon Alliance. Some of the supreme talents in the Purple Flame Villa had made a bet that they would serve Lu Ming for 50 years. Now that the Dragon Alliance had been established, they naturally joined it. After the people from the Purple Flame Villa arrived, another group of people arrived, attracting everyone's attention. It's the Ancient Saint clan. Someone exclaimed. The Ancient Saint tribe was an alliance as well. There were more than 100 of them. At this moment all of them had arrived. However, they were blocked out by the light screen formed by the formation plate. If Lu Ming was not willing to let them in, they could not enter. Lu Ming, what's wrong? You won't let us in? Xianxia walked in front and smiled. Are you here to congratulate me? Lu Ming's voice was heard. No. Xianxia shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. We are here to join the Dragon Alliance. What? Many people were shocked. The Ancient Saint clan had come to join the Dragon Alliance? Some people revealed looks of joy. The strength of the Ancient Divine tribe was already shocking. In addition, there were several king physiques in the alliance with the Ancient Divine tribe. If the Ancient Divine tribe joined the Dragon Alliance would be very powerful. It might even surpass the Divine Fire Alliance and be second only to the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He did not expect Xian Yinjuan to bring the Ancient Saint clan back to join the Dragon Alliance and rely on him. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, Xian Yinjuan and he were mortal enemies. He still remembered Xianxiang's resentful expression. What's wrong? Don't you welcome us? Lu Ming, we are a family. Xian Yinjuan smiled. What? Everyone was stunned. Qiu Yue, Feng Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Xian Yinjuan were a family? Could it be that Lu Ming and Xian Yinjuan had a secret relationship? Many people couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Xian Yinjuan chuckled. Lu Ming, you're my brother-in-law. Don't you want me to join you? These words made many people's hearts tremble even more. Especially Huang Ling, Qiu Yue, Luo Tianyi and a few other women, their faces were a little strange. Young master, are you married to Miss Nianjun? It's normal for them to be married after so many years. But why don't I see Miss Nianjun? Qiu Yue's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts and she felt a little bitter in her heart. Then Qiu Yue shook her head and thought, Qiu, what are you thinking about? Young master and Miss Nianjun are a match made in heaven. You only need to stay by young master's side and serve him well. How can you be worthy of young master? It turns out that Lu Ming already has a wife. But why didn't he tell me? Huang Ling thought to herself and felt a little disappointed. Luo Tianyi's eyes were also a little strange. Long Chen was the only one who remained calm. He was Xianxiang's real brother-in-law. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, but he could not refute Xianxiang's words. Given his relationship with Xianxia, it was only a matter of time before they got married. Xianxia was Xianxiang's elder sister, so it wasn't wrong to call him brother-in-law. Are you guys really here to join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. That's only natural. Currently, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is split up by many powerful individuals. You are my relative and are the most familiar with you. I would naturally come to seek refuge with you. Xian Yinjuan said with a smile. Don't try to get close to me. You wanted to kill me back then. I really doubt your intentions. Lu Ming said coldly. People change. Back then one was too short-sighted in that corner of the world. Now I naturally have to look at the long term. There is no eternal enemy in this world. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Compared to his cold and arrogant self, he was indeed very different. You can join the Dragon Alliance, but the Dragon Alliance has its own rules. If you break any of the rules, I won't show you any mercy, Lu Ming said. Naturally. Xianxia chuckled. Her position in the Ancient Saint clan seemed to be extraordinary. The other members of the Ancient Saint clan seemed to listen to her. Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate Xianxia. Ever since he met this woman in the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had always felt that she was dangerous and mysterious. In her body, Lu Ming seemed to sense a terrifying power that was dormant. Once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. He had the same feeling when he saw Xianxia. After that, Lu Ming controlled the array disk and let the ancient sacred clan members in. Alright, let's start the alliance. Lu Ming waved his hand. However, this was the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute after all. The conditions were limited. The process of establishing an alliance was very simple. Everyone paid their respects to Lu Ming, and then the banquet was held to celebrate. While everyone was eating and drinking, someone else descended outside the area covered by the formation plate. The one and only holy temple. Lu Ming's gaze swept across. A few heaven's favorites from the sacred hall stood outside the light screen. The one in the lead was Yushu. Yushu, you've joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance for a long time. What's the matter with you here today? Ouyang Wushuang's voice was heard. Could it be that you want to switch sides and join my Dragon Alliance? The Dragon Alliance doesn't dare to accept people who change sides at will. One of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. We're here today for my junior sister. Yushu snorted and looked at Qiu Yue. Junior sister Qiu Yue, come with us and join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. If you stay in the Dragon Alliance, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Did Luo Xiang send you here? Qiu Yue said indifferently. That's right, Luo Xiang asked us to come here, but it was also our own idea. There is no benefit for you to stay in the Dragon Alliance. Yushu said. Get lost. Qiu Yue scolded coldly. Yushu's expression changed and she said gloomily, Chu, don't be so selfish. Luo Xiang is the grandson of the great sovereign. If you go against him like this, you will only implicate the only sacred palace and even your master. Hehe, you sure know how to talk nonsense. The matter between a few juniors actually involved the only sacred temple and the true emperor. Isn't that funny? Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Yushu, don't make it sound so high and mighty. You're doing this for yourself, right? If you can bring me to the Heaven Emperor Alliance, I'm afraid Luo Xiang will reward you handsomely. Qiu Yue said sarcastically. You guys. Yushu's face turned red. You don't want to get lost? Then come in and have a drink. Desolate Power stepped into the air, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. Chapter 1917. A year and a half Luo Xiang. Chapter 1917. A year and a half Luo Xiang Yushu and the few heaven's favorites from the only sacred hall turned around and ran. Their voices came from afar. You guys, just you wait. Hehe, a few clowns. Desolate Li grinned and returned to his meal. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet finally ended. Those who joined the Dragon Alliance all lived within the area covered by the array disk. The formation of the Dragon Alliance and the appearance of the third formation plate made the atmosphere in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy even more tense. This was because 3 out of the 4 sets of formation disks had already appeared. There was still 1 more set left. The competition in the remaining small alliances became even more intense. There were fights every day on the Absolute Saint battlefield. After more than 10 days of competition, the 4th set of formation disks was finally obtained by an alliance, the Knights Association. The leader of this alliance was the 3rd-ranked genius on the Saint King ranking. He was very powerful. With that, all 4 sets of formation disks were obtained, forming 4 alliances. The remaining small groups and alliances all joined the 4 alliances to seek protection. Because without the protection of the array disk, they would be in danger in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and could be attacked at any time. There were very few people who didn't join the 4 alliances. There were only a few powerful lone wolves such as the Son of Death, Deathblade. He was a lone wolf. However, none of the forces dared to offend him. No matter which cultivation place he went to, no force would dare to stop him. He was too powerful. Now no one could say that they could defeat the Deathblade except for the Hengxing River. However, this also proved that the Deathblade had nothing to do with the Dragon Alliance. However, the number of people who joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance was still the most. The Heaven Emperor Alliance was undoubtedly the most powerful. Some people ranked the 4 alliances based on their strength. Heaven Emperor Alliance number 1. The Dragon League was second. The Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association were in 3rd and 4th place respectively. In the following period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. The 4 alliances started to fight for the cultivation grounds, killing each other continuously. It was only after a few months that the killing finally stopped. The 4 alliances each occupied a cultivation ground, and Mount Yuan entered a period of peace. The Heaven's favorites from the 4 alliances each took a spot and started to cultivate. During this period, Lu Ming would also choose some reliable people and use the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them temper their spirit bodies and upgrade their spirit bodies' levels. For example, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, the 4 elites of the Desolate race with medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies had all evolved their spiritual bodies to become high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, greatly increasing their strength. And Xuanxin, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, had also reached the upper-class heavenly spiritual body. Xuanxin was a true dragon and had enough talent. With the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, her spirit body improved rapidly. The strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. It had been a year and a half since the Great Emperor had announced the new rules. During this period of time, although Lu Ming often helped others to temper their spirit bodies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The place where he stayed the most was the Absolute Saint battlefield. There he fought with powerful ferocious beasts and used the battle to stimulate his own potential. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also successfully broken through and entered the Mastery Absolute Saint realm. The other king bodies such as Qiu Yue, Huangling, Huangli and Longchen had also broken through and entered the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint realm. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to break through. It was already very fast to be able to break through one level in just over a year. This was also because of the good cultivation conditions in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. If he were to cultivate normally, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a speed. As for the Divine Ability Art, ever since Lu Ming's Divine Ability Art had reached 90% mastery, the speed of improvement had become even slower. After a year and a half, Lu Ming's Divine Power technique had only improved to 93%. Every step forward was extremely difficult. The closer one got to the perfect 100%, the more difficult it was. The galaxy had reached the absolute saint perfection a year and a half ago. However, it would not be easy for him to cross this step and enter the Emperor-to-be realm. Heaven Emperor City was the leader of the 9 sacred lands of Yuan Mountain. His overall strength was much stronger than the ancient Moon Sacred Land. In the Heavenly Emperor City, there were a few of the biggest ancient aristocratic families that had been passed down for countless years. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. The Heng family was one of them, and they were known as the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. The He clan was one of them. They were as powerful as the Heng clan and had a feud with the Heng clan. 1,000 years ago, the two clans had a terrible war that resulted in countless deaths and injuries. It was only in the recent hundreds of years that the situation had stabilized. The mansion of the He family was extremely vast and boundless. In the He family's mansion, there were not only endless palaces, pavilions and towers, but also mountain peaks that reached into the clouds and a winding river. It was like a country. Several figures were standing on a mountain peak of the He family. One of them was a white-haired old man with a kind expression. Beside the old man was a burly young man. These two people were actually the Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tianjun. Not far from the two of them there was an old man. The old man was wearing a brocade robe embroidered with the different scenery of the 4 seasons. However, he was very old, much older than Ice Dragon Valley Master. His face was full of wrinkles and his hair was almost all gone. However, from the flash of a terrifying light in his eyes, one could tell that this person must be a very terrifying master. However, all 3 of them were looking at a young girl who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. This young lady was Lu Ming's first true disciple, Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiangxiang's body emitted a mysterious light. The mountain was filled with endless vitality. Countless flowers and trees grew wildly. Small trees turned into towering ancient trees. Even some ordinary grass turned into spiritual grass. Boom. After a moment, the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body suddenly soared. I've broken through. And NBSP on the side, the eyes of the withered elder Ice Dragon Valley Master and Qiu Yue lit up in shock. Lu Xiangxiang had broken through to the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. Especially the Valley Master and Qiu Yue, they were truly shocked. Xiangxiang Bella's cultivation had been at the Martial Emperor realm when they had escaped from the Azure continent. Now after a few years her cultivation had reached the astonishing peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Xiangxiang, she's not even 15 years old. A few hours later the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body receded. She opened her eyes and stood up. A few years had passed and Xiangxiang was already a slim and beautiful young lady. She was tall and beautiful and she already had the potential to cause the downfall of cities and countries. Ah, not bad, Xiangxiang. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly and reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Such an achievement is rare even in the entire Yuan Mountain. The skinny old man walked over and smiled. Thank you for the praise, Senior He Qian. Xiangxiang Bella bowed to the skinny old man. Chapter 1918. Taking Xiangxiang as a disciple? Chapter 1918. Taking Xiangxiang as a disciple? I'm speaking the truth, not a compliment. There are only a few people in the Yuan Mountain who can compare to your achievements. The skinny old man He Qian smiled and then changed the topic. Xiangxiang, what one said before about you acknowledging me as your master, have you considered it? Xiangxiang, thanks Senior for your kindness, but Xiangxiang already has a master. Without master's consent, Xiangxiang doesn't dare to take another person as a master. Xiangxiang Bella bowed politely and rejected the other party. He Qian's expression darkened. Xiangxiang, you have to consider this carefully. I'm a true emperor. What's your master's cultivation? Although my master's cultivation is not high now, Xiangxiang Bella believes that my master will definitely become a peak expert in this world in the future. Xiangxiang Bella said with a determined look in her eyes. In her heart, Lu Ming was the strongest. Although his cultivation level was not as high as He Qian's for the time being, he would surpass He Qian sooner or later. Silly girl, it's not that easy to become a top expert of the Yuan continent. Moreover, he can't even protect his own disciple. What achievements can he have? He might have already fallen by now. You're still young, don't be deceived by a few flowery words of others. He Qian said with a smile, thinking that Xiangxiang had the temperament of a child and did not know anything. Xiangxiang Bella's face slightly sank as she said, Senior He Yen, you have saved Xiangxiang Bella, Grandpa Valley Master and Martial Uncle Tian Chui. Xiangxiang Bella is grateful to you. However, please do not insult my master. Otherwise, Xiangxiang Bella will have to take her leave. Alright. One won't force you. You can take your time to think about it. However, you have to cultivate the 4 seasons technique that I'm going to teach you. It's very compatible with your physique and can stimulate your potential to a greater extent. Your talent is unparalleled and I really don't want to see you being held back and wasting such talent. He Qian sighed, but no one saw the cold glint that flashed in the depths of his eyes. All right. Xiangxiang Bella nodded her head and only then did her expression look a little better. Xiangxiang, you and your martial uncle Tian Chui should go back first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Valley Master. He Qian said with a smile. Goodbye, Senior He Qian. Goodbye, Grandpa Valley Master. Xiangxiang Bella obediently nodded her head. After saying goodbye to He Qian and Valley Master Ice Dragon, she and Tian Chui soared into the sky and left the place. As soon as Xiangxiang Bella and Tian Chui left, He Xiao's face darkened. He coldly looked at Ice Dragon Valley Master and a terrifying aura pressed down on him. And Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat, his face deathly pale. He Qian was a true emperor expert. In front of him, Ice Dragon Valley Master had no power to resist. I told you to persuade Xiangxiang to acknowledge me as her master, but it seems you didn't. He Qian said with a gloomy face. It's Xiangxiang's own choice who she wants to take as her master. What's the use of me persuading her? If she wanted to be your disciple, why would she need my advice? Valley Master Ice Dragon said. Humph. He Qian snorted coldly and said, then what if one told you to persuade Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? Have you persuaded him? A strange light flashed in the eyes of Ice Dragon Valley Master as he stared at He Xiao and said, why do you insist on letting Xiangxiang cultivate the 4 seasons technique? You don't have to worry about this, just persuade her to cultivate. He Gao said. And NB kill me. Ice Dragon Valley Master sneered, you can kill me. No matter what, one won't force Xiangxiang Bela to do anything she doesn't want to do. You want to court death? It's not that easy. Qian said coldly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Then the Ice Dragon Valley Master's body began to tremble, as if he was suffering from endless pain. After a moment, even with Ice Dragon Valley Master's composure, he couldn't bear it anymore. A painful roar came out of his throat, and his gentle face was completely twisted by the pain. Roar. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master kept growling, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He reached out with his claws wanting to grab his body, but an invisible energy covered him, making it difficult for him to move. Soul-devouring insects can constantly tear your soul and make you suffer incomparable pain. It's 10 times or even 100 times more painful than the pain of your physical body. Enjoy it. Qian coldly spoke. If Xiangxiang Bela were to find out that you are so despicable, I'm afraid that she would immediately leave. And be kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. If she leaves, it will be the day of your death. Qian said coldly. And Enbitho. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared once more. He felt as if his soul was being continuously bitten by a type of insect and endless pain drowned him. After a while, Qian waved his hand, controlling the soul-devouring insects to stop their biting. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body fell limply to the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. I'll give you 2 more months to persuade Xiangxiang. Persuade her to take me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique with me. Otherwise you'll wish you were dead. Also, don't try to tell Xiangxiang or you're seeking your own death. Otherwise Xiangxiang and Tianjun will both die. Qian said coldly. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master took a few deep breaths, then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to recover. Half an hour later he had finally recovered. Qian, why are you so persistent in wanting Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? This person is sinister and cunning. He definitely isn't doing this for Xiangxiang's good like he said. Now what should we do? And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master frowned in thought. In front of Xiangxiang, Qian always put on an affable appearance, but after Xiangxiang left he would reveal his true face. He planted a soul-devouring insect in his body and threatened him to persuade Xiangxiang to be He Xiao's master. The master of Ice Dragon Valley would never allow Xiangxiang Bela to be He Xiao's disciple. However, this place was the He family. There were many experts in the He family. With his cultivation at the initial success stage of the Absolute Saint realm, any one of them could kill him. He wanted to take Xiangxiang and the others away, but he was completely powerless. If he was not careful, he might even implicate Xiangxiang and the others. He returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Their residence was a huge courtyard. There were experts guarding the courtyard, so not even a fly could fly out. Grandpa Valley Master, what did Senior Qian say to you? The moment Ice Dragon Valley Master returned to the courtyard, he saw Xiangxiang Bela and asked curiously. Nothing much. I'm just asking Senior Qian about Lu Ming and the rest's whereabouts. Ice Dragon Valley Master randomly found an excuse, and then his face darkened. Xiangxiang, you didn't cultivate the 4 seasons technique that He Yan gave you, right? Didn't Grandpa Valley Master tell me not to cultivate? That's why I didn't cultivate. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head and said. And remember, do not cultivate it. Just cultivate the cultivation technique that your master gave you. Ice Dragon Valley Master warned. Yes, Xiangxiang knows. Although Xiangxiang Bela was curious as to why Ice Dragon Valley's master would not allow her to cultivate the 4 seasons technique, she still obediently nodded her head. This was because she knew that Ice Dragon Valley's master would not harm her. Chapter 1919. Qian's True Purpose. Chapter 1919. Qian's True Purpose and NBSP. In the next few days, Ice Dragon Valley Master kept walking around the courtyard, observing the terrain and looking for flaws, trying to find a way to leave the He family. However, the He family was so powerful and had so many experts. Their spiritual senses covered every corner. It was impossible for him to leave the He family openly without alerting the people of the He family. On this day, Ice Dragon Valley Master arrived at another mansion. Qian's mansion. And NBSP what? Ice Dragon Valley Master was stunned and subconsciously retracted his aura. Then he saw a middle-aged man walking through He Qian's door with two young women. Tell me, why do you think Elder He Qian would often call for people to send young women in? And you even taught them how to cultivate. There were two middle-aged men guarding the door. One of them said softly. Hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart moved. He restrained his aura to the extreme and circulated his saint energy to his ears so that he could hear more clearly. I've heard some rumors. I'll tell you, but you can't spread it. The other guard said in a low voice. What news? The person from before revealed a curious expression. One heard that these women are Elder He Qian's cultivation vessels. After Elder He Qian transferred the improved 4 seasons cultivation method to these women, He Qian would visit them and devour their primordial yin to improve his cultivation base. One heard that Elder He Qian's tribulation is coming, but he's not confident that he can survive it. That's why he's using this method to raise his cultivation base so that he can resist the tribulation that happens once every 300,000 years. The person behind explained in a low voice. And NBSP, hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart trembled, and he felt cold sweat seep out of his back. He finally knew why He Qian had always wanted to take Xiangxiang as his disciple and wanted to pass on the Xiangxiang 4 seasons technique. Taking in a disciple was a lie. His real purpose was to let Xiangxiang cultivate He Xiao's 4 seasons technique. Xiangxiang Bella was a living being. If she had cultivated the 4 seasons technique that He Yan had given her, and her primordial yin was devoured by He Yan, it would definitely be of great help to him. This was He Qian's true purpose. And NBSP, the Valley Master, was terrified. Luckily, he felt that something was wrong and didn't let Xiangxiang cultivate the 4 seasons technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He Qian, you old fogey, you're simply devoid of conscience. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master gritted his teeth in worry. He had to find a way to escape. It was too dangerous to continue like this. If Xiangxiang didn't cultivate the 4 seasons technique, who knew if He Yan would use other shameless methods to force Xiangxiang? The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley returned to his courtyard, feeling uneasy. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xiangxiang Bella saw that the Ice Dragon Valley Master was uneasy and asked in surprise. I'm fine. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master shook his head. He couldn't tell Xiangxiang about this. If he told Xiangxiang, she would be angry and ask He Qian about it. He was afraid that He Qian would immediately turn hostile. He had to keep this matter to himself and plan in secret. Xiangxiang, you must not cultivate the 4 seasons technique. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley reminded her again. Seeing Xiangxiang Bella obediently nod her head, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley finally relaxed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xiangxiang, 2 days later, there will be a grand auction in Heavenly Emperor City. Let me bring you there to take a look. He Yan found Xiangxiang and showed a kind smile. Good. Xiangxiang Bella cheered. During this period of time, she had been cooped up in the He family's residence to cultivate and had long wanted to go out for a walk. I'll bring Xiangxiang out for a walk. He Qian said to Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tianjue before walking out with Xiangxiang. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master revealed a worried expression, but he was helpless. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, Lu Ming also planned to go out. During this period, he had helped some people refine their spirit bodies and used up a large amount of saint herbs. Even the saint herbs that Huang Ling and the others brought were running out, so he planned to go out and buy some. Over the past year, the Heng family had sent experts to guard the surroundings of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. As soon as Lu Ming went out, they would attack him. Lu Ming was not afraid of this. He had the divine breath technique, which could change his appearance and aura. With his current cultivation base, even a martial sovereign would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. He didn't go out before because he didn't want to. If he wanted to, he could go out at any time. Lu Ming's appearance changed. He turned into a young man with a fair complexion. At the same time, he changed into a long white robe and held a folding fan. He instantly turned into an elegant young master. Even his aura was different from before. Lu Ming smiled and stepped on the air, flying towards the gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Then he swaggered out of the gate. 2 martial supremes from the Heng family had been standing guard in the clouds outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses. They did not find anything unusual, so they did not bother about him. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered all the geniuses from all over the Yuan Mountain. There were young people entering and leaving every day. As expected, ordinary martial sovereigns can't tell. Lu Ming smiled and swaggered out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He arrived at a bustling place. Not long after he arrived, he heard that there would be a grand auction in the Heavenly Emperor City today. At that time, there would be many rare and precious treasures being auctioned. Even martial emperor powerhouses would attend. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he walked towards the auction house. After paying a certain fee, he walked into the auction house. So many people. As soon as they entered the auction house, they were greeted by an extremely spacious hall. In the hall, countless figures had gathered. A rough estimate put there at least hundreds of thousands of people. Around the hall were rooms for distinguished guests. Of course, they were prepared for powerful people or people with prominent identities. Most of the people could only stay in the hall. Lu Ming randomly found a seat in the hall and sat down. As time passed, the number of people increased. An hour later, the auction began. The first auction item made Lu Ming's eyes widen. That was because it was a monarch weapon. Lu Ming sighed. This grand auction of the Heavenly Emperor City was indeed extraordinary. The first item to be auctioned was actually a sovereign weapon. Although Lu Ming was envious, the sovereign weapon's price was shocking. Moreover, a group of people were fighting for it. The price had risen to a terrifying level. Lu Ming could only look on and sigh. In the end, the sovereign weapon was bought by someone in the VIP room at a terrifyingly high price. It was probably a martial emperor. The auction continued, and the second item was far less valuable than the monarch weapon. This was only natural. There would be at least a few hundred treasures in an auction. It was impossible for every single one of them to be as valuable as a monarch weapon. But even so, the second item was a rare treasure. The bidding was intense, and one treasure after another was won. Lu Ming was envious of many of the treasures. Unfortunately, the prices were too high and he had to give up. He had bid for a few good sacred elixirs. Chapter 1920, Rock of Chaos. Chapter 1920, Rock of Chaos, the 120th treasure, a tear of life. On the auction stage, an old man who was hosting the auction announced. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people's eyes lit up. It's actually the tear of life. This is a rare treasure that contains endless vitality. Indeed, it can save lives at critical moments. Many people were discussing with fiery eyes. It's actually the tear of life. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as well. In the Divine Wilderness continent, he had once obtained the elixir of life and helped his father to heal his injuries, allowing him to embark on the path of martial arts again. After that, he even used the life potion to help the Nine Sons Supreme Master form a new body. Even his clone used the life potion. The tear of life and the water of life had the same magical effect, but their effects were completely different. Comparing the water of life to the tear of life was like comparing copper and iron to diamonds. Qian and Luo Xiang were in VIP room 6. Luo Xiang's eyes lit up. She had a body of life, so the tear of life was very useful to her. It could greatly speed up her cultivation speed. Xiangxiang, you want to buy the tears of life? Qian looked at Luo Xiang and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, but Xiangxiang doesn't have that many raw gemstones. Let's forget it. Xiangxiang Bella nodded and said. "Ah, silly girl. If you don't have any raw stones, 111 give them to you." Qian smiled. "That won't do, I want take a reward without any work." Xiangxiang Bella shook her head. "Just take it as I'm lending it to you. You can pay me back in the future." "Wait a moment, you can raise the price," Qian said with a smile. "And that's good. Xiangxiang thanks Senior He Xiao first." Xiangxiang Bella cupped her fists towards Yen gratefully. Qian smiled and nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. This was the reason why he had brought Luo Xiang out to attend the auction. He wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to her and increase her impression of him. When the time came, Luo Xiang would be able to cultivate the 4 seasons technique smoothly. 1 tear of life. The starting price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old man who was hosting the auction announced. 250,000. 300,000. Immediately, the price of the tear of life rose steadily, and soon reached a high price of 500,000. Lu Ming shook his head. Although the tears of life were precious, There was no need to spend such a high price to buy them. If Xiangxiang is here, I can buy it to help her cultivate. Lu Ming had an idea. At the thought of this, he sighed. He wondered how Xiangxiang and the rest were doing. Back then, Ice Dragon Valley's master had brought Xuanning Tian Cui, and Xiangxiang Bella to escape. Later on, they had encountered danger, and Xuanning and Xiangxiang Bella had been separated. How were they now? However, the Yuan Mountain was so vast, where could he go to find them? The price of the tear of life continued to rise, and it soon reached 800,000 superior-grade raw stones. 1 million superior-grade raw stones. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's heart trembled. This is Xiangxiang's voice? Lu Ming could not help but look at VIP room number 6. Although Xiangxiang Bella's voice in his memory was more immature, and this voice was more mature and had some changes, Lu Ming could still tell that this voice was Xiangxiang Bella's voice. Why would Xiangxiang appear here? And in the VIP room, how was that possible? Could it be that I'm hearing things because I'm so eager to see you? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. 1,100,000. After the bidder from guest room number 6 called out the bid, the number of people who increased the bid decreased significantly. However, there were still people who increased the bid and the price rose to 1 million. 1,200,000. In VIP room number 6, the clear voice sounded again. It's Xiangxiang, it's definitely Xiangxiang. Lu Ming was certain that this was Xiangxiang Beilah's voice. As for why Xiangxiang Beilah didn't recognize his voice, it was because he didn't use his original voice. Who knew if there were any Hung family experts here who could recognize his voice? Next, the tear of lives price rose to 1.5 million superior grade raw stones, and it was bought by Xiangxiang Beilah. Qian smiled slightly. 1.5 million superior grade raw stones were nothing to him, but it was worth it to win a good impression. The bidding continued, but Lu Ming seemed to be a little uneasy. He couldn't wait to go to VIP room number 6 immediately to see if it was really Xiangxiang. After all, there were people with similar voices in the world. However, the bidding was not over yet, so he could only wait. The bidding continued. Lu Ming was even less focused on the following bidding. He was constantly paying attention to the people in VIP room number 6. Auction item number 216 is a chaos gem. The voice of the old man who was hosting the auction rang out, causing Lu Ming to be in high spirits. There was actually a stone of chaos. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the eyes of the others were also shining. Chaos gems were born in the chaos before the creation of the world. They contained chaos qi and were rare treasures in the world. There was actually a bid for them in this auction. Everyone was staring at the old man with fiery eyes. The martial emperor powerhouses in all the guest rooms could not suppress their feelings and revealed greedy looks. If they could smelt the chaos gems into their small worlds, they would be able to make their small worlds more solid, more stable, and more powerful. But, at this moment, the old man slowly spoke again. However, for some reason, the chaos qi on this chaos gem has dried up. What? There's no more chaos qi? A chaos gem without chaos qi is just an ordinary stone. It's not of much use. I was excited for nothing. Many people shook their heads. Chaos gems were the most precious when they contained chaos qi. Without chaos qi, their value would drop by countless times. Lu Ming also revealed a look of pity. Everyone, even without the qi of chaos, the rock of chaos is still a rare material for smithing. It's extremely strong, and if it's used as the main material, it can be used to forge a monarch weapon. The old man in charge said again. Many people shook their heads. It was just a material for a monarch weapon and wasn't of much use. They might as well buy it directly. The emperor-level experts shook their heads. They had lost interest in the rock of chaos. One must get this chaos gem. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Although there was no chaos qi in the chaos gem, Lu Ming cultivated the chaos law. Even if the chaos gem did not have chaos qi, it might be useful to him. Alright, I'll start bidding now. The base price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old host announced. 250,000. Someone immediately started bidding. Although the chaos gem did not have any chaos qi, it was still a rare treasure. Some people were curious and wanted to buy it to take a look. It would be good to keep it as a collection.